We are live at Coletco for Friday night's live Facebook record sale. Been talking to John about records. And that holds me up sometimes. Me and John start talking about people who played on albums, producers. Who played on this? Who played on that? Next time I'm like, John, it's 6:15. Holy crap. We've been talking about music for 45 minutes. I got to get on here so I can talk to them about music for 45 hours. Jimmy Page played on this. John Paul Jones played on that. We have went through how many 45s in the last 3 days now? Thousands. Whew. How many do we have the key in, Tanner? 1 million? There's a lot of 45s to be keyed in. And, well, we hadn't done CDs this week, have we?
Yeah, all those are on the other side.
Oh, yeah, we did CD post. Golly. There's a lot. We have sold a lot of stuff this week. Well, I'm going to talk to him about that. You sure it wasn't the day he's supposed to go see Kill Tony? Might want to look into that. Yeah, watch Lil Caden. He's my nephew. I know him well. He's a little sneaky. No. All right, got that shared. All right, so we're here. I just put on chapstick, so everybody look out. 2 Hatchet Ed crates, mostly from one person. 3 crates of new vinyl. 1 crate is full of box sets, and I think 1 crate's full of Mother Love Bone. But we did get a puzzle restock. They have started shipping more puzzles. Great time for Halloween. I mean Christmas. I mean Thanksgiving. I mean Christmas. Hurdy-gurdy. Hurdy-gurdy-gurdy, hurdy. Hurdy-gurdy-gurdy, hurdy. Roly-poly, roly-roly. Inside. Listen to the fine EX or Better 38 special album. EX or Better. That's a good way to put it. EX Better. Sarah, there might be a puzzle over here for you. You know, they ship so many, I hadn't got to really look at the manifest. But I know if there's a Def Leppard that pops up, it's yours. Chad, I finally believe you about buyer's remorse. I woke up this morning kicking myself for not buying that Dark Angel last night. This isn't my first rodeo. I've been hearing about people buyer's remorse for years. Messages coming in the next morning. Hello, Chad or Ed, is this still available? I should have bought it when I seen it. Hello, Chad or Ed, is this still available? I wish I would have grabbed it when I had the chance. Yep. It's not a sales pitch, it's the truth. Buy like it's your last day on earth, right, Tanner? Sure. Just keep piling it on. That's my best financial advice. Buy now, pay later. Charlie sent one this morning. Hey, it started years ago. People would I'd wake up and they'd be like, Chad, you got any more of those silver dollars you were selling last night? And I'd be like, no more silver dollars. They're all gone. Dang it. Then they'd be like, Chad, you got any more of those Led Zeppelin 2s? No, no more Led Zeppelin 2s. I got some air fresheners, though. We're about to sell the heck out of some air fresheners tonight, Tanner. Oh, and Beatles wallets and Megadeth wallets, yeah. That's Seth's Christmas gift.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you for all your hard work, Seth. Here's a air freshener. Your car stinks. Hey, Chad, what should I do with my 401k money? Cash it out and buy records. 401k, scam. You can't touch that 401k. You can't play it. You can't listen to it. You can't hug it. Cash it out and buy records. Cash it out and buy records. Yep. Looks like Tanner's leaving me. Otis has left me. Jill left me. Jake left me. Ed. We're down to, I think, Laura. And unfortunately, she'll probably leave before long, too. All right.
Did your mom send you that guy's name?
I didn't get a number, but I remember her vaguely telling me about that. Sounds like something we need to get in on quickly before he changes his mind quickly. Okay. Thanks, Chad. I'm calling my financial advisor. Great. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. Cash out that 401k. Hey, you can't retire on invisible money, but you can retire on the records you can listen to. When Chris Knapp gets on, Craig, I'll tell him about the replacements record, okay? I hadn't actually tagged that. I don't think Chris Knapp was on much last night, Craig, so Craig did a great gesture. When Chris Knapp's watching, I'll let Chris Knapp know, but Craig got a free record, but he thinks that it is more deserving to another person, so he said just send it to that person instead, and he'll wait for the next one to come through, so thank you, and we'll let him know, okay? So it's like there. Next time I see Chris Knapp pop up, I'll let him know. He wasn't on, I don't think, much. He don't tune in much on Metal Night. And I tell people, man, y'all got to tune in on Metal Night. You don't know what you're missing out on. And I don't have an empty box to put all these 45s in, I don't think. Let me see here. I can put some of them in here. I think I threw all my empty boxes at John. So all these 45s back here are ones we went through last night, like the Beach Boys, Kokomo, and Tutti Frutti from Cocktail Soundtrack. That's $6.99. I'm obviously not going to go through all these. That would be a mess right now because we're ready for vinyl LPs and LP auctions. And David, I think there is a box of Japanese up front I got to go get. X-Wing wants Beach Boys. I know X-Wing is chomping at the bits, though. But for what I'm going to do is I'm going to I got more tonight, okay? So we've been having some late-night people, literally like people in Europe watching. We've got a couple guys literally in Europe that wake up about, at 11 o'clock our time, they're like waking up. And we've been selling the heck out of some 45s to a couple of them. Plus, we just got late night owls that watch in, and they've been bidding on all the Elvis and all the other stuff. So it's pretty crazy, the amount of 45s we sold lately. So let me see if I can find another empty box. I'll throw the empty boxes back here at John so he can refill them. But unfortunately, I think I threw one too many. And now I need one to put in here. Let me see if I can find one. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I don't think I see one back here. I mean, there's hundreds of them, but they're probably full of records. Yeah, because he's filled them back up. I'm going to dump this one out. This got sleeves in it. Sorry, John. I'm going to dump this one out. I need this. I'm going to steal this one. I just need one more. I know one thing we don't have, lids for any of them, hardly. I meant to tell them to get me a bunch of lids together. I've got 4 full boxes of leftovers. So we probably have sold boxes like this, probably 4 full individually of 45s this week, but let's put this right here. I think I'll fill up this. All right, got to keep all these separate so we know what's been gone through. Yeah, we got plenty. We got a lot. Okay. I don't know where this came from, but we'll look at it later. Our first auction of the night is Weird Al Yankovic. Eat It. Weird Al is a $7 start. Okay? Weird Al is a $7 start. Send me a box of mystery 45s. Well, I've got 4 boxes over here that are the stuff that was been gone through. I would gladly sell you a whole box of that kind of stuff if you're interested. I'll tell you kind of approximately how much I charged for the last time I did that for somebody. If you let me count them and do the math. Yeah, but I'll sell you a whole box of that kind of stuff. I've done that before. I've got 4 full boxes over here. Let's also go ahead and put up Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins is the original Folk Blues, a U.S. reissue, unknown year. It's in shrink. It's a $10 start for Lightning Hopkins. And next thing is this morning's video, which was pretty epic. It was 10 minutes worth of new vinyl. And we sold quite a bit out of there. Let me see what's going on. Let me open up this video. Let me go to Chad Williams instead of Coletco. Let me go over here. So, okay, there's the lore. I don't know if they pulled the stuff from Lore's video. Let me see if they have. There's they. Weird. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Okay, so why are these videos invisible? Okay, there it is. There's one. Thursday. Friday. That's it. Bizarre. Okay, sorry that took so long. That's not where it normally is. Slayer, Winger, Portishead, Depeche Mode, Beastie Boys, Nirvana, Hole, L7, Whitetown, Tyler Childers, Winger, Nirvana, Ozzy, Primus, Killers, Offspring, Bush, Hole, White Zombie, Korn, Misfits, Soundgarden, Slipknot. Okay, we're good to go. All right, so over here, Weird Al is at $20 with Lauder check. Going once, going twice. Lightning Hopkins has 1 bid with Mega Blast for 10. That's going once, going twice. Our first Japanese auction is a Japanese pressing of the Jackson's Victory. The Jackson's Victory is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. You heard it here first. We also have a Japanese book. It's in shrink with Obi, and the Jackson's is a $15 start. The Jacksons is a $15 start. Lightning Hopkins, $10 start. And Weird Al's at 20, going twice, going 3 times. Let me step up here. We went through 45s last night until 2 a.m. Central Time. We might do that again tonight. Hope everybody's ready. I'm going to step up here and grab one of our first crates of our newest stuff. And let's knock out some of that from yesterday. And then we've got some new stuff back here behind me. I'm about to figure out if this crate is legitimately... I'm going to find out if this crate is actually legitimately what I think it is. Japanese or not. We're about to find out. And I want to thank everybody for being my friend. Thank you. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. That was sliding the family stone right quick for intermission. Lightning Hopkins 11, Lightning Hopkins 12. Okay, Lightning Hopkins info. Lightning Hopkins is original folk blues, a legend at his own time. A U.S. reissue on United, unknown year. The Jacksons is a $15 start. Weird Al is sold to the Vlodder checks for $20. That is sold, so we're down to Lightning Hopkins and the Jacksons. Lightning Hopkins at 15, the Jacksons at 15. And let's pull this up, and then let's put up another Japanese. This one here is, we're still doing stuff from a previous batch that I hadn't sold off yet, like the Eagles, the long run. Very nice, a $25 start on the Eagles. The long run, it's a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's LP number 1. There is an insert, there's the other insert, and there's the cover and Obi, $25 start on that. I have the Best of Annihilator. That is a 2 LP music on vinyl, limited edition silver vinyl, $54.99 on Annihilator. This is Iowa Slipknot. Or Slipknot, Iowa. And the first person who claimed this was Stanley Richmond. Thank you, Stanley Richmond. There's one more left. It's a Gatefold 2 LP on clear Coke bottle vinyl. I have one more Slipknot, Iowa, if anybody decides you want that one. Korn, Life is Peachy. We're going to be down to 1 copy because this one here is sold to Scott Dwallow. Korn, Life is Peachy, $39.99. If anybody else wants that, let me know. There's one left of Korn, one left of Annihilator, one left of Slipknot, and then Black Sabbath Volume 4. Black Sabbath Volume 4 is $29.99. And then we have Korn self-titled, and this is their debut. It's a 2 LP, $49.99. Okay, so Lightning Hopkins is at 16 with Mega Blast. Final call on the Jacksons, 1 bid for $15, and Eagles $25. The Hard Day's Night is a U.S. original album, and it happens to be signed by Paul McCartney. It is JSA authenticated. It is $7,500. Signed by Paul McCartney, and that is $7,500. And then we have this signed by Zakk Wylde, Ozzy Osbourne, and Randy Castillo, and that is $1,275. $1,275 for Ozzy, $7,500 for McCartney. Alrighty. Next thing we have is Iron Maiden Peace of Mind. Peace of Mind is $33.99. That is remastered, 1983. We have 2 copies of Iron Maiden. I have one, Lorna Shore, left. Lorna Shore is I Feel Everything Festering Within Me. Gatefold Light Blue Vinyl, 2 LP, $44.99. And then Black Sabbath's Master of Reality. I don't think any of the Black Sabbaths got claimed. Sad but true. $29.99 for Black Sabbath, so that is still available. And then over here, Lightning Hopkins. I haven't heard back from Calvin. John Durden's had it for a couple minutes at 16. And let's go ahead and make the Eagles. The Eagles is a buy now for $25. That is a buy now for $25. And over here, the Jacksons is sold for $15, okay? The Jacksons is sold for $15 to Brad Waits. And let's go ahead and tag him for that. Eagles is a buy now. Got to make sure Calvin and Fred Cardinale's done on Lightning Hopkins. I have lost their momentum in the chat, but it is a timer going in my head. About to sell it to Mega Blast. And let's also go ahead and put up another auction while we're over here at it. Stanley Richmond's going to go ahead and get the Eagles. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve for him. That's sold to Stanley Richmond for $25. Thank you on that. Boom, there it is. And then let's go ahead and introduce one of these other Japanese pressings. And the next one is going to be, let's see here. How about Kenny Rogers, the Gambler? You got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them. This is near mint minus and pristine with Obi, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. There's the LP, there's the insert, There's the Covering Obi. Kenny's a $15 start. And then over here, this right here is sold to Mega Blast for $16. That is sold. And then we have Corn Untouchables. Corn is $34.99. That's a 2 LP. I have 2 of those still available. And then Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses, 2 LP violet purple colored vinyl. That's $36.99. White Zombie Astro Creep 2000. White Zombie is sold to Scott Dwallow. Now, Scott, if you're watching, there's 2 different White Zombies. You did put White Zombie. There's Astro Creep 2000 and there's Devil Music Volume 2. So if you could let me know exactly which one you want, that would be great. And we'll wait because hopefully he's watching right now. This is Tame Impala Deadbeat. This is $44.99. Tame Impala Deadbeat, 2 LP Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is the legendary Lead Belly. Lead Belly is a 1973 USOG compilation. No condition notes and shrink wrap. That's a $15 start. Kenny's a $15 start. And then we have Chrome. That is Alien Soundtracks. Chrome is on splatter vinyl, $24.99. And Cheap Trick, that's their new album that comes out today, all washed up. Cheap Trick is $34.99. New album out today. We're down to 1 copy. I'm going to go ahead and give Scott Dwallow both White Zombies. I'm going to let him know right now. I put you down for both. Boy, that didn't type at all correctly. I put you down for both. Okay? Because there was 2 different ones. So I usually just give people both. That's sold to him and sold to him. Scott Dwallow, Scott Dwallow. Next is Ozzy, Bark of the Moon. I think we're going to have 1 copy left. This one here, Ozzy, is sold to Jake Perganson. Thank you, Jake Perganson. $29.99 blue vinyl. And then over here we have Winger. Winger's on green vinyl. And we have 1 left. This is the self-titled album, $33.99. So, yeah, Paul McCartney, if anybody's interested in that, obviously an expensive item, very rare. If you need more additional information, like the full sales pitch on it, very rare to get a U.S. album jacket signed by Paul, much less any album jacket signed. So they're just not something with strong provenance, truly authentic like that one. It's a tough get, very tough get, especially a nice big bold signature. So on a vintage album. Kind of tough to get. He don't sign much Beatles stuff anymore. He really don't sign at all. So if you're looking for one, a deal can be made. I'm in no hurry to sell it, though. Absolutely no hurry. If I have it in 3 more years, I'll be okay with it. So I have it to show people. It's for sale. If I never sell it, I'm okay with it. Hall & Oates is a $15 start, but it is priced pretty accurately. If you do some pretty hardcore research, you'll see it's priced pretty accurately. Danger Danger is $39.99. This is a music on vinyl press, $39.99. A lot of people have signed Sgt. Pepper's and signed Abbey Roads. They're listed for 10 grand, 15,000. Every once in a while, you will see one just get on there and get bought. From a really big, like autograph lister on there. Just every once in a while, you'll see one sold. It'll say $12,500 for a Sgt. Pepper's. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. But for somebody still alive, but he's still alive, but he might as well not be, he might as well, as far as being signing autographs, might as well be dead because he just doesn't sign. Gorgira Magma is $29.99. I'm down to 1 copy of Gorgira Magma, and I think we sold 2 last night. We had a wait list, and then here's the other one. And then over here, we have the Avett Brothers. This is new for Friday. The Avett Brothers and Mike Patton, Half-Speed Master, $34.99 for Avett Brothers and Mike Patton. Iron Maiden Power Slave is $33. And then over here, we have Metallica Master of Puppets. Metallica Master of Puppets, $29.99. And then Enough's Enough. This is self-titled, $39.99. And that's on purple vinyl. Enough's Enough is $39.99. Also have Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. Sleep Token's $38.99. And then Winger, In the Heart of the Young. This is sold to, this one is sold, Winger, In the Heart of the Young, In the Heart of the Young. Winger is sold to Richard Bradshaw, okay? Now, Danny said he wanted it if I would discount it, and it's not being discounted, and that's sold to Richard Bradshaw then, okay? So that's sold to Richard Bradshaw. Lead Belly is a $15 buy it now, no bid. Kenny Rogers is a $15 buy it now, no bid. Hall & Oates is a $15 buy it now, no bid. No bid 15, no bid 15, no bid 15. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next one is Randy Travis, and this is old 8x10. This is a 1988 Canadian OG pressing sealed, a $25 start. Old 8x10, it does have a punch hole, $25 start on that. Kenny Rogers is sold to Thomas Baumhart for $15. Thomas, I hadn't forgot about you for a 45 bundle, but give me a second, maybe in between crates here in a second. We'll take care of that. And then Thomas Baumhart also gets Hall & Oates, and that just leaves Lead Belly over there for $15 if anybody is interested in that. So there's 2 Hatchet Ed crates, and the only reason there's 2 is because it's from one person. So if that hadn't have happened, then we would have had no Hatchet Ed crates this week, which means almost everybody's paying. We don't have hardly any stragglers in the last couple weeks. So pretty amazing. That's just from one person, a few invoices that didn't get paid. And we're going to be reselling that stuff. There's 3 crates of new vinyl. I've got a crate of miscellaneous. I've got a crate of toys and Funkos. And then I've got 2 boxes full of puzzles. So we got puzzles back in. They're shipping them perfectly in time to start selling them for Christmas. Lead Belly is sold to Melanie Jennings. And John Durden was second, asking about it. And then Waylon, I can do it here pretty soon. And then how much is Avett Brothers and Patton? That is $34.99. So that was recap from crate number 1. We still got Sleep Token, Enough's Enough, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Avett Brothers, and Mike Patton. I have a feeling somebody's about to buy that, though. And then Gorgira, Danger, Winger, Ozzy, Cheap Trick, Chrome, Tame Impala, White Zombie, Slipknot, Korn, Black Sabbath, Lorna Shore, Iron Maiden, Korn, Sabbath, Korn, Slipknot, and Annihilator. A lot of metal in there. There's that. Randy Travis is sealed, old 8x10. My love is deeper than the holler, stronger than the river. Next, Japanese pressing. And then I hadn't opened up the new box. We're still doing stuff from the last batch. Here is a pretty good solid Chicago compilation. And this is called Chicago Grand Prix 20. You'll see what I'm talking about when you see the track listing. Question 67 and 68. There's that, and there's this. There's Chicago. That's a $15 start. And we have Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. And this is a Japanese pressing, $15 start on this. And it is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There is the booklet. There's the cover and Obi, $15 start on that. We have a request for down 2. We'll say right at 7 o'clock, okay? Now, I've already put up a couple advertised auctions, but it's come with some of the $15 and $20 start stuff. So I do some of the higher end stuff after 7. Definitely after 7. Some of it shouldn't be put up till after 8 or 9, but I will get, I'm sure, heavily requested about some of those. And we go ahead and run them, and then they sell for 1 bid, and then it costs me thousands of dollars. But that's okay. Chrome is $24.99. That's why people constantly ask for auctions early, because they're like, holy crap, Chad, you better go ahead and sell this to me before everybody else gets on here. And this thing is actually going to sell for what it's supposed to instead of selling for half of market value. So please, for the love of all things good and holy, please go ahead and put these auctions up right now before everybody gets in from walking their dog and they actually sell for what they're supposed to. But if you put them up right now, I can get them half of market value. And I'm like, oh, gosh, so what should I do? Go ahead and put them up or wait? All right. Chrome is sold to Nick Orlando. But, yeah, I'll start doing some of the big advertised, $5,000 records after 7 o'clock. So here is Chrome, and that's sold. And then Randy Travis is a $25 start. Chicago's a $15 start. And Rod Stewart's a $15 start. That's what we're at right now. Randy Travis is a $25 starting bid. No bid yet. Chicago's a $15 start. Rod Stewart has a bid for $15 and $17. Okay? There's that. All right? Now, Avett Brothers. Who asked about this? The Avett Brothers, Alan Smith, and I was going to make sure nobody claimed that. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's see what we have in here now. I have this. I have Nirvana, Live and Loud, that's a 2 LP. That's an official release they did, $39.99. 9 Inch Nails with Teeth is $44.99. This is Stone Temple Pilots MTV Unplugged. That's purple vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots MTV Unplugged, $19.99. So that's Stone Temple Pilots. We have Crash Test Dummies, God Shuffled His Feet. Crash Test Dummies is $38.99. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is $39.99. That's a 2 LP. Red Hot Chili Peppers. And I think both copies of Hole did sell. The first one here was sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that. And I think the other one was sold to Paul Peterson. Thank you, Paul Peterson, on that, okay? So Randy Travis over here is a no bid. Let's make that a buy it now for $25. Old 8x10. Tracks on Chicago, and then what are the Chicago tracks? STP is an unofficial press. Chicago is the following tracks. Introduction, 25 or 624. Free, Saturday in the Park. I've been searching so long. Flight 602, Dialogue, and Old Days. Also, Low Down, question 67 and 68, Harry Truman. Feeling Stronger Every Day. Does anybody really know what time it is? Make Me Smile. State of the Union and Wishing You Were Here. And over here, Chicago has no bid, $15 start. Rod Stewart's at 18, now Rod Stewart's at 20. And then the next thing is, these are both Japanese pressings, yes. Both Japanese pressings. Ryan Eaton, that's not official. Gregory gets Randy Travis for $25. Michael Ruttman was second. Now Chicago has a bid for $15. We have Velvet Underground and Nico. That's $36.99. Velvet Underground and Nico. And we have the Beatles Love. That's a 2 LP. The Beatles Love is $56.99. Gayfo 2 LP, The Beatles Love. Also Promise Pork Soda. Promise is $39.99. Promise is $39.99. And we have Collective Soul, Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. Collective Soul is $29.99. Collective Soul, Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. The Misfits Evil Live, I still got both copies of this. Misfits Evil Live is $33.99. And over here, I've got 2 copies of Promise. And this is Promise, an unofficial, live at Woodstock. And Promise is $29.99. The first one is sold to Anthony Clark. Thank you, Anthony Clark. And there's 1 extra copy if anybody wants that other Promise. Next is Slayer, Live in Paris. Both of these did sell. They're unofficials. One sold to Danny Thomason and one sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. Those are sold and sold. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is Wayland and Company. Waylon Jennings is a 1983 USOG sealed, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Wayland and Company, $25 start on that. Next is Sublime. Sublime is self-titled. It's a 2 LP, $39.99. And then Soundgarden, the A-Sides, which is like a Soundgarden Hits compilation, $44.99 for Soundgarden. The Beatles White Album, $49.99 for the White Album. Wayland has a bid for $25. Chicago's at $23. And the last bid on Rod Stewart's a final call. And Rod Stewart was with Mark Weiss at $20, and he's about to get it. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, that's pretty self-explanatory, $44.99 on that. Nirvana's Unplugged is $39. And then we also have 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, and 9 Inch Nails is $44.99. So we have 9 Inch Nails, we got Nirvana, Tom Petty, The Beatles, Soundgarden, Sublime, Primus, Misfits, Collective Soul, Primus, The Beatles, Velvet Underground, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Crash Test Dummies, Stone Temple Pilots, 9 Inch Nails, and Nirvana. If anybody else decides you want anything in there, just let me know. Wayland's a final call for $25, and Chicago's still at $23. Going to once and going to twice, and I'm going to go up here and get another crate. Yes. Dun 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 dun. Shum bum 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 bum. Dun da 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 da. That was the intro to question 67 and 68 by Chicago. Great song. Y'all know that one? Question 67 and 68. I have no idea what it's about, but it's awesome lyrics, awesome vocals, awesome music. Chicago. Run, da, da, da. All right. Speaking of Rod Stewart, Stanley Richmond says, play chess volume 2 list. Play Chess Volume 2. Are you sure that's a real thing? Chicago has a new bid for 24 and now 25, and Rod Stewart has a new bid for 20. Mark Weiss already had it for 20, though. Mark Weiss has had Rod Stewart for $20 for about 4 minutes. Okay? Next thing over here is Portishead Dummy. This is sold to John Grace. Thank you, John Grace. That's sold to you. This is Depeche Mode Almost Acoustic Christmas. That is sold to Melinda Gerhart. Thank you, Melinda Gerhart. We got 2 copies of Tori Amos. Tori Amos, that's $38.99. $38.99, Tori Amos Under the Pink. And then L7 bricks are heavy. L7 bricks are heavy did get sold to Paul Peterson. Thank you, Paul Peterson. That's sold to you. Then we have the Offspring Americana. The Offspring Americana. The Offspring Americana is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. There's 1 extra copy left if anybody wants it. Pulp Fiction soundtrack is $36.99. Pulp Fiction, $36.99. The Killers Direct Hits. This is a good one. 2 LP, essentially a Killers Greatest Hits, and this is $44.99. And this one is sold to Anthony Clark. Thank you, Anthony Clark. That's so to you. And we have 2 more copies of L7. Bricks are heavy if anybody else wants one. Rod Stewart has a new bid for 25. What's the track listing on Stone Temple Pilots? That's Devil Music. Isn't that a scene from, what's it called? Little Nicky with Adam Sandler. Mark Weiss is out on Rod Stewart. Okay, so Freddie, you have it for 25. I was waiting for one person. Freddie bid, and now Mark's out. So we're about to sell it to Freddie. Waylon just got 1 bid. That's sold for $25 to Cody Wright. So Cody, thank you. That's sold to you. Whitetown, we have 1 copy left after selling 1. Whitetown is officially sold to Josh Tanner. Give me 1 second, and I'll pull out that Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. So Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged is purple vinyl. The track listing is Cracker Man, Creep, Plush, Vaseline, Wicked Garden, Six Top Thing, Big Empty, and Andy Warhol. Now, I want a note about this record I forgot to mention since we've been selling more of them. This Vaseline track is not from Unplugged, and I think it's actually a really bad cut. I don't know why they did this. Maybe possibly for copyright, even though it's a bootleg already. But this Vaseline is evidently not Unplugged, and I think it's like an audience recording or something. It's very bizarre that they put that on there. But it's $19.99. It's purple vinyl. So essentially, yeah, amazing track listing from STP. It's their MTV show, Iconic, where he's sitting, isn't he like sitting in a rocking chair? Scott Weiland, he's got his hair spiked up. On the hen haw, you know, it sounds like that, but a lot better. And then Fred Carnell gets the Killers. That's so to Fred Carnell. And then Freddie Milford wants an Offspring. There we go. He wants an Offspring. Well, you can have the record if you actually want a real Offspring. I'll leave that up to you. $33.99 for 311. This is a double LP. $33 for 311. And we have Tyler Childers live on Red Barn. And Tyler Childers is sold to Leslie Wickline. Thank you on that. That is sold to Leslie Wickline. I have more Tyler Childers if anybody wants some. And then some Blue Note Tone Poets. Bobby Hutcherson, 34. Amon Amarth Berserker, Beige Marble Vinyl, 44. The Right Touch, Duke Pearson, Blue Note Tone Poet, 34. King Crimson was 34. Wasp, the best of the best, that's a double LP, $44.99. Sam Rivers is 34. Joe Carmel's 34. And then Anthony Williams is 34. And then Chick Corea is 34. And then The Adolescents is 29. All those jazz albums are Blue Note Tone Poets, by the way. All right, I think we're done on Chicago, and we need new fresh auctions. The last bid on Chicago was Freddie Milford for $25, and that is sold. And I feel the dogs are down behind us. I feel around. I'm half the man I used to be. I wish I could sing like him. Y'all would tune it. Could y'all imagine if I actually sounded like Scott Weiland? How many more people would watch this show? Holy moly. Big Empty. Creep. I think I just was singing Creep, right? Or Plush. I get those mixed up. Creep and Plush. They're kind of similar, aren't they? Dum, dum. Dum, dum. Great stuff. Okay, Rod Stewart, we need another Japanese pressing. Next thing over here is this. We have Duran Duran, Arena. This one's going to go up for a $25 start. The vinyl, and this is a near mint minus and pristine. There's this, there's the booklet, there's the insert, there's this, and this is a $25 start. And Rod Stewart is up to one person. I'm going to make sure Brian Call's done. Brian, Freddie Milford has it for $28. Adolescence is $29.99. Chad, your newest future viewer was born today, and he made a grandfather for the first time. So, if I'm reading that correctly, Mike Massey, as of today, is officially a grandfather. Papa Mike. Papa Mike. Wow. Congratulations. I'll send him his first Led Zeppelin record. We'll start him off with a banger, Physical Graffiti. Or his first Beatles record. That might be more suitable for a child. Well, I don't know. It depends on which album it is. Keep them away for Sgt. Pepper's for a while, okay? You have to give it in doses. You play a... Yeah, we'll have to... Anyway. Wow. Okay, so amazing. All right, so first thing we're going to do is over here, Rod Stewart is sold to Freddie Milford for $28. That is sold to Freddie Milford for $28. That is sold, Freddie Milford, $28. Duran Duran's a $25 start. There's that. I felt old when I became an uncle, so... There's Duran Duran, $25 start. Okay, and over here from the, is Randy Klein still watching for down 2? Randy Klein, are you still watching? I'll go ahead and put up down 2 if you're watching, Randy. Got to make sure Randy's watching. He asked for it. I want to make sure he doesn't miss it because that's about to be the only major request. So let me go ahead and put up something else, though. Let's throw up this Merle Haggard here. Merle Haggard, That's the Way Love Goes, is sealed. It's an 88 USOG sealed Merle Haggard, $15 start. If anybody decides they want that STP or that Avett Brothers Mike Patton, let me know. Adolescence was $29. That's blue vinyl, and I hope I didn't miss any claims there. Randy Klein's here. Okay, great. It's that time. Let's go ahead and put up down 2. Now, this one's out of print. I can't order this one. So this is down 2, a Bus on Your Hedgerow. Words there from Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. 2016 US. I don't know what Phil Anselmo, he likes Stairway to Heaven or something, because when I seen Pantera open for Metallica those 3 or 4 times on this last tour, he ends the show by singing the last line of Stairway to Heaven. I don't know. He must really like Stairway to Heaven. Down 2, Bus on Your Hedgerow, EX condition. It is a 2016. It's a double LP. It has the insert. It's on 180 gram vinyl, and it's a $65 start. Some of these have sold for as much as $170 recently. So down is not available, and that's a $65 start, okay? Let's go back to the top and make sure I didn't miss any claims during all that. So, yeah, congratulations, Mike Massey, on that, becoming a grandfather. Let's scroll down over here. And we have Merle Haggard at 15. Merle Haggard is sealed. This has never been open. Merle Haggard is sealed. It's never been open. It's got 2 $15 bids. This is an OG sealed. Duran Duran doesn't have a bid. It's a $25 start. And now Down's already at $100. That took off fast. Black Sabbath Paris. Now, this one has a sing split. It's still the same price. This is an epic live Black Sabbath album, okay? This is a well-known recording. Paris, 1970, $39.99 for that. I've got 2 Beatles past masters. One is nice, and then one has a sing split. These are tracks that were not on any of the Beatles' original studio albums. Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out. 2 of my favorites here, Paperback Writer and Rain, never was released on any of the Beatles studio albums. So this is a collection of what they call non-album singles and B-sides. Non-album singles and B-sides. So everything there really wasn't available. Brad Waits Gets Black Sabbath. That is, some of that footage is available on YouTube. If I show you a clip of it, probably some of y'all might want to go on a waiting list, because if you see the footage, you're like, oh yeah, let's pull up our TikTok here. This is some of the concert footage here. This is what some of it looks like. That footage there, you've probably seen that footage before, right? That's pretty epic stuff. That's the Paris 1970 concert. It's Black Sabbath like prime. Okay, amazing. I mean, Bill Ward is beating on the drums like it owes him something. Ozzy is out of his mind. It's an incredible show. So that's Paris 1970. That's what this is on vinyl. It's never been officially released. If it is, it's in that Paranoid box set, but I don't think it has. If it is, you'd have to buy that Paranoid box set to get it. Let's put Joe Kolosky, if he's okay, on a waiting list, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We'll put Joe Kolosky down on a waiting list. And let's update these auctions. But first, we got a couple claims for Nirvana. And the first claim for Nirvana, In Utero Mix, is sold to Paul Peterson, okay? So let's sell this to Paul Peterson. Paul Peterson on the In Utero Mix. And that is sold to him. This is Nirvana. It's a double LP, and that's $44.99. And then here we have In Utero 2013. And this one, Matt Nichols, are you watching? The last copy of Nirvana I have has a light seam crackle. So, Matt, if you're not okay with that, let me know. He was next in line, and I made note of that in the video. So we're going to go ahead and tag Matt for it. Most people don't really care about that, but Matt, if you're watching, Nirvana sold to you. I still got both Beatles, and then Beastie Boys was sold to Melanie Clausen, I'm pretty sure. I have one extra copy of Beastie Boys, $36.99. That's sold to Melanie Clausen. Yep. All right, so two people in the Black Sabbath, Paul Brothers and Joe Kolosky. Joe Kolosky was first. Duran Duran, did this get a bid locked in? Mega Blast bid $25. So let's go ahead and sell this for $25. That is a Japanese pressing of Duran Duran Arena. Let's sell that for $25. Thank you. And that's sold to Mega Blast. Let's update the sealed Merle Haggard over here. I'm showing Catherine Lutz at $25. And that means Christina and Mega Blast, y'all are out. Catherine has it for $25. And then the last bid that came in on down, Hiram Aponte, $140. $140 on that, okay? Next in here is Soundgarden Super Unknown. We sold two last night. I was down to one, and then Darren Johnson grabbed this one. Thank you, Darren Johnson. That was sold to you. That's done. And then Beastie Boys Paul's Boutique. We sold two last night. Now we have one left, and this is sold to Melanie Clausen. That got both her claims. She got License to Eel and Paul's Boutique. Those are sold and sold. And now we have Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. Couple big hits on here. Big album. Don't Look Back in Anger, Morning Glory, Champagne Supernova, $44.99. I think, are they still touring, or is that little tour they did? Is the massive tour they did still going on? $44.99. Stone Temple Pilots Core is $29.99. Stone Temple Pilots Core, and then Tyler Childers Purgatory. Two left at $24. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? Abbey Road, $33.99. Hag is sold to Catherine Lutz for $25. And then over here we got Down, and Down is sold to Hiram Aponte for $140. $140 on that, still on tour. Are they in the States? Yeah, everybody, well, I guess I had a chance to go see it, but yeah, I haven't really got into Oasis. I mean, I listen to their music. I'm like, wow. But at the same time, I don't know if I'd pay $500 to go see them. But it might be one of those things like, Chad, if you go pay $500 to go see them, you're going to regret it in 20 years kind of deal. Pat Benatar is a $15 start. That's Get Nervous. And then Down already sold. That was down 2. It was on its last lap. It was down 2, and it sold. Freddie Milford wants an Oasis. That is sold. Freddie Milford on Oasis. And then Bush, Razor Blade Suitcase. This is pink vinyl. Bush, Razor Blade Suitcase is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Yep, and that's sold to him. That was pink vinyl. This is $36.99 for Bush. And then the Misfits Collection. The Misfits Collection is $33.99. And let's go back to the top, and that's sold to Darren Johnson. Darren Johnson on the Misfits Collection. And then Pearl Jam Unplugged. Now, back to more Unplugs. This is an epic one, and this is an unofficial, but it's the complete full concert, red vinyl. That's $38.99. And then I have two more Bush, and this is 16 Stone with Everything's In. You want to come back down from this cloud. Glycerin, Machine Head, Little Things, red vinyl, $39.99 for Bush. Now, from this morning's video, it was epic. 10-minute video, 4 crates that we just went through. It took me about a half hour to go through them tonight. It took me 10 minutes to do a video flipping through everything, but it was worth it. We've almost sold a full crate basically from this morning's claims, and everybody got everything they wanted. Everybody got everything they wanted. Yeah, everything got claimed. So that's all the leftovers, and now it's time for our new stuff for today. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and then over here I have, let's see what's going on with Mr. George Strait. It is 82 USOG. It has a fog on the surface. It's been gassed, so it probably got stored in an odd sleeve. So what that happens is it's going to play fine, no skips or crackles, but it's probably going to have a little bit of surface noise. But George Strait's going to go up for a $15 start, okay? Still haven't opened up the fresh new box of Japanese, and I'm still chipping away at our leftovers from the last batch. But none of these have officially been put up. So let me tell you kind of what I do for Japanese. You know, the new stuff, the great titles, they're $35 starts. If it gets to the point where we're down to, I've shown them and no one's bought them, I either put them in the flip videos in the morning, and we've sold a bunch out of there this week. Anything that hadn't sold here, we've been selling them in the flip videos for 20 bucks. And I think I put 2 in there this morning, and I think they both got sold. So here's Billy Joe for just a $15 start. $15 start. There's the insert. Billy Joe has the Billy Joe calendar with it. This has the Billy Joe calendar that came with it, and this is a $15 start. $15 start on Billy Joe. So Pat Benatar 15, Pat Benatar 25, Pat Benatar 30, George Strait's a $15 start, and Billy Joe's a $15 start, okay? So yeah, when I was in line in McCartney, I was talking to somebody that seen them in the UK or whatever. Wembley, yeah, Wembley. And he was like, you just don't understand Oasis until you see them like in Wembley. It's like, you know, it's like something more than life is about to walk out on stage. So it's, I think the place to go see them would be like over there at one of those crazy, you know, in Europe somewhere. Okay. Over here. How'd you work out the tariffs? They've pretty much, well, we never were charged, and they finally got it worked out, the post offices. No tariffs on media. So, yeah, fortunately, we haven't had to pay any extra to get any Japanese deliveries. So, they cut it off on media. It's just a lot of confusion between, post office and sellers. I'm stepping up front to grab another crate of new stuff. That's why I'm out of breath, because I'm walking. You know, I take 10 steps and I'm out of breath. I'm joking. Let's go ahead and knock out this big pre-order here. Is this some other Love Bones? What are these? Oh, Motley Crue's. Okay, good. So here's a Gigantator pre-order. Really, the new vinyl tonight is mostly... there might be another crate over here. It's mostly a couple big pre-orders that finally have shown up day of arrival. So here we go. First thing is Pat Benatar, and this is officially sold to Sean Miller for $30. Thank you, Sean Miller. That's sold. And oh, that's what I was going to get the box of Japanese up front. I stepped up front and I was like, wait a minute, the new vinyl's not up front. Okay, and then George Strait is sold. And then George Strait is sold to Joe Sontag for $15. And then let's make Billy Joe a buy it now for $15, okay? And this one has the calendar with it. Billy Joe's a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now, sold to Kevin Chapman. All right, some great early auction deals here. Kind of Friday and Saturday. I feel like it's almost Saturday vibe, but I'm going to be doing a lot of cleanup and clear out for tonight and tomorrow. The weekend is here. So tonight we've got quite a bit of vintage. 6 crates from John. Laura's already delivered a crate, which I think is metal from this newest collection. She's already delivered a crate. And wow, so we're getting a lot of stuff to go through. Thomas next on that. And then, yeah, Anthology's actually shipped today. We got a lot of pre-orders on Monday. Monday's show will be mostly, the first hour will probably be mostly pre-orders. Pretty crazy what's coming in next week. Next auction is Saxon, Rock the Nations. Saxon's a 1986 U.S. Specialty OG, VG condition. and that's a $15 start. Hope everybody's happy. We got a wide variety mix tonight. Now, I'll have a lot of complaints when it's nothing but metal, but I don't have any compliments when it's mixed, okay? If we have a pretty balanced show, no one's like, Chad, this is fantastic. It's a well-balanced show. But if it's all metal, it's like, metal. So I need some thank yous. Chad, thank you for the well-balanced show tonight. This is a 1984 U.S. Monarch reissue, VG minus, $15 start. We got 2 Hatchet Ed crates, and it's only because of one person. Otherwise, we'd have no non-payments and putbacks this week. That's great, right? I mean, there was non-payments and putbacks, but it wasn't almost enough to even put together a crate. So that was pretty cool. Let's pull up Motley Crue over here. And Motley Crue is going to go up right now. And this is a Theater of Pain is on Purple Crush vinyl, okay? So let me show you what this looks like. This is new, comes out today. If you don't have one, right now's the time. This is Motley Crue Theater of Pain, indie exclusive purple vinyl, due out today. And I think this entire crate has almost sold, and it is $33.99. Not the entire crate, that would be a steal. And what we're going to do, though, is start counting out these pre-orders right now. So the first person who got one, and this is the first person from 6 weeks ago, was Paul Catrich. So Paul Catrich and Glenn Kesey. And then we had Michelle Clements and Julianne Roman. Michelle Clements and Julianne Roman. Rick Hall and Scott Smith. Rick Hall and Scott Smith. Autumn Betts and Hiram Aponte. Hiram Betts and Hiram Aponte. Brandon Lack and George Jones. Brandon Lack and George Jones, and then Tim Holloway and Scott Markheim. Tim Holloway and Scott Markheim. Now, my crate's full, so let me pause right there. Dave Kavanaugh is next in line. One of the bigger pre-orders of the week is this one right here. And actually, you know what? I'm glad I was on my toes because somebody said, Chad, is Motley Crue coming in? One distributor that I ordered with, you know what it said? Sold out, back ordered. That means they weren't going to send me any of them. 0. I got on another distributor's website. They had hundreds in stock. So guess what I did? I canceled with them, and I got it. If I hadn't have been alert and somebody hadn't asked me if this was coming in, we wouldn't have got these. I would have said, Motley Crue was sold out, and we were sent 0 copies. So evidently, it's pretty limited. I don't know. I say that sometimes, and then it'll be in print for 3 years, so who knows? You don't know with this stuff. Dave Kavanaugh and Brandon Jones. Dave Kavanaugh and Brandon Jones. Richard Davis and Brian Thurman. Richard Davis and Brian Thurman. Kevin Knight and Levi Hilton. All right, let me pause there because Saxon was a $15 start, and we're already up for $22. And this is an 86 USOG. 86 USOG, and Saxon is at $22. Dead Kennedys has bids for $15, $15, $17, and $20. So that's where we're at right there. That is the high bid. And now let's go ahead and put up a Japanese pressing. And this is actually a Japanese pressing, I think, that was in the Hype sticker. And that's Paul Simon's Greatest Hits. A 1978 Japanese OG with insert, near mint minus, a $15 start. We also have Sean Druin and Heath Norman. Sean Druin and Heath Norman. Chris Martin and John LeBeatty wanted 2 copies. We got one for Mr. Sean Holford and John Smetzer. Sean Holford and John Smetzer. Kenny Case Jr. and John Mintz-Moyer. And then Shane Devers and Brad Waits. Shane Devers and Brad Waits. What about Jamie McCord and Stanley Richmond? Jamie McCord and Stanley Richmond. What about Jersey Devil and Ben Dygert? Thank you, Jersey Devil and Ben Dygert. What about Clay Moore and Tom Harris? Thank you, Clay Moore. Thank you, Tom Harris. Sarah Weiberdink, Matthew Sherrick. Thank you, thank you. We got Chris Waller and Jamie Butler. Chris Waller and Jamie Butler. That's sold and sold. What about Jamie Diaz and Clifford Umstead? There we go. So all those that's still left in there are extras, okay? Those are all extras. I got that many to sell tonight, and I see claims coming in, so that's good. And let's read the entire Hype sticker. This is Motley Crue, 1985-2025. A 40th anniversary Motley Crue Theater of Pain exclusive Purple Crush vinyl. The 4-time platinum album, including the hits Smoking in the Boys' Room and Home Sweet Home. Theater of Pain is on colored orange purple vinyl, $33.99. I don't know if it's actually 180 gram, but it should be. First of all, Saxon is got a new bid for $25. Let's go over this again. Saxon's a 1986 U.S. specialty OG pressing. 1986 U.S. OG pressing, that's at $25 with Sean Miller. The Dead Kennedys is a 1984 U.S. Monarch. U.S. Monarch 84 reissue. VG minus. VG minus, it's at 22. And then Paul Simon is a 78 Japanese OG pressing with insert and obi and the original under sleeve. It's at $22. The first person who bought a Motley Crue live was Chris Frazier. So thank you, Chris Frazier. That's so to you. And then next over here was Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone got one. And then over here we have Wayne Davis on a Motley Crue. That's so to Wayne Davis. And then Jason Fornerat wants a Motley Crue. And Tom Kelly gets a Motley Crue. And that's where we're at. So this is so to Mark Steele. One more. So yeah, I don't know. I bet it's 180, but I don't actually see. I don't know why that's on the back of it. That's not supposed to be there. Does all of them have that? Wow, never mind. Let me leave that on there. Why did they put a white sticker on the back of it? Do they all have that? Wow. I wonder what's up with that. They all have a white sticker on the back of them. Interesting. Usually that's like a warehouse thing, like where they're counting and they make sticky notes like we do here. They're counting stuff. I don't know why that's on there though. Motley Crue, $33.99. So that's how many extras I have left. I'm gonna go right into another one. Right into another one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got one for Freddie Milford, and let's put one more back here so everybody knows we have them. So y'all know that I have those in stock, and that's new for Friday, an anniversary edition. So nothing really extra other than it's just on colored vinyl. That's the anniversary. Okay. Now. First thing is Saxon. When I come back, if there's not another bid, I'm going to sell Saxon for $25. Dead Kennedys is still getting bids, and Paul Simon's at $30. So Hatchet Ed stuff will be, as soon as I'm done, we'll go right into that as soon as I'm done with these couple crates of new vinyl, which are pre-orders, waiting list. We got new puzzles in. We got guitars and Funkos. Okay, there is a crate of actual vinyl. There he is. Okay, there's a crate of vinyl. And then there's one more big pre-order here, which is actually the rest of the Mother Love Bones. And I've got box sets. So if you haven't heard the story on Mother Love Bone, once again, another odd limited edition pressing that they only did like 5 of. There was thousands of people who wanted this, and they said, well, we're going to make 5 on colored vinyl. That's obviously an exaggeration, but it felt like they'd make 5. I ordered 150, and they sent me 3. Okay, I ordered 150 from somewhere else just to see how many I would get, and they sent me 0 or 1. Either 0 or 1. I think we got 0 because we only sold 3 colored vinyls, so yeah. So I ordered 300 copies, and I get pretty good allocations because I'm pretty well established. We do big orders. I'm pretty good in with all these distributions now, and guess what? We got 3 copies, okay? I got 3 copies of colored vinyl. So they repressed it on black. It is eco vinyl, and Mother Love Bone is in stock. And I should have a couple extras tonight. I'm being careful not ordering too many. But through last night, I purged, and I had sold 13 copies. And I'm about to read off those names right now, okay? I had sold 13 copies. Let me lay my laptop right over here. And I am going to read those off in just a second, okay? So if you know for sure you want one and you hadn't been a part of that pre-order or anything else, let me know. So Saxon got a new bid for $26, and then 2 people have said, what is Saxon, and details on Saxon. Saxon is a 1986 U.S. specialty press of Rock the Nations. That is not in print, okay? And Saxon has a high bid with Nick Bargeron, and Nick Bargeron has this for $26. $26, okay? Nick Bargeron, $26. Dead Kennedys, the most recent bid on Dead Kennedys is $26 with Jorge Camacho, and he has that for $26. And then Paul Simon's at $40 with Freddie Milford. David Johnson, you've been outbid. So the first one goes to Althazar's Good Time Oldies. Althazar's Good Time Oldies. And then Danny Thomason and Jay Nutra. Danny Thomason and Jay Nutra. There's 2 more sold. Todd Saw and John LaBeatty. Todd Saw and John LaBeatty. Ben Dygert and Jerry Stone. Ben Dygert and Jerry Stone, Randy Klein and Ron Kirkland, Randy Klein and Randy Kirkland, Randy Klein and Ron Kirkland, Mike Andretta and Monica Malley. Now, I've still got to check the post and see how many other people have replied to me. I literally went down the pre-order last night / this morning, and I replied to every single person, and I said, hey, do you want one, yes or no? And we've already tagged the following people with one. The following people have already been tagged with one: Scott Dwallow, Scott Beebe, Antonio Villanueva, Brian Mallard, Mike Massey, Glenn Kesey, Blaine Zapnick, Paul Conway, Eddie McKenna, Manny Ray got 2, Jim Sedal, Colette, Whitworth, Elizabeth Diaz, Tom Harrison, John Reed. Those people already got one a couple nights ago. Okay, plus the list I just read off, that was for tonight, and I have that many left if anybody wants one. Okay? I have that many left if anybody else wants one. That was for Mother Love Bone Shine, $33.99. So let's go back to the top. And the first thing was Saxon got a new bid for $30 with Sean Miller. And then Jorge Camacho put DM. Not for sure what that's for. But then Wayne Carr, I think, was first, right? Tonight Live. Is that correct? Mitch T. Mitch T, did I already pull you a Motley Crue? I think I did, right? Oh, boy. Mitch T, have I pulled you a Motley Crue yet? At that point, I don't know where I left off. If not, let me know, okay? I'll start showing puzzles. So, Jason Fornerat got a Mother Love Bone. Wayne Carr got a Mother Love Bone. Hiram Aponte got a Mother Love Bone. And Paul Simon 40, Saxon 30. And claim on Paranoid, please. That's the record back here, right? Jason Fornerat wants a Mother Love Bone, okay? All right, whoever's watching the sale tomorrow, if I didn't give Mitch T a Motley Crue, I'll hold one over here just in case, okay? I'll hold one right over here just in case. And then, of course, there's one back there. So, all of a sudden, I was doing about 1 or 2 or maybe 3 things at once. Now, all of a sudden, there's about 7, possibly 10 things going on at once. So, let me try to get a grasp of reality here. Joe Kolowski wants a Mother Love Bone. And I'm going to go ahead and move this right in here because I got to grab Paranoid for James Young. This is so to James Young. And now I'm going to put one of these back here. Okay. And then, here in a second, I'll pull up the actual pre-order and see if anybody new has replied to me today. Because like I said, I went through the entire pre-order and there were some people replying to me as of today. So I got to go through and make sure. So I think I've gotten to the bottom of most people's claims, though. Okay, Saxon's at $33 with Sean Miller. That is still getting bids. Over here, we have Saxon. This is Rock the Nations. It's a 1986 U.S. Specialty OG pressing. It's in VG condition, and the last bid on Saxon just came in for $33. Dead Kennedys is auction number 2. It's a 1984 U.S. Monarch reissue, VG minus, and the last bid on Dead Kennedys that came in was Jorge Camacho, which I think is a new buyer. I've got to make sure, $26, okay? If anybody else wants to bid, right now is the time. And then we have Paul Simon, Greatest Hits, a Japanese 1978 OG pressing. The last bid was Freddie Milford at $40, and David Johnson went out. And we're about to sell it. I think David Johnson went out. He did go out. Now, some people have asked, what is Eco Vinyl? Eco Vinyl is essentially recycled vinyl, some sort of recycled raw material used to make this. Pretty much the opposite of virgin audiophile vinyl. Pretty much the opposite. So it's not made on the best vinyl at all. Probably the opposite of the best vinyl. And a lot of people are not happy with that, but it's the only way it's in print. It's not going to sound like it's a war going on. It's not going to be like, it's just not going to be a perfect audiophile grade vinyl, just FYI, okay? I have this many copies left, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. That's what's left in stock. Suicidal Tendencies, this was supposed to come in yesterday. A 35th anniversary edition on red vinyl. From Music on Vinyl, that's numbered $39.99 for Suicidal Tendencies. And Sponge, Electric Cattle Gods, The Lost Tracks. Sponge is $34.99, okay? And I haven't really heard like a review on Mother Love Bone. If anybody else can vouch, it'd probably help a lot of other people out. Okay? And then over here we have Paul Simon. Paul Simon over here is sold to Freddie Milford for $40. And most people speaking right now, they say they really can't tell a difference with Eco. Now, if you probably had an audio file join the chat, they would probably say otherwise, but I don't think anybody's going to be too picky because this is a very tough record to get. OGs are pretty rare and pretty valuable. A lost record there in that grunge scene from Seattle is just tough to get. All right, so Dead Kennedys. Jorge Camacho. I got to do one or two things. I got to make sure you have a new or established YouTube account, and then I got to make sure 100% you are registered with our channel. Have you bought from us before? It looks like about 2 weeks ago you asked how much a Black Sabbath record was, and then you've officially now won Dead Kennedys. It looks like you've got a good account, but I need you to go register on our website so we can get you taken care of. You'll get an invoice on Monday. This is so due, but you have to let me know right now you have filled out that form so I can go check it and verify it. If not, I can't sell you that record. So make sure you filled out that form and you're good to go. Next thing over here is Suicidal Tendencies to Tim Rory, and then Sean Miller also got a Suicidal Tendencies. They're still bidding on Saxon. Some of my favorite words is Nick Bargeron. I've lost Nick Bargeron. I've lost Nick Bargeron. Sean Miller has Saxon for $37. That's going to be one of our next shirts. I've lost Nick Bargeron. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is going to be Shaky Harris, the Devil's Harmonica. Shaky Harris, the Devil's Harmonica, a 1972 U.S. white label promo OG, $15 star, Shaky Harris. I remember when Chad saw that OG sealed a Metal Blade Museum, Chad lost his mind. I know I picked it up and I was like, wow, is this a sealed OG Mother Love Bone just sitting here in this bin? Metal Blade Museum literally has sealed OG records, probably worth collectively tens of thousands of dollars, and they're just sitting in bins, and you can walk up and pick them up and hold them. You know, it's an interactive museum. So it's pretty crazy. You can literally walk up and pick up like a sealed OG something. It's just like sitting there in the bin. None of it's for sale. None of it's for sale. It's just amazing, though. I was like, wow, do you want to sell this? I'd have some customers that would literally step into a boxing ring and fight to death over sealed OG Mother Love Bone. And then 2 copies of Sponge. Okay, so let's go ahead and get right into another crate. And then I've lost Fred Cardinale. Yeah, that's my other saying. Nick's back. Nick's back. Nick, you've been outbid. Sean Miller, 42. So let's look at Shaky Jake again. It's actually a white label promo, VG Plus, a $15 start. The other thing they got at the Metal Blade Museum is that Metallica demo tape, and I was looking at it like, man, this thing should be locked up a lot better than this. Holy crap, that thing probably sell for like, I would say if that got on the right auction block, the original demo tape that Lars gave Brian Slagle, it probably bring $500,000 to $1 million. It is no telling. It would definitely bring in the hundreds of thousands. The original demo tape that Lars Ulrich gave Brian Slagle, it would be huge money at the right auction. All right. Chad, I was walking my dog. I knew it. I knew it. Sponge, Electric Cattle Gods. Sponge, Electric Cattle Gods is $34.99. This is Lost Tracks from Sponge, $34.99. Saxon's at $45, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. Sponge, I've got 3 left. There's not a lot available from Sponge right now, unfortunately, so I grab that when I can. And then let's put up Cinderella. Coming out of nowhere. Cinderella Heartbreak Station is a 1990 USOG retail copy. This has the original on her sleeve, and it's really nice. Cinderella's a $95 start. Count Chocula's came in. So let me set these off to the side for a second because I got to get them all together, and then we'll tag the wait list on that. Count Choculas are in. Looks like Nick is back, and he's about to get Saxon for 45. A lot of this stuff in here was waiting list, but also some restocks. So let's get started with Rock the Casbah. $33.99 for Should I Stay or Should I Go? $33.99 for the Clash. Combat Rock, 180 gram, $33.99. Jorge Camacho said, I've already purchased before. Do I need to send my info again? No, if you're good, sorry, I didn't recognize your name. Welcome back, Camacho. Welcome back, okay? And then Saxon 45, Cinderella 95, and then over here I've got two copies of Counting Crows, August and everything after. The other night we was going through CDs and everybody was dying to get this on CD because the OG vinyl from 1993 is either very difficult to get or we just don't see it that often. So, and this has the big song Mr. Jones on it. Mr. Jones and me. $44.99 for Counting Crows. Saxon is sold to Nick Bargeron for $45. And Gregory is the only bidder right now on Cinderella. One bid, $95. Going to once, going to twice on Cinderella. And let's go ahead and make Shaky Jake a buy it now. Shaky Jake is a white label promo, just a $15 buy it now. Hop sticker, promo sticker, VG Plus, $15 buy it now. Next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that is Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. Running high, high. This is Jackson Brown, a $15 start. $15 start for Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. Near mint, minus, and pristine. There's the book. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi, Jackson Brown, and then over here there's Cinderella. So over here, Cinderella $95, and then Cheryl Smith on Counting Crows, Mr. Jones and me. We have, oh boy, $39.99, Band on the Run. Guess what I listened to 3 times in a row on the way to work today? I'm not lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Band on the Run, $39.99 for Paul McCartney and Wings. And this is a really nice half-speed master. Great album, too. It's got some other tracks on here. Let Me Roll It, $39.99. Jet, oh my gosh. Helen Wheels, $1,985. He plays about 4 songs off that album on this current tour he's on. Paul McCartney and Wings, $39.99, half-speed master. Motley Crue again, Dr. Feelgood, that's $33.99. And then Kiss is Alive, and this has been usually out of stock, $44.99. $44.99. This is Kiss Alive, 2 LP remaster, $44.99. Well, Gregory Roberts is popping champagne. Cinderella is sold for 1 bid, $95 to Gregory Roberts. Congratulations on that. Band on the Run is sold to David Dole. That's sold to David Dole. That is sold, and Jackson Brown has 1 bid for $15, going once, going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That's Crazy Baby, the incredible Jimmy Smith. What a cover. Wow, look at that car. Holy crap. Crazy Baby, the incredible Jimmy Smith. It's a 1962 US. It's got RVG in the dead wax. It is VG minus, though. $5 start on that. I've got 2 copies of The Clash, and this is London Calling. It's a 2 LP remaster, $39.99. More Clash. We got to have some Clash, folks. Oh, boy, new Funko, $15.99. $15.99 for Eggo with toaster. Oh, man, look at this. Lego my Eggo. Funko number 245, Eggo with toaster, $15.99. Cinderella info, that is long gone, buddy. I would have loved to have gotten a lot more bids. I thought that was going to sell for like $150. Gregory got it for $95. Also, Pink Floyd, there should be a waiting list for this, 1 foot in the door. I'm officially going to open back up my laptop computer, and my laptop computer is going to spit out some information, 1s and 0s. Those 1s or 0s are going to be coded on a screen where it can make me tell you who is on the wait list for Pink Floyd. And the wait list for Pink Floyd is the following person. Michelle Clements. Michelle Clements gets a Pink Floyd. It's AKA a greatest hits, a foot in the door. And that is $49.99, okay? Next thing over here is Jackson Brown 15, Jackson Brown 16, Jackson Brown 17, Jimmy Smith 5, Scott Markheim on a Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood, Todd Saw on a Kiss Alive. Well, you wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land. Susie Breedlove on Eggo. Susie said, let go my Eggo. That's so to Susie Breedlove, and there's one left. And I got 2 copies of another, one of my favorite McCartney. This was bootlegged for years, and I had a really good bootleg of it. Had a really cool picture of Paul on the front from the sessions, and it's called One Hand Clapping. So what this is, it's basically them rehearsing live studio sessions from 1974. So they're playing live in the studio, Band on the Run, Junior's Farm, Let It Be. So obviously it's sourced really well. And Paul, prime voice Paul McCartney, doing Band on the Run, Junior's Farm, Jet, Soily. Great stuff here. It's 2 LPs, a lot of music. Junior's Farm, Sally G, $44.99. That's called One Hand Clapping. And that was bootleg for years. He had the tapes. He waited 50 years. He finally put it out officially, I think after it went through a little bit of a remastering. So, and that was from Abbey Road. That was recorded in Abbey Road as well. Tony McDaniel also on Eggo. Jimmy Smith's about to sell for $5. As soon as I come back, I'm going to go ahead and grab the next miscellaneous item. And over here we have Jackson Browne 20, Jackson Browne 20, and Clifford Umstead wants a Paul McCartney One Hand Clapping. Great stuff there. When I saw that was coming out, that was about a year ago. I was like, wow, finally. I've been listening to a bootleg for years. Finally got that in officially. All right. Now, a ton of puzzles will be here first of the week, probably Monday or Tuesday. There'll be a ton. Tonight we got a small sampling, okay? A ton will be in next week. First thing I have is Iron Maiden, Brave New World. These are $24.99. These are puzzles. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, and Nirvana from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. That's 3 right there to pick from. These are 500-piece puzzles. I've got Nirvana, AC/DC, and Iron Maiden, Brave New World. So Iron Maiden, Brave New World, AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, and Nirvana from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. And those are $24.99. They're officially licensed 500-piece UK puzzles, okay? What is the Count Chocula? I'll have to show in just a second because they're all sold. And then Jimmy Smith, 1 bid, probably the cheapest auction of the week, the cheapest auction we'll ever sell. Sold to John Durden for $5. That's sold to John Durden for $5. And then Jackson Browne's now at 21. I've got 3 copies of Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks. Should be a waiting list for this. Let's look it up right quick. DANGEROUS, that spells dangerous. And Greatest Tricks was the following. Absolutely Nobody. All 3 of these are still available. Dangerous Toys on purple vinyl is $29.99. Jerry Stone wants an Iron Maiden puzzle, and so does Danny Thomason. I do have 2. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and start a new crate because I can't fit a puzzle in here. And let me go ahead and show, actually, let's put up another auction right quick before I step away to swap out crates. Bon Jovi, this looks nice. Bon Jovi is self-titled, his debut album with hop stickers, She's a Little Runaway and Breakout. It's a 74 USOG. Unfortunately, though, it's low grade, G+/VG-. She play tested it. Laura play tested it. She says it's noisy but does not skip. $5 start on that. Dangerous Toys is sold to Danny Thomason. That's sold to Danny Thomason, and I'm going to make that the last record in the bin, okay? Let me go ahead and swap out. Laura's already got a whole crate of stuff over here she's marked. And don't forget, we got 6 John crates tonight after we're done with all this new stuff. I repeat, 6 vintage new arrival crates, and then we'll do discounts. We'll get into 45s, etc., etc. So if you could equivalate 45s to albums, we probably sold the equivalent of 4 crates of 45s last night after midnight. Pretty crazy. Danny Thomason on Dangerous Toys, Wayne Davis, and now let's go ahead and tag those 2 puzzles. Iron Maiden, Brave New World sold to Jerry Stone, and Iron Maiden, Brave New World sold to Danny Thomason, okay? So I still got Nirvana, and I still got AC/DC if anybody wants one of those, okay? So those are sold and sold. And then this is done and done. And then we have Danny needs to put back Dangerous Toys. Okay, let me go get that. And then we have Korn, Follow the Leader, $34.99 for Korn. And then Arrested Development was a special order for Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. This is sold to you. 3 years, 5 months, and 2 days in the life of. $46.99 on that. And then this was a waiting list for the Vlotter REM, Radio Free Europe. Only 1 came in. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is sold to the Vlotter $29.99. All right, I think we're done on on Jackson Brown. This is officially sold to Joe DeGaldo for $21. And Bon Jovi has a bid for $15 with James Chilcott. Let's put this in a new sleeve here. And let me pull that Dangerous Toys out for Danny so he don't accidentally get tagged for it. And over here, excuse me, over here we have, so what I'm going to do here is watch. I'm going to pull Danny's out of the last crate. And I'm going to leave the ones in there, still in there. And there's that. So let's recap this crate again quickly. Another auction coming up in 1 second. First, we'll get started with the Clash Combat Rock. That is $33.99. All right, we got some big grails going up tonight. Allison Chains Jar of Flies, Etta James, Tom Petty Wildflowers, Rush, Mad Lib, Sparks is over here in the high-end tab. First, let's try Van Halen. Women and Children first. Van Halen is a 1980 US OG Jacksonville press with poster, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. Women and Children first. It does have the David Lee Roth poster, $33 start on that. The high bid right now on Bon Jovi is $15. If anybody else wants to bid, you got to bid higher than $15. Michael just bid $17. Tony McDaniel wants an AC/DC puzzle. All right, sell this to Tony McDaniel. Let There Be Rock. That's sold to Tony McDaniel. Thank you on that. And then Bon Jovi has a new bid for $18. Counting Crows, August and Everything After. Mr. Jones, that's $44.99 for Counting Crows. Band on the Run's $39.99. Half Speed Master. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood is $33. And then Kiss, this is Alive, $44.99. That's a 2LP remaster. The Clash London Calling is Faithfully remastered. I love that. Faithfully or Fully? Oh, Fully. I thought I said Faithfully. I guess it's Faithfully remastered too. $39.99 for London Calling. Shannon Mashake on Counting Crows. Mr. Jones and Me. Haven't had that in stock in a while. And then over here, another copy of London Calling. The Best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door for $49. One Hand Clapping, Paul McCartney and Wings, $44.99. Dangerous Toys, Greatest Tricks. We got 2 copy. Purple Vinyl, $29.99. And Korn, Follow the Leader. I'll tell y'all something funny. The other day we had a guy from Denmark watching, and he bought 2 or 3 Dangerous Toys records from us. And he said his bank would not pay the ACH because it came back flagged through our email that we were a terrorist state because they thought they were sending money to Lebanon, the country. That was his statement for not being able to pay his invoice. And I think he finally got it but he said the bank came back and blocked payment because Denmark could not do the wire to Lebanon, which was deemed a terrorist state because we're Lebanon, Tennessee. And I hope he got it all worked out. I don't see his records in the putback bin, so be careful if you're in international, where you say you're sending the money to, okay? It's Tennessee, Lebanon, Tennessee, and this is not a, we're not any affiliated with a loose terrorist organization, okay? This is Coletco. We are, yeah. So his bank sent him back, said, we can't send money to Lebanon. We don't do business with Lebanon, evidently. Okay, so Bon Jovi's at 22. Now, I don't know how accurate that is, but that's what we were told. It was a pretty funny message. I saw it come in. I was like, what in the world? Over here, Van Halen. So Counting Crows. And then Van Halen's 35, Bon Jovi 20, Bon Jovi 20. Sean Drake wants a Dangerous Toys. Sean Drake wants a Dangerous Toys. And Mark Morris put DER, D-E-R. And was that a claim or not? And then Bon Jovi over here. So over here, Bon Jovi's a 1974 USPRC Richmond OG. This is in G+/VG- condition. This is OG, but it's 1984. 1984 USPRC Richmond, G+, VG-, and it's low grade. Louis Kulik has it for 22. Van Halen's not bad, and it has the poster. 1980 US Jacksonville, and $35. And something else, it might have been too, because the line item said Dangerous Toys. So Dangerous Toys, they's probably like, they literally trying to buy like weapons from Lebanon. Like, because the line item on the invoice said Dangerous Toys. So obviously it got flagged. They thought they were sending money to Lebanon and they were buying Dangerous Toys. So you can see obviously why I got flagged. So interesting and hilarious at the same time. Dangerous toys. We sell dangerous toys here at Coletco. Bon Jovi cover is actually really nice. Bon Jovi cover is in shrink with hop sticker, okay? Shrink and hop sticker. The cover is really nice. I mean, a great cover. If you got a nice disc, that's an upgrade for sure. Okay, and let's go into the next crate. I think we got like one more thing over here to breeze through, and then I'm going to see what's on deck for the Hatchet Ed stuff, okay? And there's that other copy of Sponge, my Love Bone. All right, and I think this is Box, Hendrix, and then Pulse. Okay, so essentially, give me 1 second here. Blame Seth, yeah. Seth. We probably have like the U.S. Embassy reaching out to us or something later. Okay. Okay, so this is the newest Jimi Hendrix Axis Bold as Love box set. We needed one more for Clay Mullins. So Jimi Hendrix Experience Bold as Love. One more person on the pre-order, Clay Mullins. Thank you, Clay Mullins. And then we had one more person on a waiting list. I believe that was Nashville Tiger. Nashville Tiger, yep. And let me show you all the stock photo and show you what we're selling here, okay? So I've got one Jimi Hendrix box set left, and we might pop it open right quick because it's probably going to be hard to sell it out of a cardboard box. But I've done it before. Let me open this up right quick. Live unboxing here. Hendrix still putting out unreleased stuff. The man's been in the grave for 50 years, and they're still putting out stuff. He lived in the studio. This is actually really cool packaging on this one. $159.99. We've sold about 10 of them. This is Axis Bold as Love, a 5 LP Blu-ray, 27 unreleased recordings made during 1967. It's the stereo and mono mixes. They've been remastered by Bernie Grumman. It includes Adult Me Atmos and a 36-page book, and it is numbered. The first time they always press Hendrix stuff, they always number it. About any kind of new modern Hendrix record, the first pressings are numbered, and this is $159.99 for Bold as Love. I've got one in stock to sell tonight. And actually, wait a minute, I didn't like Stephen A. Young's comment. We might need to give one to Stephen A. Young. Yeah, I hadn't liked his comment. So, yeah, I think we sold out. Yeah, we had 3 come in, and I ordered 3 more, and it was Stephen A. Young, Clay Mullins, and then Nashville Tiger. This is actually spoken for, but that's good. I needed to open it anyway and show it. I'll put it back in the shipping box. So, yeah, Stephen A. Young was the other one. Stephen, if you're watching, this is actually yours. So, yeah, pretty cool to see Hendrix stuff still coming out unreleased. Stuff that never was bootlegged or anything, unreleased recordings. So, hopefully that's... I can get another one in because I'm kind of wanting to open one up and go through it and listen to it. So I'm pretty excited to hear, you know, it's amazing. Someone's been passed away that long, and then they're still putting out stuff. And of course, anything Hendrix, it's like, I want to listen to it. I don't know what it's going to sound like, but if that man's playing a guitar, I'm kind of curious. All right, let's go ahead and sell Van Halen here. And we need new auctions for sure. Van Halen is sold for $35 to Sieg. Sieg gets that for $35. And the next thing over here is Bon Jovi. It's still getting bids. It is at $28. Can you get the new Diver Down One Step? Through MoFi, I can. Yeah, I can get that. It will be next week, but I can get it. How much was Paul McCartney? $44.99 for Paul McCartney. And I have one left. Jimi Hendrix. Jimi who? Jimi Hendrix. And then y'all have seen me sell these. This is kind of like Led Zeppelin Mothership, one of our top selling box sets. It's Pink Floyd Pulse. We've probably sold about as many of these as anything. Pink Floyd Pulse, $119.99, okay? And I have 2 available. So that is a 4 LP, 52-page book, epic live Pink Floyd box set. There are OG pressings, but they get kind of pricey. So there is Pink Floyd Pulse, and I have 2 in stock. 1 brand new in the shipping box for you. Brand new in the shipping box for you. Let's get a stack going here. Let's see if all the Count Choculas came in. 7 Count Choculas were supposed to come in. I know they've shipped. It's just a matter of have they been delivered. Let me go ahead and show one more new Funko over here. I think some new releases have come in too. Yeah, I love the food stuff. Probably because I'm a hog. But I've got Hershey's Kisses for $15.99. Hershey's Kisses for $15.99. And I've got Cookies and Cream for $15.99. Cookies and Cream. Hershey's Kisses. I've got 1 each of those. $15.99 on those. And now Bon Jovi's up to Lewis Kulick. Lewis, let me know if you want to bid again. And now, new auction. This is Foreigner, their self-titled debut album. It's actually a white label promo from Japan. A 77 OG promo copy of Foreigner. White label promo, near mint minus. Foreigner is a $35 start. So I had 7 people on a wait list for Count Chocula, and I think I ordered 7 because that was what was left in stock. So first of all, this is very cool. I can't get Boo Berry. I've got them back ordered, okay? Frankenberry, Boo Berry, they're back ordered. Not sure when they're going to come in, but that's what it is, and we have sold a ton of these. Count Chocula. 2 things that are very collectible. Spooky stuff and cereal. Vintage cereal stuff has always been collectible. It takes people back to their childhood, right? Count Chocula. Let me pull up the wait list for this. It looks like only 3 were delivered, but I know we're getting more. Count Chocula. The waiting list was Jerry Stone, Scentless Apprentice, and Patty Kay. So I've got 3 more people on a waiting list. Kathy Hodges, Tim Jensen, and Paul Brothers. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? So there's more on the way. A lot of them are already spoken for, but those first 3 go to those people. And these are $34.99. And that is Jerry Stone, Scentless Apprentice, and Patty Kay. Jerry Stone, Scentless Apprentice, and Patty Kay. Brand new. Thank y'all. And hopefully the rest is either over here in a box or they're going to be here on Monday, Tuesday. They kind of split up some of these orders because of all the blankets. What's in the Pink Floyd Pulse? Mostly vinyl and then a hardback book. So it's 4 LPs, individually jacketed, and then a book, and it's in a slip case. So 4 LPs of music and the hardback book, $119.99, okay? Lewis Kulick, I lost him. He did say out. Okay, good. So Calvin, you get Bon Jovi for $28. Foreigner's a white label promo, $35 start. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button everywhere there's a like button? We're about to get into Hatchet Ed stuff. I think I'm done with new vinyl. I still got toys, Funkos, and miscellaneous to show you. And over here, there's so much stuff stacked up, I may even unearth another crate of vinyl. But I think that's all the newest vinyl. And then agenda for tonight, tons and tons of new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer, except for all the newest stuff that Laura's marked, which will be sticker because it's probably metal and new arrivals. Metal will be coming. And then there's another Hershey's Kisses. And then I have Elvira. Elvira. I didn't know Laura had her own Funko. $15.99 for Elvira. Mistress of the Dark. That's number 93. Elvira. There's that, okay? And best way to protect the pulse. They make box set sleeves that big. The blankets are 60 by 80. The only ones I have in stock right now are Grateful Dead and Ghost. I've ordered more Metallicas, more Megadeth, and I did order a couple Pink Floyds. They'll be here first of next week. 60 by 80 queen size. Nobody bid on Foreigner. Foreigner's a white label promo. You can pick that up for $35. Only 2 no bids tonight. Foreigner's one of them. $35 on that. All right, let's grab that first Hatchet Ed crate. But first, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing and Oingo Boingo. And I'm about to read off all the auctions because I think y'all are very much going to be interested in these. Jerry Stone wants an Elvira, $15.99. Mike Quadrini gets a Foreigner for $35. Sell that to Mike Quadrini, okay? Let's see what the details is on Journey first. Journey is a 1983 Japanese OG. It has both inserts and the Obi, and we're going to start that one for just $25. And then Oingo Boingo, Good for Your Soul. Oingo Boingo is an 83 US OG. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's near mint minus. Nice, and those are not easy to get. $35 start on that. And then David Doyle does want the last Pink Floyd Pulse. Let me see if I can fit it in this box crate, if I can. Make sure that gets stickered for $119.99 because Ed priced the boxes and not the actual boxes, but that's okay. And I have one more here, Master Puppets. No more blankets came in today. So I didn't see any Master Puppets blankets. Let me look through these one more time. Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead. Master Puppets have not made a delivery yet. I'm looking right now. I don't see them. I got a whole nother box of toys and Funkos and guitars. I don't see any more blankets that hadn't already been shown. So no one has been tagged. The guy who pre-ordered it, Brandon, nor anybody that I had wrote down their name. So not this week, okay? I don't have any box set sleeves. No, unfortunately not. No box set sleeves. The reason is because they vary so much. I've always left that up to customers to try to grab them yourself, unfortunately. So I might go ahead and order some. I know most people depend on us to get a lot of supplies, but the problem with box set sleeves, there's so much variety. Okay, it's time for Hatchet Ed. Now, like I said, everybody, we usually only complain about no bids or non-payments. That means here in the last 2 weeks, virtually everybody's paid for their orders. Now, we've probably had a couple putbacks here and there, but not even enough to accumulate Ed making a whole crate out of it. So most of this came from just one person. They got a few invoices behind. They can't pay for them. We canceled them. They started freaking out on us. If they're watching right now, I hadn't got the chance to reply personally. Ed handles all that. But let me just tell you, if you get into a bind and you can't pay your invoices, I would suggest not just trying to keep on delaying it. I would just say, hey, I can't pay for my invoices. Cancel them. When I come back and I'm in better financial standing, I'll buy more records from y'all. I apologize. But another bad thing to do is keep on trying to drag it out. So we had to cancel it. 3 invoices, and it's some pretty good stuff in here. So we're going to go through it. There's some auctions up here in the front. Let's get all the miscellaneous and CDs out first. And Ed will work with you, but you've got to give us some strict dates, and you got to be pretty upfront, okay? So I got CDs, I got cassettes, I got vinyl, and because sometimes I'm going to be like, well, if you would have worked out, you can buy in the future. Now, let me tell you something else I tell people. They're like, can I buy from you again? I'm like, sure. Go to our website and buy a $100 gift card, okay? Go to our website and buy a $100 gift card, and I'll let you buy from us again. And they'll say, well, I can't do that. Once again, they're trying to buy stuff without having money, because I'll say, well, you can go to our website and buy a $100 gift card. I'll allow you to buy $100 worth of stuff during the sale. And then they basically say, well, I can't do that because once again, I'm asking, can I buy stuff from you and I don't have any money? And then we're like, no, you can't, because you've already ran up 3 invoices and didn't pay for them, and you didn't make an effort to. So that's usually when I know, okay, this person needs to stop buying records from us. They're once again trying to buy stuff and they have $0. So in the future, we can work with you, and we might say, hey, go ahead and buy a gift card. But if you're saying, well, I don't have $100 to buy in advance, and I'm like, well, you probably don't need to be buying at all then, okay? So just wait till maybe you're in a better situation in 3 months, 6 months, or a year, and then probably you need to buy vinyl. But I would say if you have, $3, you probably don't need to be buying a $75 album. That's just my Dave Ramsey coming out in me, okay? And I don't know how great Dave Ramsey actually is of a financial advisor, but I would say if you have $3, probably shouldn't be buying a $75 record, okay? But yeah, we can give you a physical gift card or a digital one if you want one for a gift. Okay, so Journey is with 25 of Michael Hamburger on Oingo Boingo over here. Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo is a $35 start. So let me make sure no one has bid on this. This is 83 US Indianapolis OG. It does have the original inner sleeve, and Good for Your Soul is a final call, okay? Final call on that. Yeah, and some people just forget about invoices. They order from us on a regular basis, and they literally forget to pay one, and that's not a big deal. So, but hey, everybody's been doing good because there's literally only one person in the last cycle, so that's pretty good. Everybody's been doing a good job. Thank you. Thank you. That tells me hopefully the economy's still strong, okay? Steve Riley bid 35 on Oingo immediately. Wow, you did. That's way up here. Way up here. Sorry, that was almost 5 minutes ago. Yeah, we're about to sell both of these, okay? Over here, we have El Shankar Chipolari Dream. That's a 2020 red vinyl. That's Psych Prague. It does have some cover damage right here. $9.99. VG Plus $9.99. And Canned Heat Vintage. Canned Heat is $19.99. No condition notes on these. All these are sticker price. They were sold once for these prices. We'll try to sell them again. If they were discounted originally, I'll discount them again. But if not, not. So, and I do understand some people get paid like once a month or once every 2 weeks. And that's okay too, as long as you're established with us. But I would say don't try to get 2 or 3. Like, don't skip an invoice and then keep buying, because then if something happens, like, you know, something happens like your car breaks down or you got to pay an insurance premium, then we're probably going to be the last ones to get paid. And if you're already 2 or 3 invoices behind, that's bad. You know, so I'd say just keep it one invoice. And if you don't think you're going to need some extra time, don't start buying again. That's where everybody gets in trouble. They know they can't pay one invoice, but they don't want to miss out on Oingo Boingo. So they'll keep buying and thinking, well, I'll eventually be able to pay Coletco. And then next thing you know, they owe us $1,900 and they say, hey, I can't pay it all, and you're going to have to cancel everything. And that hurts us more than anything. The Bill Evans Trio Live, it's a 71 promo, VG minus $9.99. $9.99. The Bill Evans Trio, VG minus $9.99. The Fugs, alive at the Fillmore East. The Fugs is a 1970 Terre Haute, Golden Filth. The Fugs is $24.99. Master Ma on Bill Evans. Oingo Boingo sold to Steve Riley for $35. Thank you, Steve. I wasn't talking about Steve Riley, by the way. I was just using Oingo Boingo as an example. Thank you, Steve Riley. That's sold to you for $35. And Journey is sold for $25. And Journey is sold for $25 to Michael Hamburger. All right, thank y'all. These are sticker price right now. Yeah, this is Hatchet Ed stuff. So we've already sold them once for this price, even though we didn't get paid. Right now, they're sticker price. And at some point, they might be discounted. Next 2 auctions, Great White, which we don't get too often. Great White Shot in the Dark, an 86 US Allied OG. Both sides have a side 2 label. Wow. But Laura says she promises they both play different songs. So they messed up. They put side 2 labels on both of you. This is Great White, a $35 start. Shrink wrap hop sticker, $35 start on Great White. And then David Bowie, Tonight. This is a sealed OG club, $25 start on that. Chad Smith, you were second on Bill Evans. And then over here, we have Carl Boxer, Trio, Jazz Impromptu. That's VG minus $9.99, a 64 USOG mono. That's VG minus $9.99. And then the Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis, VG $9.99. Rockettes, live at the Ritz, gold stamp promo, $19.99 for Rockettes. And in a Latin bag, Cal Jader, $14.99 for Cal Jader, and that's on Verve. And boy, do I need a bottle of water. Luckily, it's only 3 steps away, and it won't take but 10 seconds. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Friday night. Hopefully, everybody's back in from your movies and shows, and you've took your family out to eat, or you're like, I would never go out to eat with my family. I can't stand them. I would rather be here buying records from you, Chad. I'm like, okay, that's okay, too. So I'll keep you entertained for about the next, 5 hours or longer. I need a bottle of water, though, before I pass out. Great White is not in print, so that's one of those that hadn't been reissued in a while. And then David Bowie is sealed. It's a $25 start. Let me go ahead and grab another Funko over here. So we showed those. These are probably much higher percentage of selling right here. I've got 2 different ones. And I've got this for $39.99. Another M&M vehicle. We sold a van last week, and we still got a van left. But here's a orange 2007 Jeep Wrangler with the matching orange M&M. That's $39.99 from Jada Toys. And a very popular one here. This is Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. And look, we got a chase. So whoever's first can grab that. Iron Maiden, we got a limited edition chase, Stranger in a Strange Land Chase Edition, which I think is a different variant, you know, $15.99, no different price, $15.99, and then Somewhere in Time, okay? So that's our two options there, Somewhere in Time and Stranger in a Strange Land Chase, $15.99 each on those. Let's go back to the top, and Chad Smith got the Boxer. I hadn't pulled that yet. Thank you, Chad Smith. And then over here, Great White 55, Diego Sanchez on Cal Jader. Master Mall needs to go on a wait list for Harry Potter Episode 3 soundtrack and Johnny Cash Volume 3. Wow, 2 different 3s. So put Sean Lee Hooker down for Harry Potter, the third movie, right? That would be Sorcerer's Stone. Oh boy, my Harry Potter knowledge is failing me right now. Is that the one where they go back in time? That's an epic one. That's my favorite one. You talking about that one, right? That's the one where they go back in time. Master Mall, that's, I'll figure out that title. Great White 60, Great White 65, Great White 70. Sean, let me know on which Iron Maiden you want, Somewhere in Time or Stranger Chase. And then Prisoner of Azkaban. That's it. Thank you. I knew Laura would come through for that. Prisoner, yeah, that's a great one. Boy, if you've never even seen a Harry Potter movie, you don't even know what's going on. You just watch that one, you're going to be amazed. Fantastic film. We have David Peel on the Lower East Side, The American Revolution. $34.99 for David Peel on the Lower East Side. And White Light, White Heat, The Velvet Underground. This is an 85 Hop Hog press. So it's an 85 pressing, EX condition, $32.99 on this. Sean Holford does want the Chase edition. Make sure that goes in for $15.99. So does Sean Holford. Okay, David Bowie didn't get a bid. So let's go ahead and make that a buy now for 25 bucks. You can pick this up for $25. And then Michael Hamburger, you were second on the Chase. Sean Holford did get it before you. The Chase was sold to him. And then Great White is with Calvin at $75. This is called Shot in the Dark. It's in shrink. It has a double label. So both sides say side 2, but it is different music, of course. And there's that, okay? There's Velvet Underground. And then this is Street Noise. Street Noise is a 69 US, and this is Julie Driscoll, Brian Auger, Julie Driscoll, VG minus $9.99. The Exotic Sitar and Sarad or Ravi Shankar, that's VG plus $14.99. And the White Lines, Ready to Rock. This is a 2002 German rockabilly, $9.99 on that. Okay, our next auction is Stevie Ray Vaughan. You might have heard from him. It's almost time for Alice in Chains Grail. First thing we have is an 86 Canadian OG. An 86 Canadian OG Stevie Ray Vaughan, $35 star. Yes, this is a Hatchet Ed crate. No more, no less right now. Sticker price. We've already sold them once, and I'm going to try to sell them again for this price. The Lynn Rockers, Move Your Feet. Lynn Rockers is $14.99. And over here, we have the Bobcats, Wild Jungle Rock. The Bobcats is an 82 Canadian rockabilly, $9.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Great White to Calvin for $75. And then let's make sure Sean Lee Hooker's on a wait list for Prisoner of Azkaban. Prisoner of Azkaban. Azkaban. I don't know what I just spit out right then, but that wasn't right. And then and then Johnny Cash American Recordings Volume 3, okay? We got him down on a wait list. I need to order more of those anyway. And then Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf. Yeah, we actually started taking a wait list last night for those. We started taking a wait list last night for those. So if you want one, let me know. And I am going to put up a Grail. Holy crap, this thing is sealed. Oh my gosh. I didn't know this was sealed. Oh my gosh. All right, so this is Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies and Sap. A 1994 US OG sealed copy, limited edition. Some sealed copies have sold for as much as $800 on Discogs. We're going to let this one roll for $575. Now, I just told y'all, I've just seen some of these sealed, slabbed, graded records selling for world record prices again. So, sealed stuff, especially for really highly rare and desirable sealed stuff that will probably never be opened, kind of sealed stuff, starting to see huge upticks in prices. That's just me following the market. $5.75 on that. Put X-Wing down for that Muddy Waters Howlin' Wolf. Yes, $5.75 on that one. Big record there, holy moly. And this is Wild Wind. Wild Wind is a 1981 UK rockabilly, $9.99 on that. Keith Here and There, Keith Stewart, a 1974 Jamaican import reggae soul, that's VG $9.99. And then Lescott's post-bought opera, free jazz, VG condition, $9.99 for Lescott's post-bop opera. Sid Barrett, The Madcap Laughs and Barrett. So you get 2 Sid Barrett albums in one. This is a repackaging from the 70s, or actually, when did this come out? Around that era. 2 albums in one, $49.99. So this week, Chess is doing a 75th anniversary celebration, and they've teamed up with Acoustic Sounds, and they're reissuing some classic albums pressed at QRP, and I think Kevin Gray's maybe doing the remastering. They're in audiophile, thick gatefold jackets. They're on 180-gram audiophile vinyl, and I think they're $39.99. Okay? $39.99. The first 2 is Howlin' Wolf, Moaning at the Moonlight, and Muddy Waters, the best of Muddy Waters, I think. 2 great ones, and they're super high-quality audiophile pressings. That is the waiting list. And if I knew that that's what that was going to be, and it was going to be in that kind of perforated bag with the hype sticker, those are amazing. I would have put that up for pre-order. Unfortunately, though, a lot of blues albums like that gets reissues, and I kind of overlook them because it's a lot of times those like budget labels like Dull or Wax Time, and they come out with variants all the time. And so I'm like, oh, that's a good pressing. So I missed that one. And I missed it, and a lot of people's been asking for it, and I'm ordering them as we go, and I'm going to try to, if I can lock in a bunch, I'll post a pre-order. But I don't like posting pre-orders if I don't think I can actually get something. So if I think it's not coming in, we'll just have to sell them live right here. We'll sell them live a couple at a time till everybody eventually gets one. Matt Nichols gets Sid Barrett. Brent Stillman on Keith. Brent, have you bought from us before? Brent Stillman. I don't recognize your name too often. And then let's go over here and go ahead and make Stevie Ray Vaughan, unfortunately, a buy it now. This is an 86 OG pressing from Canada. You can pick that up for just $35. And I'm going to make sure right now everybody knows what is up for bid. This is an OG Alice in Chains Jar of Flies. It is a $575 start. A $575 start. No bid. Jar of Flies and Sap. And Sap. Chris Cornell appears on Sap even. $575, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and be very straight up about this. First thing is I'll let it go to a buy it now, so you can grab it for the buy it now price, but I'm probably not going to take any less than that. Definitely not, because other sealed copies have sold close to 800, and this is so rare and so desirable. This should be something I'm in no hurry to sell. So I'll let it go to a buy it now, but if you want it, it's $575. I'm not going to take any less than that for it. That's a credible price for that. Okay, George Jones wants on that. And then somebody said, what is Harry Potter? Harry Potter is for the 3rd movie. It's a soundtrack. John Williams, I think he did that one too. It's a double LP. It's $39.99. I can get all the Harry Potter movies now on vinyl. They're all available if anybody wants any. Just tell me which one or all of them. They're about $40 a piece. Okay, and then we sold Keith. And then George Jones wants one of each. John Durden wants one of each. And then X-Wing got Stevie Ray Vaughan for $35. Okay? And then Susie wants one each of the Funkos. All right? And somebody bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Who bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan? Kevin Chapman did. Let's put this back up for a second. Kevin Chapman has Stevie Ray Vaughan for $35. It is on my screen. Sorry, I was answering questions about... Actually, I was in the middle right here probably of reading what Joshua said. Chad, I claimed Lord Don poison after Fred Cardinale wanted last night. I already have it, so Fred wants it, pass it to him. Okay, if you can send that to Ed, that would be best. Okay, Joshua? If you could copy that message and send it to Ed. And then right after that's when Kevin bid $35 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then I've told what those are. So X-Wing, George Jones, and now Mega Blast. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan, $35. Susie Breedlove wants one each of the Hershey Funkos. These are sold to Susie and Susie. Cookies and Cream and Hershey's Kisses. Whoops. Susie, if I don't throw it across the table. Those are sold to you, so do you. Okay. Now Kevin Chapman is 35. Now X-Wing 36. Okay. I think we're caught up. I'm basically doing live pre-orders right now, which is okay. I love it because we're selling a bunch of records. This takes a little time to get it all straight in the chat. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan and Kevin, so there might have been some people literally waiting to do a buy it now because I kept on saying there's no bid. So I got to make it fair where everybody can bid on it now. Now it's at $36. And then Andrew Iselsmith needs Deathly Hollows Part 2, okay? Put down him for Deathly Hollows Part 2. So that's 2 Harry Potter waiting list. Back to the band, David Johansen. David Johansen's $9.99. Getz and Gilberto, that is with Antonio Carlos Jobim. VG $19.99. Homecoming, Dexter Gordon, live at the Village Vanguard. VG $11.99. And this is a white label promo. White label promo, VG $11.99. That Healin' Feelin' Horace Silver Quintet. I don't get a lot of jazz buyers not paying at all usually. Horace Silver is VG $14.99 for Horace Silver. And over here we got Dexter Gordon, Soda Donna. X-Wing is at 40 with Stevie Ray Vaughan, another bid for 40. And then, wow, Dark Side, wow, this was auctioned. Hold on a second. Where's the tag at? There's no tag on this. We'll run the, I don't have any details either. Dang it. Hold on one second. Let me see if it's on the other side. Nope. Well, we had an unpaid MoFi Dark Side of the Moon. Let me set that right over there. Before, we're about to get into more auctions. So first, let's do the big dog. Alice in Chains is $575 if anybody wants it. $575. It's a buy it now. Sorry that took so long, but I was making sure nobody wanted to bid. Stevie Ray Vaughan 36, Stevie Ray Vaughan 37, Stevie Ray Vaughan 40. Donna got Dexter Gordon. Donna got Horace Silver. And we have next an unpaid auction, Black Sabbath for $26. An 80 U.S. original, Jacksonville, strong VG with a couple of bubbles, $26. And then $146 for this 1968 East Coast OG VG condition, white light, white heat, $146. Edward Beck is watching. Hatchet Ed is watching, everybody. He said this was $35. Dark Side of the Moon, $35. Hatchet Ed is watching, folks. Y'all better be careful. Oh my gosh, he just sent me a text message. He's hatching his head from his house right now. He's at his kitchen table right now going whoosh, 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 whoosh. Alice in Chains, does this have any dings? No dings? No dings, no dings, no dings. No dings, but it does have a breach. I mean, that's a good sign, though. I mean, you can definitely tell it hadn't been resealed. It's got a breach down here. A little bit of a breach there, meaning the shrink isn't perfectly over, you know, the corner, okay? That's actually a good sign that it's an original shrink wrap. Plus, it has a hop sticker, so that's even better, but yeah. I mean, for $575, this deserves a really close, no tears, a little bit of a tear there. It's an 8.0, 8.5. 8.0, 8.5. So, I feel like a couple people I know very well were bidding on that white light, white heat too. That, hold on one second. Let me get this back in here carefully. $575 for Alice in Chains. I think a couple people were... hold on one second. Let me work my way down. So Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 40. That was my horse sound, by the way. X-Wing has Stevie Ray Vaughan at 40. Danny Thomason and Kevin Chapman, y'all are out. Okay, the high bid is with X-Wing. Danny, you're out. Next is Black Sabbath, $26 to Danny Thomason. He was first to grab this, okay? Then Lewis Kulik. And then Wayne Carr asked condition and Brent asked condition. I'm trying to figure out why this sold for $35. I mean, If you're talking MoFi standards, it's VG++. It's just got a couple of just like hairlines, like there. By MoFi and audiophile standards, VG++. It is, I don't know why it just sold for $35. It was a steal. This is nice. You'll be very happy for $35 MoFi. Wayne asked, and then Brent Robley. Danny, Black Sabbath was hairline marks, strong VG, VG+. Okay? That's so to you unless you say otherwise. And then Thomas Hujar on Wilbur. Wayne Carr got Dark Side of the Moon. Okay, Wayne Carr got Dark Side of the Moon. And then, Danny, it's up to you on Stevie Ray Vaughan. X-Wing has it for 40, final call. Now, the Velvet Underground was a big one. So, it originally was a 68 U.S. East Coast OG pressing. Near mint copies that sold for as much as $350. It's in VG condition. We started it at $35 and it sold for $146. That's a real OG pressing. Very desirable album. $146 on that. That's the only unpaid auction right now. MT Matt, you need Jar Flies. Okay? Now David Bowie's still available for $25 and Shaky Hair is $15. No fillable marks to affect playback. That is 100% correct. All right. This crate is worthy of another fast read-through, and then there's another one over here. And Chad needs a bottle of water or another drink of this right quickly. Ed said he showed John that Pink Floyd today, and John said it might go EX. So, yeah, I don't know why that just sold for $35. We probably could have re-auctioned that one, but Wayne just got a deal. This is why people like Hatchet Ed crates. I don't like them. Sorry, Ed, but I don't like your crates because that means somebody didn't pay for their stuff. Please don't hit me in the back of the head with a hatchet. But I know everybody else does. That's why people ask for them so much. Wilbur. Oh, Mr. Ed. The horse. Yeah, the talking horse. Gotcha. Shaky Harris, the Devil's Harmonica, is VG Plus, white label promo, $15. And David Bowie was sealed $25. All right, they're still bidding on Stevie Ray Vaughan. We definitely need some more auctions. Here we go. Let's put up Leonard Skinner and the Sex Pistols. And then we got to get back to Japanese. I'm sure David Johnson is starting to get antsy. We got Leonard Skinner Street Survivors. We have another Hatchet Ed crate, too. So that's coming up right now. Original cover art, of course. There is no vintage copy they reissued with the Flames. They make them now with the Flames. But this is the OG. And it's almost eerie. It came with a survival kit. And the original tour dates that never did happen because of the plane crash. I think most of y'all know the story by now. Leonard Skinner, top of their game. They came out with another amazing album. There was a plane crash. Tragic. This album was recalled because of the flames on the cover, because of that reason. $35 start on that. Down sold earlier. We sold that about 7 o'clock. We had a lot of people asking for it. We went ahead and ran it. Sex Pistols, never mind the Bullocks. This is a 1977 U.S. Jacksonville. The track Submission is missing from the back cover, indicating a very first press. Wow. So, yeah, I've even seen some presses right here. They literally glued a sticker and it said Submission right there. You can kind of tell where something's almost missing. It seems like something's missing right there, right? They actually used to add, there was a sticker, and then I think later they printed it on there. So this is an early pressing of the Sex Pistols. $30 start on that. $30 start on that. So we got Stevie Ray Vaughan moving to a final call for $43. Danny, you're out. Leonard Skinner's already got multiple bids, and there's an early press of the Sex Pistols. Very quickly, El Shankar, VG Plus $9.99. Triple E Dream was a Psych Prog album, VG Plus $9.99. Canned Heat Vintage, $19.99 on Canned Heat. We have the Fugs, $24.99, Golden Filth. This is Iron Butterfly, VG $9.99. Rockats Live at the Ritz, Gold Stamp promo $19.99. David Peel on the Lower East Side, the American Revolution $35. Here's an 85 pressing of Velvet Underground. So you can get an 85 reissue, EX $32.99. This was Street Noise. This is Julie Driscoll, Brian Auger, and the Trinity, VG minus $9.99. Ravi Shankar was VG plus $14.99. The White Lines, Ready to Rock. German Rockabilly. German meaning it was made in Germany, $9.99. More Rockabilly, $14.99 for the Lynn Rockers. We have the Bobcats for $9.99. Wild Wind, another Rockabilly for $9.99. And then lastly, Le Scott, post-bop era. Free Jazz, VG $9.99. David Johansen was $9.99. And the only other auction, $146. And I'm going to keep this at $146. And if for some reason it doesn't sell tonight, sometimes I'll entertain an offer at the very end of the week, very end of the show, or we just rerun it, okay? And when we rerun an auction, it's usually about a 50-50 chance. You're going to get it a lot less, and I've seen some sell for 3 times as much as what they did the last time. You just never know. We've had some stuff not get paid for $45, and we've resold it for $190. I was like, my gracious. And then I've had some stuff not sell for get paid for $146, and it sells for $35 minimum bid. I'm like, well, crap. Well, crap. All right, I don't know how much these are. I got to look up. I got another Iron Maiden Funko here, but it's like an Iron Maiden Funko box set. Don't forget, we got a lower crate over here, I think, of Already Metal, and it's already 8:30, and we hadn't done a single new arrival crate from John. And guess what? There's 6 new vintage crates to go through. Yeah, 6 new vintage crates to go through. Oh, man. These are $49.99. Wow. $49.99 Iron Maiden 4-pack. My distributor actually has them on sale right now. Iron Maiden, Live After Death, Seventh Son, Nightmare, Nights of the Dead, and Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden 4-pack, $49.99 if anybody wants that. $49.99 for Iron Maiden. You get Live After Death Eddie, Seventh Son Eddie, Nights of the Dead Eddie, and Somewhere in Time Eddie. An Iron Maiden 4-pack, $49.99 on that, okay? I've got two. Danny says, Iron Maiden Funko box set, question mark. Hopefully that means he wants to buy it. Next thing over here is, let's knock out the other Hatchet Ed crate. This one is pretty much full. So let's do it. All right. And let's run down these auctions. Yes, these all glow in the dark. All of those glow in the dark. That's true. That all glows in the dark. Okay? So first thing I'm going to do is Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Tony McDaniel for $45. And then let's update our other 2 auctions. We have Leonard Skinner Street Survivors. Leonard Skinner Street Survivors is a 1977 U.S. Pinckneyville OG. It has the original inner sleeve and both inserts. We started this at $35. And the high bid right now is Stanley Richmond at $40. If you're not Stanley Richmond, you don't have the high bid. Final call for $40. The Sex Pistols has 1 bid for $30. That's with Jorge Camacho. And this is a 77 U.S. Jacksonville OG. VG plus condition. Not bad whatsoever. 1 bid, $30. Final call. Leonard Skinner has a new bid for $45. Iron Maiden is sold to Stephen A. Young. Does anybody else want one? There's 1 left. Okay? There's 1 left. Does anybody else want one? And I'm going to go ahead, and they're like on sale right now. So I'm going to go ahead and order 2 more because we're going to need those during Christmas time. So let's get started with this Hatchet Ed crate. First thing I have is Bob Dylan, Real Live. Bob Dylan is $34.99. Apple Simpson Bell, Music for the Living. Sealed, Avant-Garde Jazz, $9.99. Also, the Hurdy-Gurdy Man, nice, $14.99. Hurdy-Gurdy. We were just talking about this, $14.99. This is on the Yellow Epic label. Donovan, $14.99. Apple Simpson Bell, 2 copies. Another one sealed for $9.99. Wow. And Tom Petty, his self-titled album, VG Plus condition, that's on the MCA Coral label, $24.99 on that. Leonard Skinner's at $50. Sex Pistols has a new bid for $31. So that's where we're at right now on the Sex Pistols. And let's go ahead and do another one. Danny said he will take the last Iron Maiden Funko. Does anybody else want on a waiting list, okay? Anybody else want on the waiting list for the Iron Maiden 4-pack? $49.99. Right now would be your time. $49.99. Does anybody else want one? 4-pack. Very cool. All right, and this is all Hatchet Edge. These are all sticker priced. And then we're going to go into some of this new stuff. The Dream Syndicate, 50 in a 25 zone, 1987. That's $19.99. Cannonball Adderley Sextet in New York on Riverside. VG Plus, $49.99, 1962. 1962, VG Plus, $49.99. Tom Petty is VG Plus, $24.99. This is a 1980-ish something press on MCA Coral. I'm not for sure exactly when that label was, but it's on MCA Coral. VG Plus, $24.99. Cannonball sold to Master Moss, $666. The Sex Pistols has a new bid for $33. Lewis Kulik, you're out. Leonard Skinner's about to sell for $50. And Master Moss, $666, needs to cancel the Cannonball Adderley. That's only a $6,666 restocking fee. Patti Smith, so this was discounted for $9.99. This was discounted for $9.99, so now it's $9.99, and it's sealed. Or maybe that was the buy it now price. Yeah, I think that's when I was going through sealed stuff. Sealed Patti Smith OG clip corner with hop sticker. Sealed, just $9.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. We still got, listen to this, Pink Floyd, Bang Tango, The Smiths, XTC, John Spencer. Yeah, John Spencer Blues Explosion, Shuggy Otis, Bill Evans, The Byrds, Etta James, Tom Petty Wildflowers, whoa, Rush, Grace Under Pressure, Mad Lip, Sparks, Buckingham Nicks, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised, a whole crate of Japanese that still hadn't been opened. And first we got Shuggy Otis. So Shuggy Otis is a 1973 U.S. Pitman. The orange label's a reissue, yellow's OG, still a tough record to get. $45 start on that. Patti Smith is sold to Robert Warner. We got Shaky Horton sold for $10 to Mega Blast. That means we're just down to 2 no bids. And I know MT Matt's going to buy Alice in Chains at some point. It's only $575. We got Blood Rock for $6.99. Blood Rock was sealed. That's when I was doing sealed records. $6.99 on Blood Rock. Melanie, Garden in the City. Melanie is $9.99. And Al Green, Have a Good Time. Al Green's $24.99. That means we can go ahead and sell Leonard Skinner. This is sold to Tony McDaniel for $50. Thank you on this classic here. $50 on that. And then the Sex Pistols, surprisingly, just a few bids. I feel like something like that, as many reissues and repressings I sell, to be a real OG early pressing. Really surprised this only got a few bids, and it's sold to Rick Berrien for $33. That's almost, I would say, shocking. $33 on that. The Sex Pistols, that's going to go away. And now Shuggy Otis is a $45 start. Was that a Velvet Underground album? It was. It was a no bid from earlier. White Light, White Heat, $146. It's the 68 East Coast OG, VG condition, $146. Okay, and then over here we have Grateful Dead, Steal Your Face. Grateful Dead, a 76 Santa Maria. That's the Grateful Dead logo that I have on our blankets over here, by the way. VG $26.99 on that. What pressing's the Blood Rock? Well, it's sealed, and I don't have any information other than it's sealed. And it's $6.99. Also, Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes. VG Plus, $24.99. It's on Backstreet. There's no year on the back of the jacket or anything. It's called Blood Rock, by Blood Rock, Capitol Records, sealed, $6.99. Scott Dwallow on Grateful Dead. And now let's put up another auction. And I had read off a few. I saw some people ask for some stuff. So let's go ahead and put up Etta James, Tell Mama. This is an OG pressing from Cadet Chess. This is Tell Mama, Etta James. This is a 68 US Terre Haute EX++ near minus, $65 start on that. Danny Thomason was first on BR. His BR, I'm assuming, is for Blood Rock. That's sold to Danny Thomason, $6.99. Then Scott asked about it. Danny's already bought it. Scott got Grateful Dead. Jeff Brindley second. The Incredible String Band. This is a Sundays reissue, a 2003 Sundays reissue. EX edition, $12.99. Frank Zappa, Sleep Dirt. Frank Zappa's a 1979 Los Angeles press. No condition notes, $39.99 for Frank Zappa, Sleep Dirt. $39.99 on that. And we also have Moloch, M-O-L-O-C-H, a 69 blues rock, acid rock. There is cover damage down here along the bottom. VG Plus, $39.99. And then Charles Lloyd, Nirvana. Charles Lloyd is $19.99, okay? Quick Japanese auction right quick. I'm going to go up front right now and grab the new box. I hope it's Japanese. If not, David Johnson's going to be like, you're kidding me. This is Cheap Trick, all shook up, near mint minus and pristine with Obi, and that's a $15 star. Shuggy's about to be a 45 buy it now, and Andrew's in on Etta James at 65. The Animals, Animalization, very cool. It's got the Don't Bring Me Down hype sticker. Nice jacket, VG Plus, $14.99, and Hard Rope and Silk and Twine, Incredible String Band, VG $9.99, a 74 promo. Don't bring me down. Dun, da, 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 da. Different song. The Animals is like dun 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 dun. Dun, dun. I can hear it in my head, but I can't sing it right now, which is probably a good thing. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is Japanese. They don't feel like a lot. It's definitely not a full box, but it'll be some new stuff to throw up, right? Yes, Chad, that's right. Yes. Yes. Yes, Chad. Yes, Chad. Don't bring me down. Don't bring me down. Don't bring me down. Don't bring me down. I'm in love for the first time. Don't you know it's gonna last? Cookies and cream, cookies and cream. Look at that. Cookies and cream, cookies and cream. Okay, sorry for the delay. Here we go. Tyrannosaurus Rex, T-Rex is VG, $19.99. And we got Iggy Pop, Zombie Birdhouse. That's a sealed copy for just $14.99. Wow. Iggy Pop sealed, $14.99. Klaatu, this is the Beatles in disguise. VG Plus, $14.99. Klaatu, VG Plus, $14.99. Now the monster's upside down. Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, $19.99 for Eyes of the Beacon Street Union. And Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Southern Accents. Don't come around here no more. Whatever, that's a beautiful copy, $34.99 on that. And the Rolling Stones, Between the Buttons, $34.99. $34.99. Tim Grindstaff on Iggy Pop, sold. Okay, let's sell some auctions then. First thing is Etta James, just one bid, $65 to Andrew Eisensmith. Nice pickup. Thank you, Andrew. Cheap Trick has one bid with Kevin Tays, final call for $15. And Shuggy Otis is a no bid. You can pick up Shuggy for $45, a no bid in shrink wrap. Let's move over Cheap Trick for $15. And then we have Gandhi, music from the original motion picture soundtrack, $19.99 for Gandhi, and Shadowland, The Beauty of Escaping. Shadowland's a 1990 alternate rock, goth rock sock, $14.99 on that, and Flag on Iggy. Uh-oh. Really? Eric Van Leuven was first. He threw a challenge flag and he won. Tim Grindstaff, I apologize, but somebody was ahead of you. Eric Van Leuven got Iggy Pop, and then you were second. That's my bad. Thank you. He won that challenge, and he gets to keep his time out. So save that. You might need it for the fourth quarter. And Lewis Kulik on Tom Petty. That's so to Lewis Kulik. That is Elvira on a broom. Give me 1 second. I'll show that again. And then Cheap Trick has a new bid for $17. Okay. Let's open this box. What have I done with my box opener? Right here. Okay. This is either going to be Japanese CDs or Japanese vinyl. And I know some people's been buying some Japanese CDs. I found some more Japanese CDs too. So we've been getting some Japanese CDs in as well. And those have been just as popular as some of the Japanese vinyl. David Johnson, Oh boy, it's your lucky day. It's about 9 Japanese pressings, straight from the island of Japan. Straight from the island of Japan to Tennessee, and then probably to David Johnson's turntable. Let's see which ones we got. Maybe something new, maybe something different. There could be 2 in here you don't have. There might be 2 in here you don't have. We're about to find out. So let's get some new fresh auctions up. And don't forget, I had some Hatchet CDs from this person too. Okay. So Funkos, I've got right now Somewhere in Time Eddie and Elvira. Those are $15.99. And then I've got Hershey's Kisses and Hershey's Cookies and Cream. Those are $15.99. Hershey's Kisses and Cookies and Cream. And then Somewhere in Time and Elvira. Quick announcement, because we're less than 48 hours away. Paul is doing a Psychedelic Sunday show on Sunday. So this Sunday at 5 o'clock, there will be a vinyl sale. This Sunday. Not tomorrow, but Sunday, Paul is doing Psych, and there's a video preview up on Facebook. I got to get that onto YouTube immediately. I got to get that on YouTube immediately, because I can upload that to YouTube, no problem, as a short maybe. And he's doing a preview of some of the stuff he's selling. Should be very fun. Elvira sold to Gerald Whitworth for $15.99, and Cheap Trick has a new bid for $17. That means Kevin Tays, you were outbid. Let me know if you want back in. Jay Beach, I only had 2 Elviras, and I've already sold both. So it's up to you if you want on a waiting list. Back to the Hatchet Ed crate. Little Red Riding Hood, Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. 66 Mono, VG Plus $14.99. Blue Cheer, new and improved. This is a Hatchet Ed crate, sticker price stuff. VG $19.99 for the Blue Cheer, new and improved. And this is Malo. Malo's a white label promo, EX $27.99. If you want on a waiting list next week for Elvira, just let me know, because I don't have any more. Basic Blues Magoos, VG Plus $14.99. Eric Van Leuven on Blue Cheer. Nice pickup there. I'm going to take these toys right around here for a second, because they're kind of obtrusive on the edge of my table. And we've sold a lot of Funkos all of a sudden. Eggo, Count Chocula, Funko, 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 and Elvira. There's another one that looks like she's like laying down, and I can get that one too if anybody else wants it. So please tune in Sunday to Paul's show. That should be very fun. And then the next Sunday, I plan on doing like a in-store like pre-Black Friday, not a record sale. Unless I do end up going ahead and doing like a big marathon. I'm going to be like up front selling out of the display cases, selling stuff laying around in our store, whatever we can get our hands on to sell. You know, it's going to be, I might even be walking around back here in the back. Okay. I mean, whatever it takes to sell stuff next Sunday that's not probably vinyl. It's going to be one of the anything goes probably but vinyl, unless we do a segment where we do vinyl. Okay. So that's coming up. Eric Van Leuven Blue Cheer, Matt Nichols second, Cheap Trick 18, Tim Grindstaff next, Brogan on Basic Blues Magoos. Cheap Trick has a new bid for 20, then Tim Grindstaff and Red Riding Hood 10. Susie, all these are sticker price, $14.99 on that. This is a JJ Kell Naturally, VG $12.99. I'll even sell you a monster. I will. This is Agit Pop, AGITPOP, stick it, Agit Pop. .TA9 US alternate $9.99. I miss Sunday coin zones. I miss us having coins. I miss us having coins, but the market, it's weird. Prices went up and everything became much more difficult to get. That's usually what happens. So when silver's kind of cheap, it's everywhere. All of a sudden it goes up, and you think a lot of people would be selling. Opposite. It's been very difficult since this boom for us to get coin collections. All right, Venus and Mars, Paul McCartney and Wings, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It has the inner sleeve. It has the insert. It has the Paul McCartney and Wings poster. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi, $35 start for Venus and Mars, okay? Cheap Trick All Shook Up is near mint. It has a high bid of 21 with Sully. Susie wants Sam and the Pharaohs. Richard Yeager on Malo. And over here, let's go back to auction. All right, so David Bowie's $15. These are some unpaid auctions. Ziggy Stardust is a 75 US reissue. It is a 75 US reissue, tan label, VG condition, $15. $15. $41, The Clash, a 1979 white label promo, VG condition, Gold stamp promo, $41 on the Clash. The inner sleeve is also VG. So VG, 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 $41 on the Clash. Miles Davis, $11. This is really, really rough. A mono repress. Sorry, I almost just choked to death. Really, really rough is the grade. Okay, Paul McCartney's 35. And yes, I think I have another air horn over here. We have Wildflowers. Wow. So this is Tom Petty Wildflowers, a 1994 USOG. Okay. Laura has a note here. Some sealed copies have sold for as much as $500. So this is a real 1994 USOG. It's a 2 LP. It's got hairline marks here and there. It's got some scuffing right here. Can y'all see that? So it is VG. Nothing that affects playback, but a very tough record to get. Probably the lowest I've ever started one. Someone's going to be able to take home a Grail. $75 start for Wildflowers. A 94 USOG. That is now up for bid, okay? Next thing is Brogan on DB for David Bowie. That's sold to Brogan Scones for $15, okay? Kevin Tays was second. Master Mog got Miles Davis. Matthew Kopus got the Clash. And the J.J. Kell record. The J.J. Kell record is VG $12.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Cheap Trick. This was sold to Sully for $21. I hope everybody was done bidding. Sully got that for $21. Paul McCartney and Wings, $35 start on that one. All right, then let's see what else is in this no bid pile. U2, $11. An 83 US reissue, VG minus, light feelable marks, $11 on U2 Boy. Tom Petty's a $95 start. These, I've always sold those up in the hundreds, a lot, 200, 350, 390, 295, those kind of prices. Echo and the Bunnymen, $7. VG minus condition, 1980 US Winchester, VG minus condition, Echo, $7. $46, John Coltrane, VG condition, 71 OG. John Coltrane featuring Pharoah Sanders live in Seattle. $46, 71 USOG. Ramones, $19. The Ramones is a VG minus 77 reissue. $19 on the Ramones. Judas Priest, Point of Entry, an 81 USOG VG condition, $11. David Bowie, $26. A 72 US reissue, Strong VG, $26 on David Bowie. Bob Marley, $41. Confrontation, an 83 Euro original, near mint, $41 on Bob Marley. Ziggy Stardust, the motion picture, $45, an 83 USOG, near mint minus EX++++. Black Sabbath, $14. An 83 US reissue, G plus VG minus. The Leaves, Hey Joe, $43. The Leaves, Hey Joe, I don't have any details, but it sold for $43. Okay? Bow, bow, down, bow, 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 dum, dum. Feel like letting go. Down, 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 down. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Josh, $75 start. You did. You did. 75. Tom Petty is with you, and you're about to get it for 75, which will be the cheapest I've ever sold one in history. So congratulations. You're on the brink of history. Paul McCartney and Wings is a $35 buy it now. Paul McCartney and Wings is a $35 buy it now. Let's put this in a brand new sleeve. And this is sold to him, or this is sold to somebody for $35, okay? And then I see some claims. Can't spend a lot more time on this. We got to get into other stuff quickly. There's still 6 crates of new vintage stuff, which is going to be probably insane. I'm about to clear my board, and we're about to do nothing but pre-owned and new stuff. Laura's marked a crate, which looks like metal. That's probably going to be insane. So First thing we have is John Cassidy was first on the Judas Priest. He gets that for $11. Leslie, you were second. Jeremiah Lewis on Bob, and that was for Bob Marley for $41. That sold to Jeremiah Lewis. Eric Van Leuven on the Ramones. That was sold to Eric Van Leuven for $19. Jeremiah Lewis got Coltrane. That sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $46. It almost said Marsha, but that's Marisha Smith on Black Sabbath. Thank you. And if you're a first-time buyer, let me know. Say yes, first-time buyer, and I'll need to get you registered. That's sold to you 14. Tom Petty got a new bid for 80. Leslie Silverley got Paul McCartney for 35. Tom Petty 85, and Echo was sold for $7 to John Cassidy. Okay, so that left just 1, 2, 3, 4 unpaid auctions. Okay, Wings was near minus and pristine, but it's already sold. And that took a big chunk out of that hatchet Ed crate. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And this is Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. Unfortunately, though, no Obi. No Obi on this one, but the vinyl's really nice. Near mint minus and pristine. Led Zeppelin, beautiful copy. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the book that came with it and the Japanese lyric insert. Gatefold jacket, Led Zeppelin, $35 start. So if you need a price or anything in here, let me know. We had Bob Dylan Real Live, Epple Simpson Bell. That was a sealed avant-garde jazz album for $9.99. We got 2 of them. Dale Shannon on YouTube for $11. So if you're a first-time buyer, just go to our Facebook page, which is, you're watching this on our Facebook page right now, and we need your email address and your mailing address. So you can send that in the form of a Facebook DM to us, Collectco, and we'll take care of you from there. Invoices will go out on Monday. $8 in limited shipping. Now, you've got tonight and tomorrow, and then we close the cycle, and we'll invoice you on Monday. And then Sunday, when Paul's doing a sale, that will start a new invoicing cycle. So anything you buy from Paul on Sunday, you won't get billed for it for essentially 8 days later. And you'll have a lot of buying opportunities between now and then. So Tom Petty's now at 100. Led Zeppelin has 2 $35 bids. We also have Donovan, really nice copy of Hurdy Gurdy Man for $14.99. The Dream Syndicate 50 in a 25 zone. Tom Petty is VG Plus $24.99. Cannonball Adderley, VG Plus $49.99, 1962. Tom Petty was VG Plus $24.99. Melanie, Garden in the City. Al Green, Have a Good Time. Another Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, VG Plus $24.99. The Incredible String Band. Frank Zappa, Sleep Dirt. Moloch, Charles Lloyd, Nirvana, The Animals, Hard Rope, and Silk and Twine, Incredible String Band. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Blue Thumb label. T-Rex is VG $9.99. Klaatu, The Eyes of the Beacon Street Union. Rolling Stones, Between the Buttons. Gandhi, Shadowland. Agit Pop. JJ Kill Naturally. That's all the buy nows. And then unpaid auctions was David Bowie, The Man Who Sold the World, a 72 orange label. The first time is on RCA. Strong VG, $26 on that. The Ziggy Stardust soundtrack, that was originally a $35 start and 83 OG, no condition notes. It can be bought now for $45. And The Leaves, Hey Joe. Now, this album's notorious for being extremely difficult to find. This is actually a really nice copy at first glance. Bizarrely nice. The Leaves, Hey Joe, $43 on that. Blue Cheer's already sold. Tom Petty's at $107, and Led Zeppelin's at $38. Okay? That's where we're at on that. All right, and CD. Let's knock out the Hatchet Ed CD stuff right quick. Wow, a lot of Ramones here. So these are all $6.99. One cassette. Oh no, it's Devo. Devo $6.99, and then all these CDs are $6.99. Blue Cheer, Ventus Eruptum. Ramones, Mondo Bizarro. Ramones, Adios Amigos. Yeah, Ramones, Adios Amigos. Iggy and the Stooges, Metallic KO. Blue Cheer, New and Improved. Iggy and the Stooges, Raw Power. Their Satanic Majesty's Request, The Stones. The Stones, Between the Buttons. Beggar's Banquet, The Outtakes. The Ramones, Pleasant Dreams. The Ramones, Brain Drain. and the Ramones Acid Eaters, which still hasn't had a reissue. Those are all $6.99. And Laura just delivered another crate. Let me take a peek in it. Wow. Oh, my gosh. Holy moly. Okay, we need to go through new stuff. All right, who's ready? Hope y'all know that the show's about to go into a new level here at this 9 o'clock hour. So if you're ready, you probably want to go ahead and get your stretching in, your bathroom breaks, because we're about to go into our newest stuff. We've been going through new stuff, which has been fun. But now we're about to get into new stuff, which is new vintage stuff John's marked from all these new collections. New pre-owned stuff, a lot of modern type pressings and metal that Laura's marked from these new collections. We got 45s out the yin yang. Okay, now I don't know if y'all will know what that means, but be careful. That means we got a lot, okay? First thing is Tom Petty's out. I'm going to go over that one more time, and Zeppelin before we show it. But William Warner got Devo for $6.99. Tom Petty has a new bid for $115. Robert got Stone, Santanic, and Beggar's Outtakes. So he got these two Stone CDs. That leaves behind Between the Buttons. Sean Miller on Iggy's CD. Okay, do you want Raw Power, or did you want Metallic KO, or do you want both? And Jennifer wants all Ramones. 1 Ramones, 2 Ramones, 3 Ramones, 4 Ramones, 5 Ramones. Also to Jennifer Schrader, $6.99 each. And then that leaves Blue Cheer, $6.99, $6.99. Stones Between the Buttons, $6.99. Those are going right here behind me, okay? Right here behind me. Boom, there it is. That's the conclusion of all the Hatchet Ed stuff. We got Lower Metal stuff. Yep, that's going to be fun, right? Sean Miller wants Raw Power. And Iggy, Metallic KO is the only one left. So Iggy, Stones, Blue Cheer, Blue Cheer. We're going to go ahead and sell Zeppelin for $38. Did Kevin Tace say out? I don't know if I actually called your bid out. Final call to Sean Miller for $38. This is an OG Japanese pressing. A song remains the same. No Obi, but near mint minus. $38. Classic live album. Sean Miller, $38. Okay? Tom Petty's at $117. Now, this is OG, but it's got some pretty noticeable scuffing. That's why it's only at $117. VG condition. Tom Petty, $117. Zeppelin's at $38. And we have some Japanese, too. Yeah. Let's see. Do you have a Japanese pressing of George Benson's Greatest Hits? Might not be up your alley, but I don't see this too often. George Benson's Greatest Hits. Near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful. George Benson on Japanese vinyl. Maybe a first-time offering. $35 start on George Benson. Okay? I'm going to get these Funkos off the table because they're kind of in my way. And I'm going to show them one more time. Somewhere in Time, Eddie, $15.99. Hershey's Kisses, $15.99. And Cookies and Cream is $15.99. New Funkos in. And very cool. I love the food ones. And look, when I went up front to grab my Monster, look what was laying on the table. Cookies and cream. So I'm going to partake in a quick sugary snack to get my brain reloaded. And we're about to go into new vintage stuff and new lore stuff. Who's ready? I'm ready. Are y'all ready? Hope y'all ready. Man, I hadn't had one of those in years. That was delicious. I forgot how good those were. I hadn't had one of those in years. Denise, I would grade this. There's writing on the label. This is EX. Unusually high grade for the leaves. It's EX. It's a one of only 3. No payments. It's $43. And then Bowie's $45 and Bowie's $26. So only 3 unpaid auctions, okay? And, of course, the Velvet Underground from earlier. No skips. No, these are just superficial. There's a couple on here that's pretty dang ugly, Jeremiah, but nothing superficial. So side one is VG plus or better. Side 2 is VG because of those scuffs. See those? They're non-feelable. It looks like the needle dragged or something. So that's what makes it go VG. That's side 1 and 2. Okay. And then side 3 Side 3 is VG Plus, hairline scuffs. Side 4, VG Plus hairline. So the only ugly marks is on side 2, and I think it's definitely surface. And the top seam up here has a little bit of a split. Okay, minor. You almost can't even tell it, but it's got a little bit of a wear mark right there. Okay. All right. And get this in there. Zeppelin sold. Tom Petty's at 128 right now. I'll say that record's guaranteed not to skip. I'll put a guarantee behind the collect code guarantee on that one. And then Zeppelin is sold to Sean Miller for $38. Let's see if I can find a year on George Benson. Oh, there went my knees. It's taking me forever to get up to these next crates. I feel like I've been trying to get to this first John crate for like 30 minutes. It's been a struggle. Rick Berrien wants to leave, so let me make sure Denise is officially passing. Denise, are you officially passing? Let's go ahead and tag that to Rick Berrien for 43. George Benson's greatest hits. Japan. Let's see. Let's check this. Well, let's check the label. You know, I don't see a bid year on this. That isn't open. There's no year on this anywhere, David. Sorry. It's AMP-4004. AMP-4004. Sorry. I mean, there's zero, unless it's in Japan. So, unless it's in Japanese. Are their years written the same way as ours? I guess so. Maybe not. I don't know. Do they use the Arabic number system like us? Isn't it what it's called, our numbers? I think our numbers are called Arabic numbers. Is that right? You wouldn't think they would be, but I think that's what they're called. Okay. Random trivia. Let's peek in this first. Let's do a John crate that is non-check condition first. Hey, this record here is in the auction crate too. But this is a reissue, it looks like. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, yeah, just great titles coming up. Yep, just nothing but great titles. There's some soul and like folk stuff in here. There's rock, and there's a lot of rock. So let's do this. Buy it now, best offer. Imperial or Arabic. Let's see here. Tom Petty, 129. George Benson's about to be a buy it now for 35. And at our next auction, boy, from the Japanese bin, here's one I don't see too often. Cutting Crew Broadcast, which I'm pretty sure is like a hits comp. 30, yeah, I just died in your arms tonight. Nice. $35 start. $35 start. Cutting Crew Broadcast. I just died in your arms tonight. $35 start on that. Arabic. That's what I've been saying. Arabic. We have T-Rex Ecstasy. The best of T-Rex. $29.99. This is in shrink wrap. $29.99. We have Bob Dylan's greatest hits. Holy crap, with the poster. And it's a 70s press with poster, $39.99. Very cool. T-Rex, Bob Dylan. We have Joe Walsh. There goes the neighborhood. Joe Walsh is $19.99. And Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. Walk This Way, $26.99 for Aerosmith. $26.99 for that. And Kansas Monolith. So far, everything in here has been beautiful. I mean, fantastic looking records. $19.99 for Kansas Monolith. And I'm finally going to get this monster open. There's Monolith, and I just cracked open a Monster. Oh, man. Nothing like a good old Monster. Holy crap. All right, first thing is this. George Benson's a buy it now for $35. George Benson's greatest hits. Looks like a 70s George Benson to me. Look at that. $35 buy it now. Whoops. I keep bumping the camera too. George Benson, 35. He's a 35er. $35 buy it now for George Benson. And let's put him away. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Tom Petty still getting bumped. 130, 131. Cutting Crew, final call for 35. Toys condition. Toys in the Attic. I would grade the cover VG Plus or better, and the vinyl is near mint minus. EX Plus Plus near mint minus. $26.99 on that. Jeff Brindley on T-Rex for $22. That's sold. In Mike Pierce, if you don't want Errol Smith, then Josh Brown does. So that's sold either way. What is this single over here? This is That's How a Heartache Begins, Patsy Cline. I had never seen this before. It could be pretty pricey. I was going to Discogs it, but let's go ahead and put it up for auction. This is a Patsy Cline. That's How a Heartache Begins, 7-inch. This might even be called a jukebox single. I don't know if these were, but this has got to be pretty early. It's 7-34285, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? This is 7-34285, and it's going to go up for a $7 start. If this will let me log into Discogs. I was going to try to get a year. This has got to be early. 7 dash. I found this last night when I was sifting through the next box of 45s that's going to go up tonight. 34285. And this is Patsy. Right here. Yeah, it's a jukebox single. So it's supposed to come in a sleeve. Pretty dang hard, pretty scarce item. And the last... That might have been in a sleeve, though. The last VG Plus copy sold for $45.63, 10 and 15 and 10. So, and that was VG, VG, and VG Plus. So, yeah, that's pretty fair. It's a jukebox single. It's VG Plus, and that is 1964. Patsy Cline's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Mike Pierce was first on Aerosmith, and he gets it. So did Mike Pierce. Josh Brown was second. Jersey Devil was third, and Lewis Kulick was fourth. Aerosmith's gone. We still got Kansas. We still got Joe Walsh and Bob Dylan. Also, nice King Crimson here. A 1970 Presswell. Very little sign of cover wear. Beautiful vinyl. $49.99 for King Crimson. Odetta sings ballads and blues. Odetta is in shrink. $19.99. Very clean Odetta there. $19.99. And then Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee, Walk On. That's in shrink, $19.99. Chuck Jackson, Mr. Everything on Wand. Chuck Jackson is $29.99. $29.99. All right, Cutting Crew's a buy it now for $35. Cutting Crew broadcast, no bid, $35 buy it now on Cutting Crew. And then Patsy Cline's a $10 start. December 64. Yeah, it's a 6-track. They call this a jukebox EP. It's called a jukebox EP. I don't know if this was actually made to be sold in stores, okay? $10 start on Patsy Cline. I said a 10, 7, and 10. Oh, how about 10? $10 start then. We already have a bid. Did you look in the sign 45? I have not. I haven't had JSA check it yet, but last night we found an autographed Loretta Lynn single. I think she signed it twice. It's pretty early, too. I'm going to have to get that JSA, but we found that in a box last night. It looks like it's signed there, and that's definitely her signature right there. It's small, but it's really cool to see an early Loretta Lynn single like that autograph. So we're going to get that JSA'd and coming soon to an auction near you. This is new vintage buy it now best offer. Yes, $140, and then Patsy Cline 10. Mike Cadrini gets Cutting Crew for $35. I just died in your arms tonight. So far, it's been a great crate, and we're just getting started, folks. And we got 3,000 more auctions to put up. Got a whole collection of Rolling Stones bootlegs over here. I'm just joking. I said that to make sure Carol was watching. Frank Zappa, 200 Motels. Zappa is a 2LP, $39.99. Zappa is a really nice copy. French press, $39.99 for a French press. The Doors' Greatest Hits is in shrink, $34.99 for The Doors. Original under sleeve. Super nice copy. This is, I'm liking what I'm seeing. And then Rush is $34. Also, Denise. I hadn't forgot about you, Denise. I hadn't forgot about you. Denise wants Blue Cheer self-titled. Denise, your stuff is always in the back of my head. I would never forget about Denise, ever, ever. She wants Blue Cheer self-titled here. Vince's Eruptum. Oh, wow, it's sealed. Well, it's either never been opened or they sneakily somehow figured out how to get the CD out. But this is new. Sold to Denise for $6.99. There's that. And then over here we have Gene Loves Jezebel, The House of Dolls. Gene Loves Jezebel is $24.99. And Prince Around the World. The new pressing of that comes out Monday, or comes out next Friday, and we'll have it on Monday. The deluxe edition. and the colored vinyl. This is an OG, still with the perforated flap attached, $39.99. Paul Cruz on Zappa, and then Patsy Cline got one bid, $10, and that is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. And now, let's update Wildflowers again. They've been going at it. Jeremiah Lewis, you're out. Josh M.F.er Jones has this for $146. It is an OG pressing of Wildflowers. It's not a bootleg. He has it for $146. We're about to sell it. Next auction is the Smiths. The Smiths, The Queen is Dead, is an 86 OG specialty. Original on her sleeve, VG+, all these grades are conservative, a $45 start. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. Gatefold jacket, Neil Young, $34.99. $34.99. And the best of the band, $34.99. Up on Cripple Creek, she sent me. This is Reggae Sunsplash 81, a tribute to Bob Marley. An original soundtrack album, $24.99, featuring Steel Pulse, Gregory Isaacs, Black Yoo-Hoo-Roo, $24.99. That looks pretty cool. Bob Marley tribute, $24.99. Odetta again. Odetta sings 1970 Polydor. Does have a pretty wicked saw mark. Nice vinyl. Odetta, $39.99. Don't forget, we got two metal crates over here. Two metal crates over here from Laura, and five more John crates. 6 counting this one. Holy crap. Sean Miller on the band for $30. Rush was an early 80s reissue. It is $34.99, so it's an early 80s reissue. Originally, it would have been on a different label. This is Black Mercury. It's got a barcode on the back. Very nice, though. Near mint $34.99. And now Tom Petty is sold. Thank you, Josh Jones, $146. Probably one of the cheaper copies we'll ever sell of that. And now let's move this over. John Barry gets the reggae. Oh, buddy, John Barry's watching. It is time for some late night bundling tonight. Holy moly. John Barry's on the chat. Bring out the bundles. Next thing we have is Pink Floyd, a 1975 U.S. Terre Haute. Original on her sleeve, VG++ EX, Pink Floyd, a $35 start. We have Leadbelly, Huddy Ledbetter's best, his guitar, his voice, his piano. Old Leadbelly here, $24.99. Yellow and capital label, $24.99 on that. Insect Corridor, this is Jimmy Haskell, California 99. 1971 promo, $34.99. Freddie Hubbard double take with Woody Shaw, $29.99. This is a buy now best offer crate. How often do we get Boss Skaggs albums? 10,000 a week? What about a near mint white label promo with hop sticker and gold stamp promo? Nice, $14.99. And then the Cars, moving in stereo, $34.99. Okay, there's that. And then let's jump over here and put up Bang Tango. Bang Tango live injection. Bang Tango is a 1989 USOG. The only time this has ever been pressed to vinyl, sealed, $35 start on that. Freddie Hubbard 20. Freddie Hubbard 25. Next thing is Supertramp Crisis, $19.99 on Supertramp. Donna 25 on Freddie Hubbard. Also we have Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. Zappa's a 2LP, $39.99, and ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud. Looks like a nice copy. It is a later label, but clean, $34.99. Oh, wow. The Smiths going to a buy it now. No bid on the Smiths. $45 for an 86 U.S. specialty OG with the original on her sleeve. And this is a $45 buy it now. Sold to Eric Van Leuven. Sully on Boss Skaggs. $5 off on that, right? Sell that to him for $10, okay? Pink Floyd, going once, going twice. A 75 Terre Haute VG++ EX, $35 start. And then Bang Tango's a $35 start. Next is Bad Company, Fame and Fortune. Bad Company is $24.99. Genesis Abacab. Genesis Abacab. This has the original on her sleeve with it. $19.99. Freddie Hubbard 22. All right, let's go ahead and sell that to Donna for 22. And then our next Japanese pressing is the following. I have going up for bid right now. Great White. This actually came. Is this U.S. though? This might be U.S. It came out of a Japanese order though. Yeah, this is a U.S. Wait a minute. I think this is U.S. Great White Recovery Live, which is a very desirable album. The first track is Immigrant Song. Yes, this is U.S. It is just near mint minus and pristine from Japan. This is from Japan, but it's a U.S. pressing. So, wow. And this is out of print. It has not seen a reissue. $35 start for Great White Recovery Live. Good luck to everybody on that one. Billy Humphrey first on Bad Company. Scott Dwallow, you were second. And then Matthew Kopus. Make sure if you want to bid on Pink Floyd, you put PF35. And then here are the buy it nows. I got George Benson Greatest Hits for 35, Shuggy Otis for 45, Velvet Underground for 146, Jar of Flies $575, and David Bowie $25. That is all that's left from tonight's no bid so far, okay? Great White has a bid for 35, Band Tango has a bid for 35, and we got Golden Earring Moontan. This is $34.99. Radar Love, $34.99. We have Harlequin Love Crimes. Harlequin is $14.99. And Great Grape Moby Grape. Great Grape Moby Grape, $29.99. Over here, we have Michael Jackson Thriller, $34.99 for Thriller. This is really nice and no co-produce, so early pressing. I mean, I don't think you can call them a first pressing, but most people assume it is the original print run of Thriller. No Michael Jackson mentioned on the back as a producer. So one of the biggest, not one of the biggest album of all time. And when it came out, Michael Jackson was like, hey, man, hey, Quincy, I helped you produce this, man. My name needs to be on the back of it. And so they's like, okay, Michael, we'll put your name on the back of it. So later it says co-produced by Michael Jackson. $34.99. All right, first thing over here is this. We have Bang Tango 35, Great White 35, Lewis Kulik 36 on Great White, Donna offer 28 on George Benson. The condition is near mint minus and pristine. Great White 45 condition on Genesis. Genesis is beautiful. Has the original on her sleeve, near mint minus. It does have a cover stain right there. $19.99 on Genesis Abacab, okay? And let's get that back in there. Also, we have Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. Now, the first question on this is RL Mastering. This is not Bob Lugwood cut, but super nice. $34.99 on that. And then The Doors. The Doors is $34.99. Red Electra label. I don't know how many 80s pressings of those and 70s pressings. It's been a month or two since I've seen a 67 or anything close to it on The Doors. That's why when they do come through in high grade, they're hundreds of dollars. Josh Brown does get Genesis. Michael Jackson, same thing. So I'll simplify condition for you on this crate. Every disc in this crate, every LP, it's all the same condition. EX Plus or better. Everything in here. So everything in here is the same condition. Now, if you want me to go over the cover, you probably want me to ask. I usually make little notes when I'm showing them. Like it's got some hairlines here, a little bit of edge wear, but everything in here, the disc is the same grade. They've all pretty much looked identical. EX Plus Plus to near mint minus. Super clean. Nothing to worry about. The best of Joe Walsh is $19.99. This is Survivor. A German press, $29.99. Survivor's $29.99. Tim Grindstaff on Moby for $20. Sell that to Tim for $20. The Revolution will not be televised. Gil Scott Heron. I think we got one of these to auction over here. This is a reissue. $34.99 on this. Sieg on Golden Earring. Radar Love. That is sold to Sieg L. And then we had Bob Dylan Real Live. That was just in the Hatchet Ed crate. $29 on that. And Chuck Berry, New Jukebox Hits, an 83 French copy. An 83 French copy, superb vinyl, $26.99. Okay, so Bang Tango is sold just one bid to Michael Corbel for $35. Michael, you bought from us before, right? Thank you on that. Dave Soretna on Joe Walsh for $15. Thank you, Dave Soretna. Great White, I lost a couple people, but we got to go ahead and sell this to Gregory for $45. Gregory has Great White for $45, and that's sold to him. Thank you, Gregory. Let's put that away. That was sold to Gregory. And then over here, Pink Floyd was a no bid, a $35 buy now. Now, two people put PF, but no one officially ever put a bid, so it can be bought for $35. And then go ahead and sell Donna George Benson for $28. Donna, that's sold to you for $28, okay? And then I have going up for auction. Listen, do you want to know a secret? And thank you, girl. The Beatles, an original VJ single, VJ 587, The Beatles is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up. And then Bob Seger, A Stranger in Town, was $19.99. Okay, $19.99. That crate was amazing. There's 5 more just like that. And now let's put up some new auctions. Next, over here is Rush, Grace Under Pressure, an 84 Japanese OG with Obi, a $50 start. Nice. I don't get much Japanese Rush with Obi, a $50 start on that. Michael has ball, but it's been a while. Matthew Kopus on Pink Floyd. Matthew, I'm glad you got that. I was waiting for you to lock in a bid, but now it's yours for $35. Rush, $50 start. The Beatles, $10 start. And let's slide those over. And now let's grab one more over here from the Japanese bin. And the next one is Cheap Trick, Dream Police. Now, Rush was tagged by Laura. That was actually in the hot picture tonight. So this is actually coming from the Japanese box over here. Cheap Trick, Dream Police, okay? That's a $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And, yeah, let's go ahead and see what's up with Gil Scott-Heron, because some people might be looking at the one in the crate and be like, well, what's the one Chad's got? So this is actually a 78 press. So the 78 press on Flying Dutchman is VG minus. Laura said she play tested it. It's noisy, but it doesn't skip. The Revolution will not be televised. Gil Scott-Heron, a $5 start on that. Okay? There's that. Cheap Trick was huge in Japan. Absolutely huge. They probably sold just as many records over there than they did anywhere. Huge. Huge. Sorry, I'm on a monster break. Okay. I'm just going to read through these because there's so much to get through tonight. Bob Dylan. Now, let me make a selling point on this one. First of all, you need to know it's beautiful, okay? It's fantastic. It's not OG, but it's got something in here almost worth the sticker price for what we got it marked, which is at $39.99. It's got a very highly desirable item with it. Someone liked it so much they even put it in its own sleeve. This is the Milton Glasser Bob Dylan poster. So, quick top cam view. I mean, if someone's like, Chad, how much is that vintage 50-year-old Bob Dylan poster there? You know, if you said $40, it'd probably be like, well, that's probably not too bad. That's included with this record. That also happens to be near mint. So, $39.99 for Dylan's Greatest Hits. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, okay? Someone got Pink Floyd for $35. Yep. He got grabbed. It was Matthew Kopus, who I think almost bid on it earlier. So there's Dylan. There's probably the original generic, just plain inner sleeve. And then the disc. Somebody really liked these records. I think a lot of these have been stored in this crate. And there we go. It was owned by Bob Ross. No, Barb Ross. Barb Ross. Unfortunately, there's some writing on the back of the cover. I'm glad I noticed that. $39.99, okay, with poster. Next was Joe Walsh, There Goes the Neighborhood. That was $19. Kansas Monolith. King Crimson, a really nice copy. $49.99 for that. 70 Presswell. Odetta. Michael Hamburger on Dylan. That's sold to Michael Hamburger. We have Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee, Walk On. Chuck Jackson, Mr. Everything. The Doors, Greatest Hits. Also near mint in shrink. And then Gene Loves Jezebel still available. Prince, Around the World in a Day. Who was that? Carrot Top? Supposed to be Carrot Top there. And then we have Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. Odetta Sings, Rush, Caress of Steel, and Leadbelly. Bill Hannum on JW. That was for Joe Walsh. There Goes the Neighborhood. Everything in here really nice. All EX Plus or better. This is called Jimmy Haskell, California 99. It's a 71 promo. I really don't know what's going on here. I've never seen it. It must be hard to look up because John literally had to write what it was on the front. That's unusual. The title of Sonny McGee and Brownie, Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee is Walk On. In shrink wrap, 1984, a German press, 1999. Prince, Around is sold to Rydell. That's sold to Retro Class Entertainment. And then Leadbelly in here was $24.99. The Beatles is a no bid. If anybody wants that for a $10 buy it now, listen. Do you want to know a secret? And then let's run down everything else. The first thing is Rush. No bid. We're looking for a $50 start. It's near mint minus and pristine, okay? In the middle is Cheap Trick. It's a $35 start. And then Gil Scott-Heron got a bid for $5. You got a bid for 7. It got a bid for 6. It got a bid for 10. It got another bid for 10. And we're tied at 10. Now we're at 15. Okay, Gilscoro 15. We're about to make Rush a $50 bot now and Cheap Trick a $35 bot now if no one bids. The Cars was $34.99. Supertramp Crisis, What Crisis? Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud, nice copy, white Warner Brothers label, $34.99 on that. Harlequin Love Crimes, early press, if not first press, of Michael Jackson Thriller. Dire Straits, The Doors, Survivor. Gil Scott-Heron, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. So this is like a 180-gram 1998 pressing, $34.99, $34.99. Back here, we got a 78 VG minus copy at 15, and that's a final call. Bob Dylan Real Live, Chuck Berry New Jukebox Hits, and Bob Seger Stranger in Town. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Gregory says Gil in the crate, $30. Sold to Gregory Roberts for $30. All right, we have almost filled up another crate of nothing but vintage stuff from Hatchet Ed crates, auctions, and this crate here. LB for 15, and LB was for Lead Belly. Fair Lane, I will do this for $18. $18 on that one. And then Lewis on ZZ Top for 30. Sold that to Lewis Kulik for 30. And then Rodell was going to get Gil Scott-Heron in the crate. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Gregory, you owe me $5. Okay. Chuck Berry was $26.99, I believe. All right, let's do another quick vintage crate, check condition, and then we're going to get it. Oh my gosh, that's heavy. I have got so much stuff stacked up. Just when I think we sell a lot, I'll look at what's stacked up around me that hadn't sold. I'm like, holy moly, Miss Molly. I don't know who Miss Molly is, but this is a check condition crate. So let's do this one right quick. Check condition, so these have already been priced accordingly to grade, and I'm going to go ahead and take offers on them, and I think you're going to like what's in here, okay? Let's do this. Let's do one more, okay? Let's do one more. And David Jennings wants Supertramp, okay? And it's time for some new auctions. Let me push all these over here. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, Chuck Berry is an 83 French copy, near mint minus and beyond pristine. Beyond pristine. That's what I'm going to start using as a grade. Chad, what grade is that record? It's beyond pristine. Okay. Supertramp, soda David Jennings. Okay, Lead Belly is called Huddy Ledbetter's Best. His guitar, his voice, his piano. It's on an orange Capitol label, or a yellow, which I think is like a 70s. That album's been in print for decades. No telling how many different pressings there are. Let me swap out right quick. These crates are sold through a website called something, and we can get you a discount code if you message Ed. You've got to be a customer, but we'll get you a discount code, okay? Well, that's why we don't give it out during the chat. I had some people mad at me because I never would say it during the chat. And I'm like, well, there's a lot of people watching right now that's not customers. I'm not going to give out codes and secrets to people that's not customers. We want to give it to our customers. Okay. Rush is a no bid, $50 buy it now. Cheap Trick is a no bid, $35 buy it now. And Gil Scott-Heron was sold for $15 to Jeremiah Lewis. If you ask Ed via message about crates, he'll give you more information. Right, Ed? XTC, Drums and Wires. This is from Laura's Hold Crate. Laura had this, and she said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and let this go. This is a gold stamp promo, a 79 US specialty OG, original inner sleeve, EX edition, XTC is a $30 start. $30 start. Next is Explorations, Bill Evans Trio. Bill Evans is a 1966 mono, near mint, retraction. 1966 US VG Plus mono, $30 start on Bill Evans. Bill Hannum gets Cheap Trick for $35. Let's get that in a brand new sleeve for you, okay? Let's get that in a brand new sleeve for you. Here we go. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Yes, Fragile. VG condition, $9.99. Yes is a 4-digit 1841 Broadway. VG condition, $9.99. That's OG label. Let me text Tanner back here right quick. ABBA Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, High on the Hog, VG plus $14.99. And Egger Winter Group, they only come out at night, VG $12.99. I actually have a couple cassettes over here from the last time we had a Hatchet Ed crate. I never got back around to reselling. And the last time we had this one up, it sold for $47. Okay, the last time I put this cassette up, it sold for $47. It's Rat Detonator. It's a sealed original with hop sticker and hop sticker. It's got a little bit of a hairline crack right there. It is sealed. That's what it sold for the last time. Very cool sealed cassette. $20 start on Rat Detonator. $20 start. Unopened original. Spooky Tooth. Spooky Tooth. VG $9.99 on Spooky Tooth. Aerosmith, Draw the Line. VG Plus Aerosmith, $19.99. XTC has one bid for $30. Final call. Bill Evans is a $30 start. No bid. Final call. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It's Alive. VG Plus, $19.99. The best of Iron Butterfly, Evolution. Iron Butterfly is in VG condition, $9.99. Steve Little has Rat for $20. Foghat, Stone Blue. Foghat's VG Plus, $9.99. And the Flashdance soundtrack. Flashdance is in VG condition, $9.99. The best of Guess Who? American Woman, These Eyes. VG Plus, $14.99. Supertramp, Breakfast in America. VG Plus, $14.99. Logical Song, Goodbye Stranger, Breakfast in America. Oh Darling, Take the Long Way Home. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is EX, $32.99. And the best of Joe Walsh, for those that just missed out on the other copy, the best of Joe Walsh, VG Plus, $14.99. Jethro Tull, War Child. Tull, Jethro Tull is VG condition, $9.99. Also over here, Rosington Collins Band. Rosington Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. VG $12.99. And Styx. Styx is VG $9.99. Boy, the chat is everybody still awake out there? Hello? Do I need to blow the air horn right quick? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Anybody still out there? Hello. I'm got to do the Roger Waters. Is there anybody out there? Test 1 2. Hello. Hello. Beep bop 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 bop. Deep deep deep. Hello. Test test. Hello. Can anybody hear me? Am I talking to myself? Shooby-da-ba-bum. Ba-la-la-la-la-la. XTC is sold to Pot Man. That's sold to Pot Man 65 for $30. Bill Evans is a no bid. A 1966 mono reissue. VG Plus, $30. Rat is a sealed cassette. A $20 bid. Final call on that. Metal Crate. I better do one of those next. Matt Nichols first on Joe Walsh. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you. That's so to Matt Nichols. Next is Jeremy Merck on Aerosmith. Thank you. So to Jeremy Merck. Dave Kavanaugh next on Joe Walsh. Josh Brown first on Styx. What was the Yes album? Fragile. OG VG $9.99. Next thing is this. Walking the Dogs. Barely Awake. I'm half asleep. I'm falling asleep, Chad. I knew it. Yeah, because like everybody's Friday. Everybody's home from work. It's the weekend. You're laying on your couch. It's like they're passed out. And then over here we have Super Tramp. This is VG Plus $19.99. We also have Bad Company Run with a Pack, VG Plus $17.99. What's in the unsold pile? Give me 1 second, I'll show you. But first, here's John Spencer Blues Explosion. John Spencer, a 93 USOG, VG Plus $25. UFO Phenomenon. UFO is VG $12.99. And Point Blank American Excess, VG Plus $12.99. Wishbone Ash Argus, VG $9.99. Rush, a 1976 Santa Maria press, VG Plus $49.99. Golly, there's this stuff flashing before y'all's eyes. Sealed Rat, sold for 1/5 of the value for $20 to Steve Little. Thank you, Steve Little. That's so to you. There's John Spencer. Next thing is going to go up right now, the Bird, Sweetheart of the Rodeo. Hopefully there's some resellers watching. Boy, there are. You can tune in right now. I'm surprised Jim B hadn't been bidding. There's been opportunities to make thousands of dollars watching this sale tonight. The Bird, Sweetheart of the Rodeo, 1970 U.S. Terre Haute EX edition, $25 start. We have Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, VG Plus $9.99. I'll do the metal crates next. The crowd has spoken. Metal crates on deck. I've got like 10 more records to read in here. UFO, yes, 5. No. Yes, $9 if you want that, John Barry. UFO, 9. No. UFO, I will say that one, yes, for $9. Sell that to John McPatriot. John Spencer has a bid for $25. We have Thunderclap Newman, VG Plus $24.99. How much was Rush? What condition Rush? What is Rush? 1976 Santa Maria, VG Plus $49.99. Weasel Ass, then Tim Rory, then Jordan Underhill. Sonny Rollins, Vintage Sessions, VG Plus $19.99. Grateful Dead, VG Plus $39.99. UFO Lights Out, VG Plus $19.99. Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes, EX $27.99. Brian Adams Cuts Like a Knife, VG Plus $14.99. Eagles, VG $19.99 with poster. Boston, VG, this is $14.99. Purple Rain, Shrink, poster, 84, VG Plus $34.99. Van Halen 2, VG Plus $34.99. Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser, VG $12.99. Bob Seger, VG Plus $59.99. Heart, Greatest Hits Live, VG Plus $39.99. So first thing, we had an offer on Rush for 5. It was marked $9.99. I said no, I would take $8 for it. How could you say no? $8 on yes. That's pending to John Barry. Let me leave that out so I don't forget. Weasel was first on Rush. This was marked $49.99. My best price on this is $48. This shouldn't have ended up in the bin by now. That should have been put up for auction. My best price on that is $48. There's like 9 people that want it right now. Weasel, you got first dibs. If not, it's Tim Rory's. If not, it's Jordan Underhill's. Donna, Sonny Rollins was marked $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell that to Donna for $14. Next is Birds, $25 with Preston Rose. That is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute reissue. We're about to sell it. And then Retro Class Entertainment got Prince. So did Retro Class Entertainment. Sonny Rollins, Chad Smith, you were second. Donna, I shot myself in the foot over $1. Next thing, Lewis Kulik on Brian Adams for $11. So did Lewis for $11. Next is UFO, Tim Grindstaff. You talking about this one right here? This one I'll sell to you for $15. Next, Jordan Underhill on the Eagles for $12. I'll say that for $15. And then Condition of John Spencer. Give me 1 second. Wishbone Ash 7 to Potts. Pop Man. Let me go find that one. That was Wishbone Ash. I feel like that was right back here, Argus. I'll sell that to him for $7. Weasel gets Rush for $48. That was sold to Weasel, okay? And then we had Frank Zappa, the Grand Wazoo, VG Plus $19.99. Eagles 15, Jordan. UFO 15, Tim Grindstaff. And then John Barry, how could you say no to yes for $8? Edgar Winter, that is right back here. That was this one, and this was Edgar Winter. And Edgar Winter was right back here. This was this one right here. Edgar Winter is in VG condition, $12.99. Heart is VG Plus $19.99. John Spencer, Extra Width Blues Explosion, a 1993 USOG VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition, VG Plus condition, VG Plus condition. It's had one bid for $25 for about 5 hours. Ivan R has it for $25. Birds has one bid for $25. We're about to sell it. Edgar Winter is sold for $8 to Scott Arnold. I didn't hear back from John Barry on yes. Didn't hear back from UFO. Didn't hear back from Eagles. I'm assuming that means y'all were passing. How could you pass at those prices? They're practically free. A lot of these in here are so cheap you're getting paid to buy them, honestly. Hart, $15. Sell that to Sean Miller for $15. Anybody else? We had yes, UFO, Eagles, Zappa, Bob Seger. We had Van Halen, Boston, Rainbow, Grateful Dead. VG Plus, $39.99, Dead Set. Gayfo 2LP, Thunderclap Newman, Black Oak, Arkansas, ABBA, Pat Benatar, Point Blank, Bad Company, Supertramp, Rosin Collins, Jethro Tull, Fleetwood Mac, Supertramp, Guess Who, Flashdance, Foghat, Iron Butterfly, Ozark, Spooky Tooth. Boy, I hope y'all were paying attention. I think some people weren't. That's why all of a sudden it caused mass chaos right there for a second. Everybody's like, holy crap, what's going on? Well, I'm falling asleep, Chad, showing all these records. They're flying out of the crates now. I've spilled Diet Mountain Dew all over the floor. My cats are running around screaming, and I honestly just don't know what's happening. These are sticker price in here, no more, no less. John Barry gets yes, and that's sold to him for $8. Grateful Dead, $30. I'll say the Grateful Dead for $35. How could you say no for $35? I'm assuming Jordan's passing on Eagles. I'm assuming Tim's passing on UFO. Passes are not something you want in your life. You want to say yes more often, okay? To yes. That's sold for $8 on that. Birds is now at $27. John Spencer got a new bid for $26. Ivan R., you've been outbid. I don't have any more MoFi in stock. I don't. Tim says he'll take that for $15. UFO sold for $15 to Tim Grindstaff. That is sold to him for $15. $15 sold to Tim Grindstaff. MoFi sleeves are a wait list. Okay. Next auction is going to go up right now. First thing is Eagles, Three Dog Night, Joy to the World, their greatest hits. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It has the insert, and this is a $25 start. Next is the Dead, sold for $35. We had an offer on the Eagles for $12. I said $15. I think he's passing. Okay, and then Grateful Dead is sold for $35, and this is sold to J Beach, 12078. Okay. Okay. Y'all ready? So, Mark Weiss gets Eagles. I'm assuming Jordan Underhill, you were passing. That's sold to Mark Weiss for $15. These are sticker price. Pantera, Gray Southern Trinkill. Rhino, 2LP 2020. This one's not available anymore. $54.99 for Pantera. How much? $54.99 for Pantera. Haunt, Mind Freeze. Haunt is $19.99. And then Make 'em Beg for Death, Dying Fetus. That's limited to 300 death metal. That's $34.99. Three Dog Night, $25. We have whatever this is. This is Scavenger, Battlefield. Scavenger is a 2021 pressing, $19.99 on Scavenger. And Wraith, Fueled by Fear. Wraith is $24.99 white, purple, and that's a thrash album, okay? First thing is right here, John Spencer. The last bid that came in, it was at $25 for about 3 hours, and then Joe Castillo bid $26. I don't think I've heard back from Ivan R. This is a final call for $26. It's a 1993 USOG. It's at $26. The last bid on the Birds that came in was Brent Alverson at $30. Brent Alverson at $30. Preston Rose is out. Final call for $30. Three Dog Night has one bid for $25. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Joy to the World. Three Dog Night's greatest hits, okay? Hiram Aponte on Wraith. So that's sold to Hiram Aponte. And Hiram, that is sold to you. Spencer has a new bid for $29. Ivan R's back in. Next over here is this. Cryptopathy, Technical Death Metal, $34.99. Also Exodus, Blood In, Blood Out. Exodus is $37.99. Chris Knapp, while you're watching, so Craig Sweden said he was going to pass on this record. If you wanted it, the other night, this was Craig's for $35, and he said if you wanted it, you could have it, okay? Because he felt bad because he bid on it, and he said maybe thought you wanted it. And so if you still want this, he says you can have it. He says, I felt bad that he didn't get a chance to bid on it. I can wait for another copy to come up and bid on that one. And so Chris Knapp, if you do want that, let me know, okay? And he thought maybe you was a first-time buyer, and he was really worried we might have shunned away a customer there. So there's that if you want it, Chris Knapp. Craig's saying he's going to give dibs to you, okay? Now, John Spencer, 28, 29, and Joe Castillo's out. It's a $300 record. It's at $35 right now. Next thing over here is Birds, $37. And then Hiram Aponte got Wraith. And the first thing is what color is Cryptocracy? It is on, oh boy, it's on cyan blue and gold vinyl. Cyan blue and gold vinyl. Also, Amon Amarth, 1 cent from the Golden Hall. Amon Amarth is $27.99. And then Strife in this Defiance. Strife is a hardcore record, a 2020 reissue, $19.99 for that. And Fight. Fight is Rob Halford of Judas Priest, $49.99, a 2019 record store day. Testament, The Gathering. Testament, this is a limited edition 1000, 2018. That is yellow vinyl, $39.99. And then Possessed, 7 Churches. Possessed is on red vinyl, $39.99. John Spencer's at $35 of Chris Knapp. Ivan R., you've been outbid. The Birds is at $37. Now Spencer's at $39. And Three Dog Night's about to sell for one bid, $25. And that was with Brent Alverson. Next thing in here is Ivan R. on Strife. And that was right here. So to Ivan R. Hiram was next. Deckelman on P for Possessed. That's so to Deckelman. Jim Cooper next. Then Scott Arnold. And Bradley Smith does want Cryptopathy. That is so to Bradley Smith. Next is Cryptosis, Force of Danger. Cryptosis is heavy metal on white vinyl for $24.99. This is $34.99. This is Leather Nun, Take the Night, $34.99. And we got, Thrasher. Thrasher is red vinyl, $19.99, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is tag this to Chris Knapp for $35. Thank you, Chris. That's so to you. And then let's jump over here and see what's going on. We had John Spencer at $39. We sold Possessed, Cryptocracy, and Jason Fortnerat put Verve ? Is that something in the crate or is that an auction? Brent Alverson gets Three Dog Night for $25. And that is so to Brent Alverson for $25. So we're going to do this crate of metal, and then we've still got 4 John crates. Yep, I think we got 4 John crates over here. New vintage stuff that's never been gone through. Holy crap. Now the Birds is at 40. John Spencer's still getting bids. It's really up to Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp has got the bid on the Birds, but you're out on John Spencer. And we have this, which is Splatter Trash. Or Splatter Thrash, Splatter Thrash, and that is red with black splatter, $29.99. Rob Halford Fight was $49.99. 2019 record store day, $49.99. Still in the auction bin, not counting Japanese and bonus stuff. I've got Mad Lib, I've got Sparks, Buckingham Nicks, and a Rod Stewart Japanese pressing. So let's go ahead and throw up this Sparks album. This is Sparks, and this is Sparks. This is Kimiono My House from Laura's Personal Stash. 1974 Terre Haute EX with the original inner sleeve. A $50 start on that. Next is this, which is called Messiah Psychomorphia. And that is a thrash album, $19.99. Justin Timberlake, the 2020 Experience. There you go. That is $24.99 with the bonus 7-inch. And Demolition Hammer. Demolition Hammer is a thrash album on blue vinyl, $24.99, and Whiplash. Whiplash is a 2018 blue vinyl, $37.99. Deckelman on M, and that was for this Messiah thing. And then Donna on this Justin Timberlake thing. And Spencer has a bid for $40. And then Deckelman wants this Demolition Hammer thing. And then Kelly Vlodarchek next on Justin. And then over here we got Blues Explosion. This is at $40, the Birds at $45, and Sparks is a $50 start, just FYI. Next is Convulse, and this is World Without God, death metal, $27.99. And then this is Angel Corpse, Exterminate. That is a 2021 death metal, black metal, $19.99 on that. And Necrot, and that is Death Metal Purple and Black Splatter, $24.99. Deckelman on C for Convulse, and now we have the Rod Stewart. That is Rod Stewart Blondes Have More Fun. It's a 1978 Japanese OG with insert and obi, $15 start on that. Also, we have something very spooky, Imprecation in Nominee de Balali. That is Death Metal on that color vinyl for $24.99. Also, we have Minutes to Midnight, Linkin Park. What I've Done is on here, sealed, $24.99. Revocation, Terrogenesis. The center label is not centered, but it does not affect playback. They off-centered the label, but it doesn't affect playback. $22.99 on that. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That is sealed for $54.99. And Havoc, Burn. Havoc is a thrash album, $29.99. John Spencer's at 41 with Ivan R. That means Chris Knapp, you're out. Chris Knapp has the Bird for 45. Brent Alverson was done. That is sold for $45 to Chris Knapp. And then the Sparks was a no bid. Sparks is a $50 buy now. I've got quite the no bids over here, but we can't go through them right now. There's John Spencer. There's Rod Stewart for $15. And then our next pressing is going to go up right now, and that is going to be a pressing of something. And that's Living Color Vivid, Cult of Personality. Living Color is an 88 USOG, and this is VG Plus. Not bad, conservative grade and shrink wrap, $25 start on that. Next thing is Jeff Brindley on Havoc. That's sold to Jeff Brindley. And then in here we have Defiled, Infinite Regress. Defiled is Death Metal, $14.99 on that. Also Slipknot, We Are Not Your Kind. Slipknot is sealed on light blue vinyl for $29.99. Warbringer, Walking Into the Nightmares. Warbringer is thrash, $22.99. And Cryptic Slaughter, Money Talks. That's thrash hardcore, $29.99. And Excel, The Joke's on You, Deep Purple vinyl. Excel is $24.99. So first thing is Rod Stewart 15, Rod Stewart 15, Rod Stewart 16, Living Color 28, John Spencer 43, Deckelman on W for Warbringer, Hiram Ponte on Revocation, and I think that one was this one right back here. No, that was Imprecation. Revocation, let's see here. It's going to be like an Easter egg hunt. There's a lot of recations in here. Did you mean Imprecation, Excel, Cryptic Slaughter, Slipknot, Defiance, Pantera? Oh, this one here. Right here. Gotcha, Hiram. Got it. And then Scott next on Warbringer, Deckelman on E for Excel, Richard Davis next on Warbringer, then Hiram, and then Rod Stewart 17. What John Spencer's that? Oh my goodness. This album gets a lot of demand. Surprised there hadn't been more bids or higher bids on it. This is Blues Explosion Extra Width. John Spencer Blues Explosion is a 1993 US VG Plus condition. And John Spencer is at 43 with Chris Knapp. 43. Thomas Hujar, I need you to lay down a fat $50 bid right now. Boom! Thomas Hujar, $50. I know he's typing it right now. Rod Stewart's at 18. And then over here, we have Living Color. It's at 30. And then we got Scott Dwallow back here on Exodus. Scott Dwallow back here on Exodus. Scott Dwallow back here on Exodus. That's so to Scott Dwallow. And then Accept, Too Mean to Die. Accept is $29.99. And then we have Spirit Adrift, entitled, this was in Enlightening Eternity, and this is $29.99. Matt Nichols on Fight. He's going to go ahead and take the Rob Halford record. That's so to Matt Nichols. Dang it, Thomas Hujar already has it. Shoot. So who else is bidding on it? It's really up to one person. Ivan R. I'm going to make sure they're done. And then Richard Davis on Spirit Adrift. And then over here we have Testament. This is $99.99. The Ritual. Yeah, that one's out of print. Testament is $99.99. Also, next is, there is no Deep Purple in here. It's on Deep Purple colored vinyl, I think. Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. Power Trip is $19.99. And Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. Embossed, riveted cover. Here Comes My Hero. Watch him as he goes. What have they shipped? They've shipped Prince to me. They shipped more Fastways. They shipped more Grinch. They've shipped blankets. They've shipped Funkos. They've shipped. And Chad's going to go up here and grab a bottle of water. Cult of Personality. Cult of personality. Oh, I guess I'll grab another cookies and cream while I'm up here too. Give me these dang cookies and cream. Like a scavenger. Wow, that crate is something else, isn't it? Holy moly. And we got another one just like that. Man. Holy moly. Wow. Okay, I'll slow it down for this next read through. Let me touch my toes though. Hold on. Oh, wow. There went my right knee, everybody. I hope y'all didn't hear that. Gosh, y'all beat me to death every night on here. This is like going to war every night with y'all. This is Chad versus Coletco customers. Okay. John Spencer over here. This is sold. I'm stepping back into the ring. I'm stepping back into the ring. We have John Spencer, $45. Who got outbid? Chris Knapp. Did Chris Knapp bid more than $45? Chris Knapp, I think you're out on this, okay? So Ivan R. did bid $45. That means you've been outbid, Chris Knapp, okay? $45. $45. Rod Stewart, the last bid on this was a final call, and this is sold to David Johnson for $20. Okay, and then Living Color. Living Color, here's the exact notes from Seth. Now, all of us can agree on something. None of us like Seth, but we will read his notes, okay? We have a 1988 USOG. A 1988 USOG. Looks like a Carrollton G3. Now, Seth hates being wrong, so he says looks like a Carrollton G3. The dude's an idiot. Lyric inner sleeve and shrink wrap, VG Plus with light marks. I am the cult of. He's trying to be cool, okay? He's wanting to be me so bad, he's trying to hype it up by putting the title track, okay? He's trying his best, but it just doesn't work out. This is a OG Living Color, and the high bid is Lewis Kulik at $36. $36 with Lewis Kulik. And then John Spencer is up to Chris Knapp. And you might have already said out, but the high bid's $45. Now, up at the top, I walked away. Hiram put test. Hiram, was that a claim for Testament? You put test. I don't know sometimes if that's a test comment or if you want a Testament for $99.99. Matt Nichols was first on Foo Fighters. Scott Dwallow says, what was the Slipknot single? This is the Slipknot album, We Are Not Your Kind. It's sealed on blue vinyl for $29.99. And then Shirok Omar wants Testament if Hiram doesn't. Foo Fighters is already sold, James Young. What was right before Testament? That was Accept, maybe, Too Mean to Die. Pressed with orange and red and white splatter, $29.99. Weasel on PT for Power Trip. That's sold to Weasel. Is the new fast way on this invoice if we got a thumbs up? Yes, you'll be invoiced on Monday. Craig said he shipped me more t-shirts and crab chips. Awesome. Fantastic. And then Living Color 36. And then Weasel has the price on Foo Fighters, but it's already sold. Steve Little, Accept was Too Mean to Die. This was orange and red splatter, $29.99. And then down at the bottom, John Spencer 47, Living Color 40, and then Living Color 42. Hiram does want Testament. He was first on that one, $99.99. Scott Dwallow says, I'll take it. That was Slipknot. Okay, awesome. We have Another quick read through to blast through here right quick. Let's go over the no bids because I know someone's about to ask. And then if you just missed them, you'll have to wait another 10 minutes. It's a perk of paying attention and never leaving the chat. I stepped out of the ring occasionally, but you can't step out of the ring. You got to stay in the ring here. This is a 1974 Terre Haute Sparks from Laura's personal holds, which means it was a record Laura was going to buy, but she bought some earlier today. I checked her out. I rang her up. She bought several records, and she's like, well, I got to let some of these go. And then here is Sparks, and it's $50 if anybody wants it. Bill Evans is a 66 mono, VG plus $30. Rush is an 84 Japanese, $50 on Rush. The Beatles, do you want to know a secret? $10. Shuggy Otis, $45. White Light, White Heat, $146. A 68 US East Coast. Alice in Chains, $575. And David Bowie is a $25 sealed OG. Now, no bids fascinate everybody because they know this is great stuff. For some reason, no one bid on it. So when people see a hint of a no bid over here, they are immediately intrigued. They're like, holy crap, what didn't get a bid? Because it was good enough for them to take a picture of it and post it on a hot picture. And now for some reason, it's sitting over here for literally the minimum bid. The minimum bid. That's what we thought it should sell for and then go up from there. The minimum bid. So what's up with that? Just like the Keenan and Peele skit or the Keenan Thomas guy from Saturday Night Live. Y'all remember that skit? What's up with that? What's up with that? We have John Spencer, 47, Living Color 40, Living Color 42, Living Color 45. Donna offer 20 for Bill. Sounds like I got to make her a counter offer. Thomas Hujar got Sparks for 50, and Holbrook on SO. Holbrook on SO. Shuggy Otis sold. Sparks sold. Donna, if you want Bill Evans, it was a $30 start. I'll sell it to you for $29.99. $29.99. Sparks is sold for $50 to Thomas, and Shuggy Otis is sold to Holbrook for $45. Brent, you might have missed it a moment ago. I need and I want. Now, needs and wants are different things, but I do need and want $575 for Alice in Chains. Chris Knapp says he wants Bill Evans for $29.99 if Donna doesn't. Donna, this is all up to you for $29.99. This was supposed to bring $50, $60. It can be picked up right now for half off. $29.99, all up to Donna. I think we're done on Living Color. The last bid was Adam Bauman for $45. Lewis Kulik has not bid again, though. And Sparks, or excuse me, John Spencer. It's been a long time, folks. Chris Knapp, 47. Ivan R. did say out, okay? This is Alice in Chains. I was thinking earlier MT Matt was about to buy it. I'm sure if MT Matt's watching, he's now starting to get a little bit on the hot seat. So some of these have recently sold for as much as $800 sealed. I was thinking it was going to be $575. Somebody was going to be at $650. Then it was going to get to $700, $750. It is sealed with hop sticker. It does have a old retail sticker torn and just a couple breaches where the corners are exposed, which in my opinion is a good sign. That's obviously an original seal job. $575 on that. $575. It's jar flies and sap. Yeah, the original, the first way it was ever released, a 94 USOG. Okay, Chris Knapp does give Bill Evans for $29.99. Can't believe that's still sitting around. So now we just took a chunk out of our no bids. We're down to David Bowie, Velvet Underground, and Rush, and I'm about to put up new stuff. Holy moly. Okay, so let's get started. Quick read through on these. Let's sell these auctions before anything else happens, because these have been up for a world record amount of time. This is sold to Chris Knapp for $47, and we've definitely sold it before to Adam Bauman, right? Bauman, that's sold to you for $45, okay? I think I bought a seal from you last year for $900. I know this is ridiculously cheap. That's why I said I wasn't going to reduce it. This is like, if this is something on your radar, this is, I've sold a couple records tonight, the cheapest I've ever sold them for in history. Because Friday night, typically the best time to be selling $1,000 Grail records, $575. That's my price on it. Cheapest I've ever sold one. Sealed? Sealed? An original Alice in Chains? Sealed? Next auction, Mad Lib, Shades of Blue. Mad Lib is a 2003 USOG. Super clean. $55 start. The genre, instrumental, jazzy hip-hop, and down-tempo. $55 start. Think long and you'll think wrong. Okay, this is going to be fast but thorough. Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. 2 LP, the Rhino all analog or cut from the master tape. Sealed $54.99, cut from the original master. Great Southern Trendkill. Make Them Beg for Death, Dying Fetus. Limited 300, death metal, $34.99. Haunt, Mind Freeze. Haunt, heavy metal, $19.99. Scavenger, Battlefields. Scavenger, 2021, $19.99. Amon Amarth, once sent from the Golden Hall, $27.99, brownish, reddish colored vinyl, $27.99. Weasel gets Haunt, sold. Testament, The Gathering, yellow vinyl, $39.99. Technically, Thomas just made an offer on Alice in Chains, but the dibs go to Brent because he made an offer first. And Brent said he would take it for $575. Alice in Chains is sold to Brent Robley for $575. This is sold to Brent for $575. Go ahead and adjust your volume accordingly. The air horn's coming out. Thank you, Brent. And for those that was on the fence, I apologize. It might be a while before we get another one of those in. Next, Richard Davis on Scavenger. Thank you, Richard Davis. So to Richard Davis. This one here was Cryptos, Force of Danger. White vinyl, $24.99. Leather Nun, Take the Night. Red vinyl, 2016, $34.99. This was Thrash Fire, I think is what we determined, $19.99. Thrash Burn the Hell. Sean Miller on Pantera, sold. Thank you, Brent Robley. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's a Japanese pressing. Rod Stewart has been hot tonight. Rod Stewart has been hot tonight. Rod Stewart, self-titled, Japanese, $15 start. Inner sleeve, cover and obi. Next is Splatter Thrash. This is sealed, red and black splatter, $29.99. Whiplash, that's an original thrash album from the 80s, a 2018 reissue. Originally came out in 1986, blue vinyl, $37.99. We have Angel Corpse, Exterminate, $19.99. That's under the genre of death metal, black metal, $19.99. Neckrot, $24.99. Amon Amarth have poster. Lord did not make note of a poster. It does have an insert with it, and it has a metal blade inner sleeve. Not seeing a poster on Amon Amarth. Dave Seretna has Rod for $15. Mad Lib is about to be a buy now. Next is Imprecation, In Nomine Dabali. That is death metal, $24.99. Linkin Park coming out of nowhere, $24.99 for Linkin Park. Pantera, another one. This one I personally have. It is an incredible sounding record. Cut from the original high definition masters. Sealed, $54.99. Steve Riley, if you pass on Amon, then William Warner wants it. Rod has a new bid for $18. What do we have here? Defiled. This is death metal, $14.99. Cryptic Slaughter, $29.99. And Accept, Too Mean to Die, reddish colorish splatter, $29.99. Orange and red with white. Boy, that looks more orange and red and white. Whew. These description of colors can get confusing. Monomar, Steve Riley did have dibs on that. Okay, so there's another crate just like this. I can see clearly now. Over here to my right, there's about a half crate of new vintage stuff. To keep it balanced, let me breeze through that stuff, and then we're going to go right into the second and last crate of metal. William Warner does get accept, okay? Nobody bid on Mad Lib. Mad Lib is a buy now for $55. Let's lay that right over here. So, quick crate of vintage, and then we have one more crate of metal like that, okay? Next, Motley Crue Theater of Pain. This is new, comes out today. If you don't have one already, orange and purple vinyl, Motley Crue, $33.99. I also have Mother Love Bone Shine in stock. I probably should lay one in the back in the wall so everybody knows we have those, because I'm trying to chip away at these. I went ahead and ordered about a dozen extras, but I think people are still replying to my comments. So there is Mother Love Bone. There's Motley Crue back there, and then there's Mother Love Bone Shine, okay? There's that, and let's get to that nether crate. We got so much still to go for. If y'all like new vintage stuff, we've got it. We've got it. Okay, and then I got a quick cassette here. This was Princess Pang. That's what it last sold for. Didn't get paid for. Princess Pang, so we'll re-auction it. $10 start for Princess Pang. Princess Pang. I'm sure that's very desirable on vinyl, if it even exists on vinyl. And then... one second, please. Okay, Rod, Susie has bid $223. My goodness. She loves some Rod Stewart. $223. My gracious. All right, let's see what's going on over here. We have this, and yep. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Sweet mother of double stuffed Oreos. Oh my gosh. My gracious. Whoa. Holy. Unbelievable. Just crazy. We went through all Hatchet Ed stuff. Hatchet Ed is done for the next week. I couldn't find my Hatchet Ed shirt. I gotta go over here and get another one if there's another in my size. I usually have been wearing them on Fridays, but they're very comfortable. These shirts are very comfortable, Craig. All right, here we go. Mississippi John Hurt, the 1928 sessions in shrink wrap, $49.99. These are new vintage buy it now best offer. John Lee Hooker, Want Ad Blues, Volume 3, an Italian in shrink, $24.99. Long time, Lightning Hopkins, $19.99 for Lightning Hopkins. This is Mongo Explodes. Folks, that's Mongo Santa Maria on Riverside in shrink wrap, $29.99. Ram Jam, Whoa Black Betty, Bam the Lamb, Whoa Susie Breedlove. She's going to get Rod Stewart, and this is sold over here, and this is sold, and this is sold, and this is sold to Susie Breedlove for $23. $23. Susie. Whoa, Black Betty, Bam the Lamb, whoa, Susie Breedlove. This is sold to Susie. All right. Princess Pang, sold, $10. Alan Hagen, done. I got another one. This next one is Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensation. Lynch Mob, $10 start. Wicked Sensation. How much? Just a $10 start. You've got to be kidding me, Chad. I'm not joking. It's a $10 start. Wow, that's unbelievable. I know, right? $10 start. Next auction, Buckingham Nicks. Buckingham Nicks. That's Lindsey Buckingham and Fleetwood Mac with Christine McVie. What am I saying? This is Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham. A 1973 U.S. All-Disc OG. RL's in the dead wax. That's the initials for famed Robert, a.k.a. Bob Ludwig. VG cover, gatefold, VG minus, $15 start on that. First thing is Thomas Hujar on John Lee Hooker sold. Mississippi John Hurt sold to Brent Robley. And then the next thing over here, we only had one shipment of Kiss Lights that came in. We'll get more the first of next week. Lightning Hopkins, the only thing left, sell it to John Berry for $15. Lynch Mob has a bid for 11 and now 10. And then over here we have this. This is Guitar, John Fahey Volume 4, a 1970 press, $39.99. John Fahey Guitar, 1970, $39.99. Bo Diddley, Another Dimension. Bo Diddley does have a clip corner, Chess Records, $39.99 for Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley. Thomas Hujar says Lynn Buck, $15. What was Lynn Buck? The only thing in here right now is Bo Diddley, John Fahey, Ram Jam, and Mongo Santa Maria. Buckingham Nicks is at 18, 15, 15, 15, 20, 18, 15, 15, 15, 20, 18. So it's at $20. And Lynch Mob is at 11. Gerald Whitworth wants a copy of Motley Crue. You got it. More Kiss Lights, Iron Maiden, etc., being first of next week. There's that. I have Motley Crue for $33.99. I got Mother Love Bones back there. And I've got Al Green's Greatest Hits. I'm still in love with you. $24.99 for Al Green. Also, we have Michael Jackson Bad. Good gracious. An OG copy. Gatefold, original inner sleeve, $39.99. Gregory on I'm still in love. That's sort of Gregory Roberts. Nice. Also, we have UFO, Stranger in the Night. UFO is $39.99. Gatefold 2LP. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. That is $29.99. My nightmare would be finding out that Led Zeppelin music never was recorded. And that was just a dream, and none of that's real, and then you can't listen to it anymore. Chris Gardner on Michael Jackson Bad. Buckingham Nicks 21, 21, 24. I think we're done on Lynch Mob. Just one bid, right? Steve Little, Empty Matt. Now, Steve, you never did bid again. So you're out. Somebody bid 11 on Twitch. Okay, then you bid 10. So technically, you never was the high bidder, and I'm about to sell to somebody for 11, just so you know. Bruce Hornsby in the range. Folks, that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Bruce Hornsby, $24.99. Men at Work. Somebody was smart enough to keep the hype sticker. Who can it be now? The Land Down Under, $24.99. And Billy Squire, shrink wrap, hype sticker, $24.99 on Billy Squire. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of Willie Nelson Stardust. Nice to see some country on Japanese vinyl. Shrink wrap, Obi, hype sticker, near mint minus. And this is Willie Nelson, a $25 start. We have 38 special and shrink wrap, $24.99. The original inner sleeve, 38 special. Some may call it a top copy. I'm so caught up in you, little girl. Also, Willow the Wisp, but that's Leon Russell, $14.99. And Merle Haggard's Christmas present. Nice. Merle Haggard's Christmas present to you is his music, $19.99. I did see the movie about the Beatles, yeah. That guy got hit by a bus or whatever, and he found out, he thought everybody was crazy. He started singing those Beatles songs, and they're like, dude, that's like one of the greatest songs I've ever heard. What is that? He's like, it's the Beatles. They're like, who's the Beatles? Jay Giles Band, Freeze Frame, $19.99 for that. And Richard Marks, really clean copy, $19.99. James Young on Alice Cooper for $20. So did James Young. And then I never did hear back from Steve Little. So Empty Matt, you get your Lynch Mob for $11. That is sold. And then Night Watch, Kenny Loggins, $9.99 for Kenny Loggins. $9.99 on that. Joe Salomon next on Alice Cooper. What did I have that thing marked for? Dang. I thought it was marked for $24. Shoot. James, you owe me $5. I sold that one too fast. I should have double-checked that one. James Young, Steal of the Night. Joe Salamo, thank you for the offer. You would have made James Young pay $5 more if that was 30 seconds sooner. And then Richard Marks is sold to Dave Soretna for $15. Merle is sold for $12 to Chris Waller. Moving right along, my crate's full, but first, let me go ahead and show you Jimmy Castor Bunch, $29.99. Next cassette tape is Lynch Mob. Lynch Mob, self-titled. Very tough to get on vinyl. $10 start on Lynch Mob. Let me go ahead and swap out crates right quick because this one is full. This one is really full. So let's swap out crates. Holy moly. There's that. We've already sold a lot of vinyl tonight. Puzzles, box sets, Funkos, toys, autographs. guitars, records, pillows, blankets, fake IDs, anything you could possibly want, we've got it here. Buckingham Nicks 26 Firefall, $9.99. Just remember, I love you, and it will be all right. Don't forget, like a metal crate is next, and we're not talking about a metal crate. The crate is actually made of plastic, really hard injection molded plastic. The contents of the crate are under the genre of metal, which was starting to be formed in the late 60s, early 70s with revolutionary bands like Black Sabbath, okay? We're talking about the genre. First thing is John Anderson 2, $29.99. I'm just an old chunk of coal, but I'm going to be a diamond someday. $29.99. Warren Zevon, Sentimental Hygiene, nice. Warren Zevon is $34.99. And Willie Nelson, folks, this is his Christmas album. It's called Pretty Paper, $14.99. Willie Nelson is sold for $25, and that is sold to Tyson Morgan. Buckingham Nicks 2627. Lynch Mob does have a bid for $10 for Empty Mat, and that's going to once, and that's going to twice. And that's a final call. Let's go ahead and put away this. And then next is What John Anderson? John Anderson 2, $29.99. Track list on Jimmy Castor. I'll read it for $2.99. So this is being charged to your invoice. Creation, It Just Begun. Trogalot Dot. You Better Be Good. Psych. LTD. My Brightest Day. Bad. I Promise to Remember. And Creation Epilogue. $29.99. Tracks on Anderson. I'm going to read this for $2.99. Charge it to Gregory's invoice. I'm Just an Old Chunk of Coal. Billy Joe Schaefer. Oh, that's who wrote it. Never mind. I Love You a Thousand Ways. July 12, 1939. I've Almost Jack Daniels Drowned. Mountain High Valley Road. Making Love and Making Out. Motel with No Phone. Chicken Truck. The Same Old Girl. And you've got The Longest Leaving Act in Town. $29.99. I just made $2.99 twice reading track listings. Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord, $19.99 on that. Empty Mat got Lynch Mob for $10. And Gray Slick Dreams is $14.99. And Rose Tattoo, do what? $19.99. Rose Tattoo, do what? $19.99. Sherry Darnell on Willie Nelson. That's so to Sherry Darnell. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's a Japanese pressing, and it's the Mamas and Papas. And it's going to go up for a $15 start. This is a $15 start. This is the Mamas and Papas. California Dreamin', Monday. There's one LP. There's another LP. I mean, there's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $15 start on that. UFO, The Wild, The Willing, The Innocent, $29.99 for UFO. Adventures in Utopia is $19.99. Our next cassette is going to go up right now. Pretty Boy Floyd. Pretty Boy Floyd is a $10 start. Leather Boys of Electric Toys, $10 start on Pretty Boy Floyd. Next is Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, $14.99. Foreigner is $19.99. Also, Carole King, Welcome Home, $14.99 for Carole King. Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind, that's $24. Alan Parsons Project, $19. And then Cheap Trick, Found All the Parts, and Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, $34 and $19.99. And it has the bonus single with it. Cheap Trick is $19.99. And I wish I had a card. There was like 20 cardboard dividers up here. I need to put Cheap Trick in a cardboard divider. Let me do that right quick. Or do we have one? We do have one. Good. I like putting these behind cardboard dividers so they have a little bit more rigidity over here. Okay, now that was a speed run unlike anything else. I can't believe it's already 10:24. I know it's Friday night, but where has time gone? Probably because I didn't start till 6:15, so I've lost a lot of time starting like an hour and 15 minutes later than I normally should. And then Pretty Boy Floyd has a bid for 10. Buckingham Nicks, 28. So Buckingham Nicks, the last bidder was Thomas Hujar. Thomas, you've been outbid. Let's go over this again. This is a 1973 OG, mastered by Bob Lugwood, VG minus, VG minus. The high bid right now is $28. Over here is Pretty Boy Floyd. Steve Little has that for 10. Louis Kulik has Cheap Trick for $16. That's sold to him. And Mamas and Papas is a hits comp. Japanese press, $15 start. This was a great crate, and this was best offer. Yes, this was a great crate of best offer, and we're going to just read some of these titles one more time, and then we're going to knock out this a second and last metal crate, and that will leave not one, not two, but three more John crates still to go through, and it's crates very similar to this. It's really nice records in really nice condition. It's Friday night. Our job here is to sell records, so don't hesitate to make offers. That's what we're doing, okay? Pretty Boy Floyd is sold to Steve Little for $10. Steve, you got that one. And then here's what's left. Mongo Explodes, Mongo Santa Maria. We have Ram Jam, Black Betty. This is John Fahey Volume 4, guitar. Bo Diddley, Another Dimension. UFO, Strangers in the Night. Bruce Hornsby in the Range. Men at Work, Business as Usual. Billy Squire, 38 Special. Willow the Wisp, 38 Special was Special Forces. Jay Giles Band Freeze Frame, and then Kenny Loggins Night Watch, Firefall self-titled. Excuse me, that was Luna C. We have Warren Zevon, Jimmy Castor, John Anderson 2. So Jimmy Castor is still available. John Anderson 2 still available. Moody Blues is still available. Grace Slick still available. Rose Tattoo still available. UFO still available. Utopia still available. Marshall Tucker still available. We have Carole King still available. Charlie Daniels still available. Alan Parsons still available. And Charlie Daniels sold to Josh Brown for $15. And Alan Parsons is $19.99. That was Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe. Ram Jam is $34.99. This album's not in print, or yeah, maybe with music on vinyl. Yeah, it's I think a new music on vinyl pressing of that's about, you know, their standard pricing, about $40. So $34.99 on that. No bid on Mamas and Papas. Great Hits comp. 15 on that, and Thomas Hujar is out, so Kevin Taze, you got Buckingham Nicks for 28. Thomas, somebody already made an offer on Cheap Trick for 17 or 16, so I sold it just before you made an offer. So sorry about that. And Mamas and Papas can be picked up for a $15 buy now. Monday. John Barry, somebody wants Alan Parsons. It is $19.90, or maybe they're asking about it. It's an OG $19.99. And anybody else, okay? Anybody else? Ram Jam, Alan Parsons, Tom Petty, Carole King, Foreigner, Marshall Tucker, Utopia, UFO, Rose Tattoo, Grace Slick, Moody Blues, John Edison, Jimmy Castor, Warren Zevon, Firefall, Kenny Loggins, Jay Giles, and then 38 Special, Leon the Wisp, Billy Squire, Men at Work, Bruce Hornsby, UFO, Bo Diddley, Guitar, John Fahey. Didn't I mention Cheap Trick first, though? I'll go review it. Yeah, he did. You're right. He did. He's ahead of you on that, Lewis. He asked how much it was. So let's change it to Thomas Hujar for $16. 30 more seconds later, and I would have got $1 more out of that. But this is sold instead to Lewis Kulik to Thomas Hujar. Lewis, he was, in fact, ahead of you. Nice challenge flag there. Thank you on that. And then Mamas and Papas sold to Christina for $15. Monday. And these cheap Japanese pressings are a great opportunity if you haven't ever bought a Japanese pressing to experience the high quality, super quiet, audio grade, audio quality of a Japanese pressing, okay? Because you're going to be very happy with these. And I'm about to sneeze. It went away. Rose Tattoo, let's look at that. Nice. I don't see anything wrong with it. Albert Productions, Mirage, VG Plus, just minor shelfware. Yes, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe. Tales of Mystery and Imagination, beautiful copy. After we get through all the new stuff tonight, we will be getting into some discount crates, okay? And that's going to be fun. And if it gets too late and we still got at least maybe one John crate left, we might hold it over till tomorrow. And if not, then we'll go through everything. I'm going to try my best to go through these as fast as possible. Because John, guess what? John, Paul, and Laura will all be here tomorrow marking more new stuff. So we mark a lot of records here. I mean, every day, if you can collectively add this up throughout the week, thousands of new records put out every week. And if you're new and you don't realize this, they're shown every week, every night right here. So we travel and buy collections, and we don't put anything out for sale until it goes right here. Nobody can message the page and be like, hey, I saw that you just bought an Alice in Chains jar of flies. How much is that? Do we get messages like that? All day. Ed has to deal with them all day. When we buy a new collection and people find our page, they see all these metal records. They're seeing all this stuff coming in, autographs. They're like, oh my gosh, how in the world can I buy this stuff from y'all? And they were like, you got to watch this show every night. Stuff's going to get marked. Stuff's going to get auctioned. That's not for everybody. Some people's like, man, if I can't buy it right now, I'm out. If I can't buy it right now, I'm out. I'm like, well, you can't buy it right now. So for those that watch this every night, you're getting a look at everything priced for the first time. We don't put stuff out in our store. It would be a waste of time. It'd be a waste of time. We show stuff right here. It's marked. You got to be watching. It's essentially an exclusive group that watches this sale on this. Okay? Mark V sold on Alan Parsons, $19.99. Rose was $19.99, Gregory Roberts. Do I have any monster left? Because I'm going to need it for this crate. I do. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. I knocked out another cookies and cream bar. The auction block is bare. Scary. Let's not make it bare much longer. Motley Crue is new for Friday. This comes out today. It's an anniversary pressing of Theater Pain. It's on orange and purple vinyl that kind of matches the cover. Updated artwork. Motley Crue is $33.99. That is new. We had 75 copies when the show started. We're down to 5 copies. 1, 4 over here. 5 copies. Okay. There's that. And I haven't had cookies and creams Hershey bars in years. And it was just weird. We bought, we had those Funkos come in. And then all of a sudden I walk up front to get a Monster and there's like cookies and cream bars laying up there. Weird phenomena. Okay, so in the Japanese bin, the only thing I have left, and I'm sure this is going to pique David Johnson's interest, is Crosby, Stills & Nash Allies, Hall & Oates Private Eyes, Billy Joe Innocent Man, Asia Self-Titled, Simon & Garfunkel Greatest Hits, Eric Carmen Self-Titled, All This in World War II, Quarter Flash, another Mamas and Papas Greatest Hits, Toto Turned Back, and another Eric Carmen Self-Titled. So it is definitely time for Billy Joe and Asia. And then I'm going to get into our bonus crate over here. Billy Joe and Innocent Man, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, $15 start. It does have the insert. It does have the booklet. It's in shrink with Obi, $15 start. Almost all this is from Minnesota trip in the crates. Yeah, almost everything. Asia, $15 start. It was the heat of the moment. Near mint minus and pristine. Insert, cover and Obi. Asia's a $15 start. Havoc. Unnatural selection. Havoc is $34.99. CX. CX. SEA. It looks like CX. This is Fallout Rituals. $19.99. Asia, $15. Billy Joe, $15. What could I possibly have over here in the, quote, bonus crate? I'm kind of curious myself. Let me plug in my phone here so we got plenty of juice for the rest of the night. And I see Led Zeppelin. I see Led Zeppelin Presents. This is Led Zeppelin Presents, a 1976 OG. It does have a clip corner, but it's in shrink with hop sticker. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. Cryptic Slaughter, convicted. Cryptic Slaughter is thrash hardcore, $24.99 on Cryptic Slaughter. And Angel Witch. Angel Witch is $27.99, a 2003 Italian reissue, $27.99. Memoriam, Rise to Power. Memoriam is purple vinyl, sealed, death metal, $29.99. Asia 15, Asia 16. Joe, You're Out. Billy Joe, Final Call for 15. Zeppelin, a $25 start on Zeppelin. Also, we have Testament, Brotherhood of the Snake. Testament is a 2016 US Euro OG, $49.99 on Testament. I don't think that's available anymore. And this one is Primal Rite, Dirge of Escapism. Hardcore thrash on red vinyl. The spine does have a little bit of a split though. $14.99 on that. And then Sound Nice, Bad Motorfinger, a deluxe edition. This is a 2016 with that kind of lenticular cover, $49.99. William Warner gets T for Testament. That's so to William Warner. And then a quick 45 auction, Fortunate Son. Fortunate Son. I ain't no senator's son. Nah. Down on the corner. CCR in the picture sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. CCR, $7 start. Chris Stapleton, Traveler. This is sealed. Wow, great price. $19.99 for Traveler. Those new are like $40. That's like a half off. $19.99. Testament's already sold with Danny. We have Laz Rocket. Laz Rocket is $24.99. That's Annihilation Principle. Laz Rocket. Warbringer, War Without End. Warbringer is $34.99. Chris Stapleton sold to Bradley Smith for $19.99. Fairlane Dave is in on CCR. Did the UK copy Angel Witch sell last night? It did. Yes, Deckelman on H2. Deckelman on H2. Let me know what that was. And then Paul Richards first on Laz Rocket. And that's sold to Paul Richards, and then Lewis Kulik third on Chris Stapleton, and Riviera next on Laz Rocket. We have Gruesome, Twisted Prayers. Gruesome is limited to 300. It's a picture disc, $39.99. So Asia, Alan Hagen, You Were Outbid. Nobody bid on Billy Joel, so An Innocent Man is a $15 buy it now. That's in shrink with Obi. Billy Joel, a $15 buy it now. Let's go ahead and put that away if anybody wants it. 15, I'm going to put over here in the no bid pile. And there's just a couple things over here in that. And let me throw that away. Don't need that anymore. And then Asia is up to one person. Zeppelin doesn't have a bid yet. And CCR has one bid for 7, final call. Moving right along. Exodus, Persona Non Grata. Exodus is $29.99. And Warbringer, not H2. So Deckelman got Warbringer, okay? Deckelman got Warbringer, Billy Joe 15, Blink 182, $19.99 for Blink 182. And we have Cannibal Corpse, Butchered at Birth. Cannibal Corpse is $34.99. Boy, I saw a video of Cannibal Corpse. I don't know if I've actually ever seen pictures of him before. The lead singer, is his neck truly that big from all the headbanging he's done? That was insane. That's the first thing the comments were. Is like, his neck is gigantic from all the headbanging he's been doing. Golly, it was like, it made my neck. I was watching that. I was like, God, I don't think I'd ever watched Cannibal Corpse live. I had no idea. Those guys, I don't think, are on any of the album jackets. Obviously, they don't need to. Oh, here they are. Never mind. I was about to say, I've never seen pictures of them. Chris Barnes. He doesn't look like that now. I think that's him, right? Chris Barnes. He did. I was shocked. I don't think I've ever seen him. Pictures of him on an album jacket except this one. He is wild looking though. Over here we got we got Dave Seretna getting the Billy Joel for $15. Let me figure out what I've done with that. It's right here, and this is sold to Dave Seretna for $15. Okay, and then the next thing was. Asia got a new bid for 20. Lewis Kulik got Blink 182. And did I get Sleater Kinney from this morning's flip video? Sleater Kinney, was that, which video was that? And then different singer. Okay. And then Thomas Hudra on Cannibal Corpse. Corpse Grinder. Yes, that's the guy I'm talking about. Okay. Corpse Grinder. Yeah. Big dude, right? Neck like a... Dude, like a just ginormous looking neck. almost strange looking. Pangazire. What does it say? Paganizer. Okay, Paganizer. $29.99 for Paganizer. Also, we have Ingested, where only gods may tread. Ingested is $24.99. CCR is sold to Fairlane Dave for $7. Zeppelin's a no bid. You can pick that up for $25. And then Asia is up to Joe Delgado, and he's out. And so this sold to Alan Hagen for $20. Yeah, I haven't tagged the Laura Crate stuff yet. So G or Ed pulled all the 9 a.m. vintage, and I have not pulled the Laura stuff yet. I've got to bring those back here. I've got 3 crates of new Laura vinyl to go through, okay? 3 crates of new Laura vinyl to go through. First thing is this. Deckelman on Ingested. That's sort of Deckelman. And then Hiram Ponte on Paganizer, and William Drugovich on Zeppelin for $25, okay? Coming in late, the Soundgarden crate, straight price. These are all sticker price, new. It's technically a metal crate, but Laura's mixed in some other stuff. This is the 2016 Bad Motorfinger. It's a 2 LP. The current imprint version is a single LP. This is double, and it has a lenticular cover. $49.99. That is sticker price. A Day to Remember for those who have heart. Day to Remember is $24.99. It's on pink marbled, $24.99. And then Fairlane Dave wants CCR. Hey, if he gets CCR lead belly. I actually have that right over here. Let me shift some stuff around. And, oh, hold on a second before I have a disaster. Ow. All right, and here's lead belly for 18. Okay. 18 for lead belly. Whoa. Sorry. Keep smacking into the camera. Stay. Okay, Scott Smith on Soundgarden. That's so to Scott Smith. Thank you on that. Also, we have Revocation, Existence is Futile. That is $24.99. And then Haunt is $30. Well, also, hold on a minute. I pulled the trigger too fast. Let me make sure Oso Adventure doesn't want this. My bad. Scott, that's yours if Oso passes, okay? Revocation is sold to Bradley Smith. And we need new auctions. But first, here's Iowa Slipknot. So we just sold these new today for $36.99. You get the pre-owned discount, $12 off, $24.99. I got to go take this little stack of miscellaneous stuff in here before we have a disaster, okay? Don't want that to happen. I'm out of space. Whoa, almost stepped on Otis's dog bowl. Let me move these up here. These up here. Man, we've already sold a lot of miscellaneous stuff tonight. Tanner says we've sold more 45s this week than possibly any other week ever. So thank y'all, and we're going to do more of that tonight, okay? We have, we got a long ways to go. This is Cerebral Rot, $29.99 on that. Arisis, ARSIS, that's $19.99. Soundgarden is sold to Oso. All right. And then Corpse Grinder. That's what Garrett just said. Yeah, that's wild, because he looks like, if you saw him or saw him on stage, you'd be like, man, this guy's like evil. Haunt burst into demos, $34.99. Haunt burst into demos, not demons. I think I might have said demons. That is $34.99, but it's in fact demos. Hiram gets Arisis, I think. This is not metal. This is Mac Miller. Mac Miller is on clear vinyl, $19.99. And then Testament, Dark Roots of Earth. Testament is a 2015, $44.99. Testament. Okay, so trying to clear out our minimum or our lowest start Japanese stuff over here. I got a teaser of some cool stuff for next week coming. It's been laying over here for me forever. Everybody keeps saying, Chad, photograph these and get them sold. But we got some really cool original t-shirts. We're finally going to get them out for next week. So next week, you can expect a lot of new, really cool autographs. We've already started photographing stuff. And we got some killer original t-shirts to run next week. I've got a stack over here. I've already started photographing some. Iron Maiden, I think Slayer over here, Judas Priest, really cool stuff. I mean, most of these are vintage or original. So got some cool stuff over here. They're actually been over here in the auction crate. Some 90s originals. I mean, you can tell from the size of them, they're tiny. Slayer. Really cool stuff coming next week. And we just got a bunch of letters back from JSA. So I've got a lot of really high autographs that's been freed up. Motorhead, Black Sabbath, baseball stuff, sports stuff. And stay tuned for that, okay? Here's 2 quick Japanese auctions, though. And the first one is Hall & Oates Private Eyes. Hall & Oates is a $15 start. Hall & Oates is a $15 start. That's Private Eyes. It has the inner sleeve. It has the cover and obi. And then Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. Gold disc. Also near mint minus. Also with insert and gatefold jacket. Some of my favorite music. $15 start on that. Moving along, Weasel Does Want Haunt. And can I get her mono exam room? I'll look that up later and I'll make a note. Her mono exam room. And that's for Matt Nichols. Okay. I won't forget about you. Next is Prime Evil, a thrash album on red vinyl, $14.99. Sacred Rock, The American Way, $34.99. Very cool to see that. I can't never order that. They're always out of stock. And this is Cryptopsy, None So Vile, $24.99 on that. Black vinyl. Wow. A lot of stuff there. Hall & Oates, 15. Simon & Garfunkel, 15. And so, all right, I'm really starting to clean up and organize better over here. I'm starting to unearth stuff. This is when Friday nights start getting a little interesting, okay? We start going off the rails a little bit. I love going off the rails. You just never know. Here we go. So here's some stuff I need to reduce the price. So here's Jimi Hendrix. So the last time we had this, Laura had it at a $50 start. It's a 1970 U.S. Pittman Club copy, in shrink, a nice copy of Electric Ladyland. How about a $25 start on Hendrix? We'll cut the minimum bid in half to get it sold tonight. Hendrix is a $25 start. $25 start. Edwin Riviera, You Were Second on Haunt. MT Matt on Sacred Right. Simon & Garfunkel has a bid for $15. Now, the second time I read through these, I try to do it with a little bit more accuracy on what they are. And we've got 3 more crates of new vintage stuff to go through. Here is one more cassette from last week. Hatchet Ed, Witchcraft, Bestel Devastation, maybe. Down with the Most High. It's something kind of new and it's sealed. And we'll say that's a $10 start, okay? Is that a Blast Beats vinyl sticker on the Cryptopsy? This is a Hammerheart Records. None So Vile, a must-have for any fan of extreme death metal, a timeless, essential, definite, and sickening masterpiece. Black vinyl, death metal, $24.99, okay? So Hall & Oates, final call, no bid, 15. Simon & Garfunkel, 1 bid, 15. Hendrix has a bid for 30, and Witchcraft cassette, a $10 start. So Havoc, Unnatural Selection, thrash, $34.99. We got Seeks, S-E-A-X, old school speed metal, Fortune to the Fires and most post-apocalyptic mayhem. For the fans of Razor, Agent Steel, and Iron Angel. It's on electric blue with white smoke. Fallout Rituals, $19.99 on CX or CX, one of the two. Cryptic Slaughter. This is old school thrash here. Hardcore, $24.99 for Cryptic Slaughter. Angel Witch is a 2023, $27.99. One of the most influential bands of the new wave of British heavy metal. Angel Witch's self-titled 1980 debut is the genre's most defying moments. I won't read all that, but I think y'all know what that one is. $27.99 on that. And we have Memoriam, Rise to Power. Memoriam is a purple vinyl. This is death metal, sealed for $29.99. And MT Matt needs to put back Sacred Right, so let's put this back. Sacred Rock, no problem. Dark green, black marble vinyl. Remastered the American Way, limited 1,100, $34.99 on that. Next is Bill Hannum wants a copy of Motley Crue. We're down to about 4 copies of Motley Crue, $33.99. Does anybody need Mother Love Bone for $33.99? Next is Ed Rivera said he'll take Sacred Right. And then Dustin Hodges wants Angel Witch, and that's sold. And then Bradley Smith wants Cryptopathy. I'll make sure that Hiram didn't want it. He did ask about it, but we'll sell that to Bradley. And now, Witchcraft cassette, a $10 buy it now. Hendrix is sold for $30 to Chris Knapp. Simon & Garfunkel, one bid for $15, and that's sold to Mark Weiss. And Hall & Oates is a buy it now for $15. How much? $15 buy it now for Hall & Oates. You've got to be kidding me, Chad. I am not kidding you. Wow, that's incredible. I know. I'm surprised no one went ahead and just bid on it, but now you can get it for the buy it now price. Also, I forgot we got new air fresheners, and I got a lot of bands I've never had before. I'll do that in just a sec. Oh, I got wallets too. If I see something with Megadeth or the Beatles on it, I'm buying it. An air freshener, a wallet, a blanket, I'm buying it. Hall & Oates, let me put that in a brand new sleeve. I think I've got a couple of wallets over here, and I think I've got some new air fresheners. All right, Dustin Hodges on Hall & Oates. Thank you. Let's put up some brand new stuff. And first thing, Velcro wallets. No, these aren't Velcro. Seinfeld. Primal Rate, Purge of Escapism. This is $14.99. Chad, no Sacred. I was referring to the Metal CX. Okay, so let's put Sacred Right back in the crate. So once again, Sacred Right becomes available again, and Edwin Rivera wanted CX, not Sacred Right. So Sacred Right is still available. And then we had Gruesome, Twisted Prayers, picture disc, $39.99 for Gruesome. Also, Exodus, Blue Swirl with Bone and Black Splatter, $29.99 for Exodus. A Day to Remember for those who have heart. This is on limited edition pink splatter, seal, $24.99. Slipknot Iowa, green vinyl, $24.99. Jim Cooper on G for Gruesome, sold to Jim Cooper. Next is going to be Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Allies, a $15 start. And we have Toto, Turn Back for a $15 start. So first we have Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Allies, $15 start, near mint with insert, and Toto, Turn Back, same thing. And Toto sometimes has, well, this one has an inner sleeve and a booklet with it, okay? And it's a promo copy. This is actually a white label promo marked Toto. So promo, very cool. And those are $15.15, getting down to just like the last 2 or 3 Japanese pressings. And what about the bonus crate? The bonus crate still has stuff over here like Raven, Stay Hard. Raven is an 85 USOG EX Plus condition, a $15 start on that. Next is Excretion of Mortality. This is Cerebral Rot. That's $29.99. And then Mac Miller, that was $19.99. Testament, Dark Roots of Earth, $44.99. And Prime Evil, Underground Origins, Thrash, $14.99. Moving on. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, just let me know. Let's go ahead and grab this next crate that's going to be gone through. Buy it now or best offer. New vintage stuff on deck right now. Let me take a peek. Yes, yes, oh yes, 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 oh yes, yes. Wow, okay, wow, this is incredible. Yes, yes, all right. Yes, yes, these are just essentials of essentials. And some titles I hadn't seen in a while, and let's get started, okay? So a quick box of miscellaneous right quick. I have a Megadeth wallet, a Beatles wallet, and another Megadeth wallet, another Beatles wallet. Let's see, these are from Rock Sacks, right? Yeah, Rock Sacks. Rock Sacks. That's the same person who makes the blankets, the air fresheners. Megadeth Rust in Peace, $21.99. And the Beatles Revolver, $21.99. Nice. Revolver and Rust in Peace. Now, you know, when you go to the gas station to buy your pack of Marlboros or your L&M's or your Virginia Slim Super Slims, some of y'all may smoke Virginia Slim Super Slims. My Aunt Judy did. When you pull out at the 7-Eleven to pay for your Virginia Slims with a Megadeth wallet, there's going to be some people like, this guy is pretty dang cool. First of all, he's smoking Virginia Slims. Second of all, he's got a Megadeth wallet. I would be impressed. I'd probably be like, dude, where did you get that? $21.99. You can say, I got it at Coletco. You don't know about Coletco? What, do you live in a cave? What, do you live underneath a rock or something? Here we go. I got my Megadeth wallet at Coletco. Where do you get yours? Walmart? Give me a break, dude. Tune into Coletco. You'll learn about some class, okay? Cheap Trick, Lap of Luxury. Cheap Trick is $29.99. This has the original inner sleeve. It's a gold stamp promo. It's $29.99. UFO, no heavy petting. No heavy petting. UFO, green chrysalis label, $29.99. The Beatles. This is a bootleg of introducing the Beatles. $19.99, an unauthorized version. And then here's yesterday and today, an official version, an Apple press, not a butcher cover. If you want a butcher cover, I've got 3 right over here next to me. They're for sale. $34.99. Alice Cooper. This is nice. $29.99 from the inside. Does have a saw mark. Alice Cooper's $29.99. Over here, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $15 start. No bid. About to be a bot now. Toto, 1 bid, $15. We're about to sell it to David Johnson. And Raven is a $15 start. That's for Stay Hard. Moving on, I have Queen Live Killers. This is a 2LP Queen Live Killers, $44.99. That is Queen Live. You got to be kidding me. Eric Clapton Live, just one night. It has a clip corner, $34.99. Toto has a new bid for $18. David, you've been outbid. Journey, Just a Small Town Girl, $19.99 for that. Raven has a bid for $15. Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Magic Man, da-dun-dun, da-dun-dun, Heart, $29.99. And Journey, Frontiers, $19.99. Da-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. Okay, air fresheners. So when you're smoking in your car and before you pick up your girlfriend on a date, you'll want to hang your Slayer air freshener up, and she'll be like, dude, this guy's cool. He listens to Slayer. And these are cherry scented. I have Slayer. I have AC/DC. I've got the Misfits. I've got AC/DC. I've got Slayer. I've got the Misfits. I've got Slayer. And if you really want to impress somebody, you can hang a Type O negative air freshener in your 79 LeBaron, your 89 LeBaron. Okay, you got that hanging from your 89 LeBaron. They're going to be like, dude, this guy listens. First of all, he's driving an 89 LeBaron. Second of all, he listens to Type O negative. This guy is my kind of guy. This is $7.99. And then if you really want to impress somebody, you can hang your Ghost air freshener up, a Misfits air freshener up, another AC/DC, and then, boy, Motorhead. That's when you know you're serious. Don't mess with me. Motorhead, 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 and 2 more Ghost. $7.99. $7.99. So back up at the top, we had Toto at 18, Raven at 15. These are buy it now best offer. Mega Blast 9 wants a Slayer air freshener. Mega Blast 9 wants a Type O negative air freshener. He wants another Slayer air freshener for $7.99. Danny gets a Slayer air freshener for $7.99. And then Danny wants a Motorhead for $7.99. And we have, I'll take a Type O negative to go with my Type O. Look at that. And then Hiram gets this for $7.99. So that leaves 3 Ghost. Ghost looks pretty cool. Looks like comic book covers or something. Ghost, and then I've got 3 AC/DCs, 3 Misfits, 1 Type O negative, 2 Motorheads, and we're sold out of Slayers. And of course, y'all know I've got a few more different kinds over here. Ah, they'll smell good. I got to get another Aussie put up in my Tahoe. It's starting to smell like French fries. I don't want my Tahoe to smell like French fries. Okay, back to the thing over here. I have Dionne Warwick, Go With Love. $14.99. Matt Nichols gets Journey Escape for $15. That's so. The tea is burning my nostrils, and I've scared my cats laughing. Wow. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, $29.99. $29.99. Susie on Type O negative. Susie on Type O negative. You bought a car because it belonged to John Voight? No, I think yes. You like the fact of knowing you're driving John Voight's car. Elvis, Golden Records. A 1984 pressing sealed. Folks, this has never been opened. $29.99. Fleetwood Mac Live, a double LP, $34.99. And Bob Seger, Shame on the Moon hype sticker. That is The Distance, $24.99. Shine on Brightly, Procol Harum is $24.99. And Kansas, it's The Point of No Return, $19.99. Raven is officially sold. One bid, $15, and that is sold to Steve Little for $15. Toto, did we get another bid on Toto? Ed Riviera, just so you know, you were outbid. Or David Johnson, you were outbid. This is at $18. Waiting to hear back from Mr. Obi himself. And then Crosby, Stills, and Nash can be picked up for a $15 buy now if anybody wants it, okay? This is a best offer crate. We got Linda Ronstadt Simple Dreams for $9.99. We got Pretty in Pink soundtrack. Good gracious, $39.99. This is $39.99, a 1986 OG on the brown translucent audiophile vinyl, $39.99. BS for $17. Bob Seger, Sell It to Danny, sold. We got Montrose, $14.99. Joe Delgado gets Crosby for $15. Sell that to Joe Delgado. $15 on that. Joe Delgado on CSN Allies. That's done. And then Toto hammers up to Edwin Riviera. Next thing over here is Golden Earring Cut, $24.99. Golden Earring, $24.99, no conditionals. And this one has Stepping Into the Twilight Zone on it. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, another clean copy for $24. And CCR Chronicle, CCR is $29.99. Pat Benatar, Live from Earth, $14.99. John Voight bit you? What? Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to be, here's another one we didn't get a bid for the other night, so I'm going to slash the price, okay? I'm slashing prices. I'm the slash slinging price slasher. This is John Mayall, Blues Breakers for Eric Clapton, a 67 USOG. It has the original London inner sleeve. That was the last starting bid. We're going to reduce that by the metric of $20 US, and this is going to be a $25 start. $25 start. I lost David Johnson on Toto, so this sold to Edwin Riviera for $18. Sold to Edwin Riviera for $18. Thank you on that. That is sold. Anybody else want a Slayer air freshener waiting list? And Pretty in Pink, Chris Knapp. I can't believe no one's went ahead and just grabbed that. Hopefully they have grabbed it, but they haven't grabbed it. So if you want to grab it, you can do that for $35. Pretty in Pink. This is a 1986 OG. How could you say no? $25 for John Mayall. Gregory wants Rose Tattoo from the previous crate. And let's go find that for him. And it's right here. Luckily, I left it in front because I knew you wanted this. I knew. I have ESPN. A lot of people don't realize that, but I do have ESPN. Becky Wells on Golden Earring. That is sold to Becky Wells. And we have Marion Faithfull, Dangerous Acquaintances, $14.99. Led Zeppelin. And in case you didn't know, somebody wrote Led Zeppelin on the cover for you. A specialty press. Let's figure out exactly what this looks like. This is a 5-digit specialty press from about 1975, $44.99, and Milwaukee Wildman to the bone. What do we have here? A 2003 Holland is a Psychobilly on red vinyl, $29.99. Okay, and then in case you don't know about the other air fresheners we have, we just went through a bunch of new bands that I've never had before. Here's the other ones. I've got Ozzy, You Can Fly High Again for $7.99. I'm down to one Grateful Dead, and then there's the other Ghost. So Ghost, Dead, and Ozzy. That's the other 3 patterns I have on top of all the other ones, okay? Oh, man. If you want to smell some cherries, you put those up to your face and take a big, deep breath, and you'll be like, wow, that's a lot of cherries, okay? Oh. Hold on. I'm trying to touch the ceiling. Oh, my. Oh, that was a great stretch. Okay, so first of all, I have this going on. Pretty in Pink is $35 if he wants it. And then I have the exact same pretty pink. It sounds fantastic. It's amazing. It's on brown translucent vinyl. It's audiophile. Jim Sedal 25, and then Aussie. Okay, now those guys aren't from Australia. They're trying to buy these right here. We're sold out of Aussie. Steve Little, Danny Thomason, Dave Soretna. Sold, okay? Those are done. And then this is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. There's another Alan Parsons. We had one just a moment ago. Here's another one. Tales of a Mystery and Imagination. $19.99. Nice. Neil Young. Neil Young is a 75 press. Self-titled Neil Young. $34.99. Also, we have Frank Zappa, Waka Jawaka. Zappa's $39.99. Milwaukee Wild Men is called To the Bone. It's a 2003 Holland press. It's a Psychobilly album, red vinyl, $29.99. Lewis Kulik wants Pretty in Pink. If you don't want it, Chris Knapp. I know Chris Knapp wants it, but he's having to fight back with his phone. Crack the Sky is $19.99. And then Elvis, Gold Records Volume 4. Mr. Elvis Presley is $29.99. That's the king of rock and roll. Big Brother and the Holding Company. This is sealed. Wow. A nice price pressing, sealed. Big Brother and the Holding Company, $39.99. Prince, Around the World in a Day. We had one of these in the other crate too. An 85 SRC pressing, $34.99. So Lewis Kulik on Pretty in Pink. That's sold to Lewis Kulik for $35, okay? That's sold to him for $35. Next thing on this is Blow-Us to Cult Secret Treaties. This is $26.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure. Rush is $34.99. 100. Queen, The Game is $34.99. Wow, that was a solid crate. I feel like there was a lot of stuff in that crate that was just in the other crate, but now you get another chance to get them to this. Do 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 da dun 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 bum 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 da 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 da. Just going over here. Sorry, I was checking on high school. I was checking on high school sports over here. Oh, okay, good. That's good. They won. Okay, and then John Mayall is sold for $25, and that's sold to Jim Sedal, okay? What was Mastodon Crack the Sky? Zachary may not be watching the right feed. We have not shown Mastodon. He's probably on an old video, okay? And then we're good to go, okay? Coleco stickers. I don't know where they're at. They're $3. If you want one, we can put you down for one. They should be in your orders. If you bought something the last couple of weeks, they've been putting them in about everybody's orders. But see, what happens is there's a week somebody doesn't do an order, and then they miss out on the week we give out stickers. It never fails. Okay, here's a couple metal records that were in just a random crate over here one night, and I pulled them out. So let's do a big price reduction. First, Rivers of Neil, Where Owls Know My Name. It's on green and purple vinyl. That's what we had it priced for, okay? $20 start. $20 start on Rivers of Neil. And then Megadeth, A Night in Buenos Aires. That's what we had it priced for. Now it's going to be a $20 start. So we're starting both of these at half off or less. And Megadeth is a triple LP colored vinyl. Rivers of Neil, a $20 start. Megadeth, a $20 start. Those are now up for bid. So stickers go up randomly in orders every so week. They'll pick a week and be like, all right, anybody that bought, and I know there's some people that buy all the time, and y'all are cursed, and you just haven't got a sticker. I promise I'm not saying, hey, you know that guy so-and-so, don't ever send him a sticker, okay? Don't ever send him. I don't have time for that. I don't even know what they do back there, honestly. Now, if you make Ed mad, he might not send you a sticker. He might be like, hey, you know that so-and-so guy? Don't ever send him a sticker. I don't think that would be Ed, even though he's a brutal, just hatchet kind of guy back there. Oh, here they are. There's your choices. $3.99. You want Pumpkin Man, Metal Knight, or Godfather? Pumpkin Man, Metal Knight, or Godfather? Pumpkin Man, Metal Knight, or Godfather? $3.99, $3.99, $3.99. Pumpkin Man, Metal Guy, God. Those are the options, okay? Now, or you can take your chances, and there could be some pop up in your orders. I told everybody, eventually you're going to get one free, but there's some people like, Chad, listen, I've went through many hardships. I've traveled the country on foot. I've went covered wagon from coast to coast. I have fought grizzly bears. I have been through multiple world wars. There's this one thing I want in life, and that's a Coleco sticker, and I'm willing to pay for it. Then I'll lock you down for one right now. Dave Surratt, all three. Well, I'll make a note. I'll go ahead and lay these right over here so we don't forget. So you don't forget, I'll put them right over here. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Mark Weiss wants a pack of inner sleeves. Now, if you want MoFi, you're going to have to wait. If you want a pack of any kind, we've got them for $26.99. Okay? So, over here, this is what happened. We had Rivers of Neil 20, Rivers of Neil 22, Megadeth 20, Megadeth 20, Megadeth 20, Rivers of Neil 25, Megadeth 20, Rivers of Neil 28. Put down Dave Surratt for all three stickers, Megadeth 22, Megadeth 22. And then over here we have Mark Weiss pack of inner sleeves, Megadeth 25, and we have Megadeth 25. Mark Weiss wants a pack of inner sleeves. He don't care what brand, what color, what they smell like. He just wants a pack. All right. We do have scented inner sleeves. They smell like your Uncle Jim after he's had one too many after a Thanksgiving dinner. Okay, let's go through another crate over here. And this is going to be buy it now best offer. Holy moly, y'all going to like this one too. Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm getting dizzy. Luckily, I have a bottle of water over here. All right. Coleco miniseries. I'd be great at writing a sitcom. You write a sitcom? You're a sitcom writer? All right, here we go. We have Rivers of Neil. The last bid on RON that I'm showing with my own eyes is Mark Stanley at $28. Megadeth is $30, and Weasel said cheap 20. Cheap 20. Now that must be an offer on something. Cheap 20. Let's see what I can find. Cheap, you talking about cheap thrills or a cheap trick record? Cheap thrills was sealed, a 70s, early 80s press for $39.99. I will do $35 on cheap thrills. Okay? Here we go. These are buy it now or best offer. I think you're going to like this one. We have the birds in shrink wrap to everything. Turn, turn, turn. It's a 70s press, but really nice and shrink. $29.99. Cheap trick. What did we, was that in the last crate? Cheap trick? Are you sure? We had cheap thrills. We had Queen. We had Rush, BLC, Prince, Elvis, Crack Size Zappa, Neil Young, Zappa. Let's see here. Milwaukee, Penitar, Night Ranger, Russell, Procom, Elvis, Richie Black, Journey, Hart, Clapton, Queen, Alice Cooper. There was the very first record. My bad. The very first record, this one here, Soda Weasel for $20, okay? Megadeth at $33. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, $24.99. Every Little Thing She Does is Magic, $24.99. John Lennon, Double Fantasy. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. $19.99 for John Lennon. Eddie Money, oh boy, $14.99. I've got 2 tickets to paradise. Steve Miller, Living in the 20th Century, $19.99. I want to make the world turn round. That's a good song on there. $19.99. And John Lennon, Imagine you buying this record. It's called Shave Fish. It's a hits comp. $24.99. Night Ranger from the last crate, okay? And that was Dawn Patrol, and that's sold to Carla Brecky. I love this. We're still selling stuff from the last crate. That is sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you on that. First thing we have is this. We have, okay, so let me update these auctions because Rivers of Neil was a final call, and I don't think another bid ever came in. So Rivers of Neil is $28. And Rivers of Neil for $28 was officially sold to Mark Stanley. He gets that for $28. And then the last bid on Megadeth was Nick Galetti at $34. Alan Hagen, you were outbid. Robin Glenn gets Eddie Money for $10. Jim Ciascio on Double Fantasy for $17, right? You put exclamation mark 7, but I think you meant 1. Sell that to Jim Ciascio for $17. And then Dave Soretna, you were next on Eddie Money. And then we got Bob Seger, 9 Tonight, $24.99 for that. And then Uriah Heep, Head First. Don't get that one as often. A little bit later in the discography, Uriah Heep, $19.99. And we're still selling from the last bin. Rainbow for $20. And I'm assuming you mean the copy of Rainbow right here. You're talking about this one right here. And if you are, then sell this to Edwin Riviera for $20, right? Yes, sell this to Edwin Riviera for $20. And then Megadeth 35, Megadeth 35. Nice, Bad Company. Dun, 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 to the day I die. It's Bad Company by Bad Company. The first song of the album's Bad Company. $24.99. Clean copy. UFO Mechanics. UFO is $29.99. Frank Zappa, Chunga's Revenge. A German press. Zappa, $49.99. $49.99. Hiram on Heap. Hiram gets Heap for $15. And then Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind, $14.99. Next auction. This is a Japanese pressing? No. Yes, this is a Japanese pressing. Now, the other night, I put this in the sold bin because I thought somebody claimed it for $35, but that was just my natural reflex. No one, in fact, bid on this for $35, so I'm going to reduce it right now. Right now, it's going to be a $20 start. CSNY, it's called All Together. $20 start on that. Lewis Kulik on Bad Company for $20. Sold. Willie Nelson does not have any condition notes. Clean copy. Megadeth 36. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth with Safety Dance. You can dance if you want to. You can all leave behind with the friends. Dum dum ba dum da dum dum dum. 30. John Lee Hooker, Drifting the Blues. Hooker, 24. We got Wang Chung, Points on the Curve. Wang Chung, 24. Haven't seen that in a while. The Best of Cher. No. The Very Best of Cher. $16.99 for Very Best of Cher. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. $29.99. Sweet Emotion. Nice. And then Willie sold for $10. And that is sold to John Durden. And then Shannon Mashaka can dance if she wants to. That is sold to her. And then Bad Company, Desolation Angels, Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99. Uriah Heep, Abominog, $19.99. And holy whoa, Flirting with Disaster. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. $19.99. Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster. I'm without speech. Megadeth is at 36 with Nick Galetti. Now Alan Hagen, 39. Now Nick Galetti out. Matt Nichols on Molly Hatchet, sold. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is a $20 start. Excuse me. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, $20 start on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is a price reduction, okay? So the other night, we had Terry Reid, Rogue Waves, a 78 U.S. Los Angeles OG, a $15 start. It did not sell. So you know what it is now? Terry Reid can go up at this moment for a $1 starting bid. $1 starting bid. Oh, wow. Back-to-back for Zetas. Molly Hatchet, $19.99. Molly Hatchet, $19.99. This Uriah Heep sold to Scott Smith for $15. Intermodulation, Bill Evans and Jim Hall, a 66 promo with promo sticker. Wow. White label promo, beautiful Bill Evans. What is going on? $39.99. And Dollar Brand New Duo, Good News from Africa, a German press. What is going on? $29.99. Matt Nichols strikes again on Molly Hatchet, back-to-back. Megadeth is sold to Alan Hagen for $39. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is a $20 buy it now. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young all together, $20 buy it now. Terry Reid is a $1 start. We got a bid for 7 and we got a bid for 10. Herbie Hancock, VSOP. This is $34.99. Herbie Hancock, VSOP. A beautiful 2LP, $34.99. Ray Red gets $1. And then Donna Turner on BE30. He said $1.25. So these were marked 29 and 39. I'll do $1 for 25 to Ray Red and Donna 35 on the white label promo Bill Evans. That's in beautiful top condition. Now Terry Reed 11. CSNY is a compilation. So what they've done is they've comped solo tracks from Stephen, David, and Graham, and then they've done Crosby, Stills, and Nash on side 2 as a compilation. Okay, there's that. Over here we have Conjure. Conjure is a 1984. This is a foil cover with Taj Mahal, Alan Massant. Very cool there. That is $34.99. Come on, Chad. Come on, Donna. Come on, Chad. Come on, Donna. Unbelievable. This is the jazz you've been dreaming for. I can't give it away. These are beautiful top copies. Gabor Zabot, Wild Sky and Diamonds. You know how rare this stuff is. This is unbelievably. You're the first chance anybody watching right now. No one in Earth has had an opportunity to buy these right now. These should be like double the price. Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque, $24. What if I said Bill Evans, Jim Hall was $49.99? Let's just say I mark it to $49.99 and then I'll sell it to you for $35. That sounds more accurate. And if you don't want it, Grog does. King Crimson Lizard, 1970 PRC Richmond, $39.99. Lizard, this is King Crimson, $39.99. First thing, Bill Evans is going to be sold to somebody. Next thing is Terry Reed is a final call to Scott Smith for $15. And then the next thing was, who asked about Adam Bernardi asked about CSNY. If you don't want it, then somebody else did. And then over here, we got Bill Evans. So Donna said she will take it for $35. Terry Reed is sold to Scott Smith for $15. And we have Jim Ciascio said he'll take CSNY. Adam's passing, so sell that to Jim Ciascio for $25. Johnny Shines, Too Wet to Plow, 1989. This is on the tomato label, $39.99. That should sell pretty fast. Supertramp, Crime of the Century, $19.99. Beautiful copy. Supertramp, $19.99. And the Cars, Panorama. This is $19.99. Yeah, this is some pretty cool stuff in here. Next thing is Conjure. This is music from the text of Ishmael Reed, Taj Mahal, Alan Toussaint, 1984, $34.99. Mark Weiss on Crime of the Century. That is sold. Gabor Zabot in here. This is Wild Sky and Diamonds. Gabor Zabot and the California Dreamers. 1972, $49.99 on that. Aerosmith, Rockin' a Hard Place. Very nice copy. No condition notes. The jacket looks really nice too. $29.99. Peppermint Trolley Company, $39.99 on that. And Joe Walsh, The Confessor, $19.99. Joe Walsh, super nice copy. Don Cav, you were next on Supertramp. Next auction is going to go up right now. This was 2 more auctions the other night that didn't get a bid. The first one was Bent Massive Click Click. This was an industrial record from 1989. It's going to be a $1 start. The DBs like this. The other night, this was a $15 start. The DBs, a $1 start. First is Chris Knapp. We'll take something. He asked about something. The Alan Toussaint here. Yes, some stuff in here, some jazz. Hopefully all the jazz people are paying close attention. It's been asked about all week, and now they're just flying out of the crate right before your eyes. Aerosmith is sold to Stephen Little for $20. Taj Mahal, George Scherer, Chris Knapp just bought it. And then we have the Birds pre-flight in shrink wrap, $29.99. Led Zeppelin Coda, $39.99. Pink Floyd, The Final Cut, a 1983 original, $39.99. Really, really nice stuff in here. King Crimson Earthbound, a 1972 UK copy. No condition notes, $39.99. Harry Chapin, Heads and Tails, $9.99. Minnie Riperton, Perfect Angel, 1974 Santa Maria, $49.99. Peter Schilling, Error in the System. Peter Schilling is $14, and this has Major Tom Coming Home. Big hit of the 80s there, $14.99. The Birds, Ballad of Easy Rider, shrink wrapped, $29.99. The Best of the Mothers, Mother Mania, $39.99. And In Excess the Swing, an OG copy for $34.99. Okay? Next thing over here is we have the following. We had Bent for 5, Brent for 5 is Eric Carmen with the one with the brown cover. This is Eric Carmen, a Japanese pressing, and it is going to go up for a $15 start. This is Eric Carmen with All By Myself, and it is going to go up for a $15 start. I would say more so the foil cover, brown, goldish, bronzish full cover. So there's that, there's that. So just for a quick update, Bent Massive is at $5. We're about to sell it for $5. The DBs is about to sell for a $1 buy now if no one bids, okay? So the DBs is a $1 start. No one has bid. It's about to be a buy now for $1 for one doll hair, okay? Peter Schilling got an offer for 10 and another offer for 10. Sell that to John Durden for $10, okay? Jim Ciacido next on Harry. And Harry was Harry Chapin, so did Jim Ciacido. Hiram next on Peter Schilling. And then Lewis Kulik on NXS The Swing for $25. I will do this for $28. It is OG near mint minus with the original inner sleeve, $28. Eric Carmen's a $15 start, okay? What a crate. And let me swap out because we have filled this thing up to the top. And there's another buy now best offer crate coming. When? Right now, Chad. You've got to be kidding. I'm not kidding. Wow. I know. This is pretty insane. You're not telling me anything I don't know. How often do you do this kind of stuff? We sell on here every night. You do this every single night like this? Yeah, every night. 8 hours a day. Wow. I need to watch more often. I can't believe I'm just now finding out about this. Yep. Okay, so first thing we have is Lewis Kulik, 25. I said 28. Eric Carmen, 16. He said sold, so that's sold for 28. The DBs has one bid for $1. Bent Massive is sold for $5 to Ivan R. And Eric Carmen's at 16. What a crate. Let's read through this one more time and see what's left. And then we have another buy it now best offer crate of brand new stuff that's never been gone through before. You're telling me you're about to go through another crate just like this that's never been gone through before? Stuff that's been recently priced that no one's ever seen? That is right. No one's ever seen these before. We're about to show them for the first time. That's insane. And you said you do this every night. That's right. We do this every single night. Holy crap. The Birds, turn, $29.99 in shrink. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, $24.99. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. John Lennon's $24.99. Shay Fish. Bob Seger 9 Tonight, $24.99. UFO Mechanics is $29.99. Frank Zappa's Chunga's Revenge, a German press for $49. John Lee Hooker, Drifting Through the Blues, $24.99 in shrink wrap. Wayne Chung Points on the Curve, $24. And The Very Best of Shares, $16. The DBs is sold for $1 to Eric Van Leuven. That's wild. I don't think I've ever done that before. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for $1. And then Eric Carmen is sold to Robin Glenn for $16. First time for everything. $1 on an auction record. The DBs. Congratulations, Eric Van Leuven. Wow, $1. Never had that before. Okay, and then over here, John Lee Hooker is sold to George Scherer for $15. That's sold to George Scherer for 15, or excuse me, that's sold to George Scherer I don't know why I said 15. And then we have Errol Smith, Greatest Hits. It's sold to him for $24.99. Errol Smith was $29.99. Bad Company's $19.99. Desolation Angels, Herbie Hancock, VSOP, $34.99. That is a gatefold. It's in super nice condition. Herbie Hancock. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Merry Christmas, the Supremes. You've got to be joking me. I'm not. This is an original Motown Christmas album from the Supremes, and it's going to go up for just a $15 start. Now, that's pretty insane. I realize that. So it's a $15 start. Merry Christmas, the Supremes. $15 start. Unbelievable. Next in here is Bob Dylan, $24.99. This is King Crimson Lizard for $39.99. Johnny Shines, Too Wet to Plow, $39.99. The Cars is $24.99. Panorama. Peppermint Trolley Company's $39.99. Joe Walsh, The Confessor, is $19.99. Wind Sky and Diamonds, Gabor Zabo, $49.99. The Birds Pre-Flight, $29.99. Led Zeppelin Coda's $39.99. Pink Floyd, also $39. And OG, King Crimson, same price, 72 UK. The Birds, Ballad of Easy Rider, Mother Ripperton. What did I just say? Mother Ripperton, Minnie Ripperton, and Mother Mania. I was getting too fast. Carla Breckie has the Supremes for $15. Next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Eric Cartman. And this is another with foil cover of $15 start. We just sold one of these, didn't we? We did. Here's another chance. If you're banging on your keyboard and just screaming at the ceiling because you missed out on the last Eric Cartman, well, you're going to get one more chance. And this is a $15 start for Eric Cartman. And then Mary, the Supremes over here, Carla Breckie has that for $15. And now we're going to go ahead and go into that other crate. Good gosh. Holy crap. That's pretty insane, Chad. You said you do this every night? Every night. Wow. Okay, I'll have to start making plans to watching. Okay, these are, never mind. Let me grab this other crate. Final call on the Supreme for $15. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Is this check condition? Check condition. Oh boy. And Donna's Cat. Johnny Shines was $39.99. Donna's Cat's got something to say. Jif Hajavarabam. Nice. Okay, here we go. Led Zeppelin, a PRC Richmond press, VG, $29.99. This is Led Zeppelin. This is a Pico Duck OG 4-digit. Wait a minute. This is Pico Duck, George Peros. It's not a first press, though, because it's got the Rockefeller address. So early and a desirable mix, but not the first press. $29.99. The Orchids is VG plus $9.99. This is the last crate of new stuff, and then we got to get into discounts, etc., etc. And I have the Hoodoo Gurus, VG plus $14.99 for Stone Age Romeos, the Hoodoo Gurus. Grateful Dead is a Jacksonville press, Burbank label, later edition, VG plus $26.99. And then Joe Walsh, you bought it, you name it. Joe Walsh is VG plus $14.99. Prince, Purple Rain with poster, OG EX, $42.99 on that. And then CCR, the concert, shrink wrap, hop sticker, VG plus $22.99. Clark Terry, Mumbler, Mainstream Records, VG $16.99 on Clark Terry. And then Heart, Bad Animals. Heart is in VG condition, $9.99. And Prince, $19.99. An 82 Allied, VG plus $36.99. Carla Breckie gets the Supremes for $15. Thank you, Carla Breckie. That's so to you. Larry Gonzalez has Eric Cartman for $15. Eric Cartman for $15. And that wasn't Larry Gonzalez. Dave Seretna. I don't know why I said Larry Gonzalez. Dave Seretna. Not Larry Gonzalez. Dave Seretna on the Eric Cartman. Thank you. Let's put up a couple other things right quick. Here we go. Here we go. And Robin's first on Heart, Dave Seretna second. So Heart is So to Robin Glenn, Dave Seretna second. Next is Blondie, Eat to the Beat, VG $12.99 on that. And then CCR Chronicle, that's VG plus $24.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival. Also Kansas, To the Point of No Return, VG plus $14.99. And Albert King, King Albert. Albert King is VG plus $14.99. Mississippi John Hurt, Last Sessions, 72 UK, VG plus $29.99. Purple Rain Details, that was an OG pressing. Luckily, the vinyl's nice, EX $42.99, and the jacket's not bad either. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Miles Davis EX Condition, $27.99. And ZZ Top Eliminator, VG Plus, $24.99. AL, Albert King, John Durden, that's so to you for $10. We have Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, Tangled Up in Blue, VG Plus, $17.99. The Smithereens, especially for you, EX, $29.99. And Dire Straits is EX, $32.99. EX, $32.99 for Dire Straits. We also have Aretha Franklin, This Girl's in Love with You, VG Plus, $17.99 for Aretha Franklin. All right, next Japanese pressing is the Mamas and Papas. This is another like hits compilation. Great stuff here. The Mamas and Papas, $15 start. First track is California Dreamin'. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Not a Bad Jacket, $15 start on that. And nope, and nope, and nope, and nope, and nope, and nope, and no, 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 and no, 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 yes. So here is Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. The last time we had this up, this is a 1980. This album originally came out in 1973. This is a 1980 pressing of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. It's EX Plus condition. Last time it was up was a $30 start. How about a $20 start? Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Cheap Trick, their self-titled debut. VG, $9.99 for a Cheap Trick. And then over here we got Soul Power, Richard Groove Holmes, VG Plus, $26.99. $19.99 for $19.99. I'm going to say you're definitely about to get countered. I'll do this for $32. Next thing I have is the Cars Candy O, VG Plus, $22.99. I'm pretty sure we had a nice copy in shrink wrap Tuesday night that was marked like $59.99, and somebody bought it immediately out of the Buy It Now crate. I'm almost positive. Groove Holmes, this grog I'll do for $22. Elton has a bid for $20. Clark Terry for $10. Clark Terry for $10. Clark Terry for $10. Clark Terry for $12. I'm countering. I've had to do more counters than ever before. Clark Terry, $12. Richard Groove Holmes for, what did I just say, $22. And then over here, Cheap Trick, $6, no, $8. Y'all are close, but no cigar. And I just countered this. That's a lot of countering. That's a lot of countering. Clark Terry, Michael Freiberger, give that to him for $12. And I've just countered so much, I hope I got all that right. Clark Terry for $12. Okay, I'm going to lay these other ones over here. Cars, $15. No, $18. Y'all were close. The Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade, VG Plus, $24.99. Heart, self-titled, VG Plus, $14.99. And You're So Beautiful, Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band, 71 promo, VG Plus, $24.99, okay? So Cars, 18. Groove, 22 sold. Sell that to Grog. And then we're still pinning on Cheap Trick. He said sold, and that was Cheap Trick for $8. Okay, and then the Cars. Yes, I'll do that for $18. And then there's Prince, but it was Purple Rain. Jay Castillo. Don't you want to say sold Jay Castillo? All you got to do is say sold, and that Prince is yours. What's money? Nothing. It's some kind of just made-up thing that we treasure every day and use to buy goods and services. It's worthless. This Prince record, though, is priceless. Heart is $10, Dave Surrettin, if you want it. Y'all were close. James Gang, Jay Giles Band, VG Plus, $14.99. Eric Clapton Backless, VG Plus, $14.99. Kansas Leftoverture, VG Plus, $14.99. Over here, this is Elton John, sold to Dave Surrettin for $20, one bid. The Mamas and Papas is a no bid. It's a Japanese pressing, $15 start. Folks, if you're going to collect records, you got to be loose with money. You got to throw it around like you're a high roller in Las Vegas. You got to start slapping down the $100 bills. You've got to get loose with your cash. You're going to collect records. You need to be throwing it around like you just, like you just got a $1 billion cash bonus. You just got to start saying, "I'll take it." Sold. Yes, Chad. Keep bidding, etc., etc. That's my best financial advice I can give you. Bid like there's no tomorrow and buy like there's no tomorrow. Miles Davis. This is You're Under Arrest. EX, $27.99 on that. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is VG Plus, $24.99. Three Dog Night Harmony, that's VG Plus $9.99. And then Loverboy was VG Plus $14.99. Emmylou Harris was EX $12.99. Jerry Rafferty, Snakes and Ladders, VG Plus $14.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, VG Plus $17.99. And Steve Miller Band, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle, VG Plus $14.99. So just so you know, some stuff that was passed on in case y'all want it. Heart, if anybody wants it, $10, VG Plus copy since I've already reduced that. Purple Rain was EX $42.99. I told somebody I would do 18 on the Cars, VG Plus condition. That was passed on. And then I told somebody over here on Prince I would do it for $32, and it was an OG VG Plus copy, okay? So those are still available. First thing is this. We got Larry Duncan on Loverboy. That's sold to Larry Duncan, VG Plus $14.99. And then Richie Lander on ZZ Top, and that was probably for Eliminator back here. Richie Lander, I'll do this for $18. It's marked VG Plus $24.99. And then Jerry Rafferty is sold for $10 to Joe Sontag. You got it. Okay, boom. And then let's go over all of our no bids tonight. I got to get them together. Plus, I'm trying to sell off other no bids from previous nights because I've accumulated quite a bit over here. So here's the no bids so far from tonight. Let's try to get some of these sold. Mad Lib, Shades of Blue. Mad Lib is a 2003 USOG, $55 on Mad Lib. David Bowie, 84 USOG Club, $25 sealed, never been opened. This was the only unclaimed auction from the Hatchet Ed crate. White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground, a 1968 US East Coast OG VG condition with the original Verve inner sleeve. That's what it last sold for, $146. Rush, a Japanese press and went unclaimed. An 84 Japanese original with Obi near mint. Rush is a $50 buy it now. And y'all just seen the Mamas and Papas. It was $15. That is tonight's only no bids. Only 3 of these are from the hot picture. 3 of those 5 are from the hot picture. David Bowie is sold to Darren Johnson for $25. That leaves Mad Lib if anybody wants to make an offer. I will now entertain an offer on Velvet Underground. I've kept it at $146 all night. It's time to get it sold. Rush was $50. And Mamas and Papas, okay? There's that, there's that. Adam, I got to keep Mamas at 15. That's from our Japanese delivery. I've got to keep all those at $15. That's about my bottom on any of these Japanese pressings. And then I've got 2 more in here that I've never put up, okay? And I'm going to put all this back in the crate. A lot of missed deals there. Holy crap. It's a lot of stuff to put back in the crate. All this in World War II. Whoops. All this in World War II is a promo copy. This is a $15 start. All this in World War II. And then Quarter Flash is a $15 start. All right. There's that and there's that. And then I'm just going to read what's left in here one more time. Make sure everybody's got what they want. And where's my bottle of water? Whew. Here it is. Delicious. Nothing like some Dasani water. All right. Can't believe it's 11:42. Golly. How many people we still got watching? 189 people still watching. Wow. James Hicks gets ZZ Top for 18. Quarter Flash. Harden My Heart, Find Another Fool, Critical Times, Valerie, Try to Make It True, Right Kind of Love, Cruising with the Deuce, Love Should Be So Kind, and Williams Avenue. And then this is really cool. All this in World War II, it's all Beatles music. So original soundtrack, words and music by Lennon and McCartney. So it's really cool, actually, if you've never seen this before. Yeah, here we go. Ambrosia, Elton John, Bee Gees, Lil Sayer, Brian Ferry, Roy Wood, Keith Moon, Rod Stewart, David Exis, Jeff Lynne. Over here, Helen Reddy, Frankie Valli, Status Quo, Henry Gross, Peter Gabriel doing Strawberry Fields Forever. That's pretty cool. Tina Turner doing Come Together. That's all. This is all Japanese stuff, and that's up for bid. Quarter Flash, and these are $15 starts. Those are technically auctions right now. Those are technically auctions. So, Adam, those are up for bid, but we'll see what happens if they don't sell. And Chris Knapp offered $110 on Velvet Underground. Chris Knapp, I will sell you the Velvet Underground for $115. Let's do a $5 bump, and I'll go ahead and sell it to you, okay? All right, time for me to do some crate condensing and move on to the second part of the show, which is going to be more best offer and etc. Best price. Well, I've had an offer for $20. It's marked $36.99. I told him I would do $32 on it. So it's marked $37. Somebody offered $20. I said $32. So that was my last offer. My lowest price, it might be $32. I might have to hear from you next. We'll see what happens. All right, time for me to do some condensing and organization, and I'm going to try not to take too long because I want to go right into another crate of best offer, because I think there's one right over here that's really good. At some point, we'll do a nonsense half-off crate, and I'll start showing all of tonight's newest 45s that John marked, okay? All these newest 45s that John has marked, and there's a bunch, and we haven't even touched them yet, okay? So first thing is, this is sold to Chris Knapp. Velvet Underground, tagged that to him for $115. All this in World War II has a bid for $15. Final call to get a bid on Quarter Flash for $15. World War II has a bid for $15. All this in World War II. All right, so first thing, I'm going to take this Loretta Lynn 45 and put it on our autograph rack before I lose it. Okay, and then let me put the air horn and my ear protection away because I don't think we need that anymore. All right. All right. There's that. Let me set that right in here for right now. Let me put my chapstick in my pocket. And we don't need any of this. Okay. There's that. Chesler, 27. $30. That's the magic number. $30. That is the magic number. $30. Let me put this in here, down here for a second. Okay, these are mine. They need to go home with me. Okay, and then, so one more look at some Funkos before I take them up front. Michael Scott from The Office, $15.99. Didn't show that one but once yesterday. Cookies and Cream, $15.99. Hershey's Kisses, $15.99. And then Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time 80. So, whoops. So, those are $15.99 each on those, okay? $15.99. We blew the air horn earlier for, yeah, a jar of flies. Brent Robley bought the sealed jar of flies for $575. Thank you, Brent. I'm going to put these Funkos up here. Got to clean up a little bit. Don't go anywhere because I'm about to go right into another crate. I just literally can't move. There's so much stuff around me. I've kind of went so fast. We went through 4 crates of new vinyl, 2 crates from Laura, and 6 John crates in probably record time for as late as I started going through them, okay? And then let's update over here. So World War II, 1616, World War II, 2020, 17 out, okay? And then Mississippi John Hurt. Was that in here? What was the price of Mississippi John Hurt? Mississippi John Hurt last sessions, 1972 UK VG Plus, $29.99. Quarter Flash did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $15. Quarter Flash is a buy it now for $15. Okay. $15 buy it now on that. World War II is between 2 people, Alan Hagen and Joe Sontag. Joe Sontag has it right now for $22. So that leaves Mamas and Papas, Rush, and Quarter Flash. That's all of our Japanese no bids. Okay? And Adam says he'll take the other 2 for $30. All right, so sell these to Adam for $30, 15 and 15. All right, he gets those 2. So now we're just down to Mad Lib and Rush. And then this is up to Alan Hagen. Okay, there's that. I'm going to take these stickers and sold air fresheners around the corner. Oh boy, a lot of stuff sold tonight. Holy moly. Let me put all that right there. Move those up. Done. Throw these on the floor. About time to clean up my trash. Quarter Flash has a bid for $16. Quarter Flash had a bid for $16. Quarter Flash, but I did bid on it for $16, but if in $15 you insist. Quarter Flash has a bid, Atlantic G, $16. Quarter Flash is at $16, going twice, going 3 times to Atlantic G. Okay? $16. I got to make sure that Adam Bernardi doesn't want to bid on it. Final call for $16. Okay? From Hatchet Ed earlier, there was 3 CDs that didn't get claimed. We had Iggy and the Stooges, Metallic KO, the Rolling Stones Between the Buttons, and New and Improved Blue Cheer. Those 3 CDs were $6.99. Mississippi John Hurd is sold to Eric Squindo for $24. Mark Chesler, I'm assuming, is going to buy Prince for $30, right, Mark Chesler? How could you say no? And now Quarter Flash is at $17. All right, so, yeah, sorry I missed his bid, and probably because I didn't say it, the other person never did see it. So now we got to run that again, okay? So, sorry. Now that's up for bid. Okay, now that's up for bid. Let me move some stuff around. Honestly, I got to get stuff ready to move us on to the next part of the sale. I know one thing I need to do. We need to go through all the flip crate stuff and show what's left, because what we usually do is all that stuff's really discounted, like cheap, and then we discount it even further for a bundle deal. Okay, so we probably need to get into some of that right now. Bear with me. Hearing probably all kinds of ruckus. A lot of ruckus is going on right now. Wow, look at all these CDs we've sold. Okay. Alrighty. Here we go. Quarter Flash 1718. World War II is sold to Joe Sontag for $22. All right, and the crate's coming up right now. Let's do this. Okay, Quarter Flash is so, I would have to say no, because it's about $4 too high. Man, I hate to say that that's going to keep you from buying it, but if you insist, Atlantic G on Quarter Flash for $18, that's sold. Okay, next thing is going to go up over here, and this is a discount vintage crate, and let's see what's in here, okay? And these prices, I'm telling you, have already been the discounted prices. Whatever's left is up to you, and here they are. So this was reduced to $14.99. Derek and the Dominoes Layla, VG Plus, $14.99. Derek and the Dominoes Layla, VG Plus, $14.99. That would make that about half off. VG Plus, $14.99 for Clapton, Derek and the Dominoes Layla. And then for $9.99, we have Ruben and the Jets. How much? Just $9.99. And then Olivia Newton-John was sealed. A 1989 club copy, just $9.99 for Olivia Newton-John. John Lennon was $9.99. Plastic Ono Band. That's on the Rainbow Capital label. Black Capital Rainbow label, $9.99. Traffic was just $9.99. That's the half off price. VG Plus, $9.99 on Traffic. Nick Dahmer on Zappa, Ruben and the Jets for $9.99. And then Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview. Van Morrison was in VG condition, green label, just $9.99. Van Morrison was VG, $9.99. And that's all the $9.99 stuff, and those are already reduced prices. That's right, $9, $9, $9, $9, $9, and Derek and the Dominoes was $14. I'm going to take these CDs off the table. I'm going to stack them over here. And the next thing I have for $6.99, another Van Morrison, Wavelength, VG $6.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, VG $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3, VG Plus $6.99. Spirit was VG $6.99, and Popper with Billy Squire, Can't Wait, and Popper was VG Plus $6.99. So $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, and $14.99 for Derek and the Dominoes Layla. Okay, that was all the leftovers of a flip crate from Wednesday, which was 2 days ago. And our next thing I have is the Beatles. And this is Can't Buy Me Love, and You Can't Do That. A Target exclusive, sealed. It has the 7-inch single, You Can't Do That, and Can't Buy Me Love. And it has a small t-shirt. Okay, and that was a Target exclusive. The Beatles is a $35 start. That was a sealed vinyl 7-inch and t-shirt box set they did. That's a $35 start on the Beatles. Okay, and then over here, no. Let's see what else I had over here. No. Okay, here was a Tool record. Surprisingly, they didn't sell the other night. And let's see what's going on with this, okay? So we have Tool Undertow. Tool Undertow is a 1999 U.S. reissue. Oh, wait a minute. This is the one that's warped. Oh, never mind. I need to set this like over here so I don't forget to take it to the back. There we go. Let me get that way out of the way. Never mind. That record's warped. ABBA, though, in fact, is going to go up for a $1 start. ABBA is a $1 starting bid. That's the Visitors. It's near mint minus and pristine. ABBA is a $1 start. Beatles is $35 start. Anybody else? So I'm going to go ahead and bring over the next crate and kind of keep condensing these until we... Actually, let me just leave that crate there. There's only a few. I can literally just bring these over. And we're going to keep adding to these till we know where we're at, okay? So, first thing. This was on sale for $9.99. The Beach Boys, Spirit of America. 2 LP, $9.99 for the Beach Boys, Spirit of America. That's the discount price. I'm going to put it back here with the other $9.99 stuff. And then the rest of the crate is $6.99. We have Peter Frampton, no condition note, $6.99. Todd Rundgren's Utopia, in shrink wrap, no condition note, $6.99. Neil Young, Sample and Hold, no condition note, $6.99 for Neil. Sugarloaf, Spaceship Earth, there is a seam split up here, but no condition notes on the vinyl, $6.99. Burt Jordan gets the Beach Boys. Make sure he gets that for $9.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, their first album, no condition notes. Does have some initials up there. Original label, $6.99. Eric Van Leuven on Neil Young for $6.99. Greg Kihn Band, Rock and Roll, $6.99. Three Dog Night, Cyan, $6.99. Crack the Sky, Safety and Numbers, Gold Stamp Promo, $6.99. Jay Giles, EX, $6.99. And Procol Harum, Exotic Birds and Fruit, not flute, VG $6.99. That was once again the discount crate left over from Tuesday. So imagine what got sold. That's what was left over. Procol Harum, Jay Giles, Crack the Sky, Three Dog Night, Greg Kihn, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Sugarloaf, Todd Rundgren, and Frampton. And the $9.99 record got bought. If anybody wants the Beatles, that's a $35 buy now if anybody wants it. And ABBA has bids for 1, 2, 3, and now 4. Mark Weiss on CSN. And CSN was Cross, Stills, and Nash. That's sold to Mark Weiss for $6.99. Okay, another discount crate has been emptied. All right, that's great. And then let me step over here. And what about this morning's? What about this morning's? Fridays. There couldn't be much left because this morning's was insane. Yeah, there's only a handful left from this morning's. Okay, and always make sure no claims have come in. She stops at 4 o'clock. So if you claim something after 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time, you definitely want to make sure that you know if you think 100% it's still available, we've pulled it because she stops at 4 o'clock. And somebody commented 5 hours ago. They put Starship, If, Turtle, Sticks, and Crazy Horse. That was just 5 hours ago. So Jefferson Starship is sold to John Nazarko for $6.99. And If, Turtle, Sticks, I think all those have already been sold. Yep. All right, so here's what's left in here. For $14.99, a VG Plus record, The Cars. VG Plus, $14.99 for The Cars, self-titled. And then the rest was $6.99. Climax Blues Band, gold-plated. And I think this was a German press. Beautiful UK label, BTM. Gatefold jacket, Climax Blues Band, $6.99. We have Nancy and Lee. There is some writing on the cover. That's just $6.99 for Nancy Sinatra. Diodato was VG $6.99. And Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, that was VG $6.99. ABBA 4, ABBA 5, ABBA 6, ABBA 7. What is this on sale that is ABBA? This ABBA was a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. I put it up for a starting bid of $1 US. $1 starting bid. And here is the bid history. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's at $7. We started it at $1. The high bid is $7. Next is John Lennon. The last time I put this up, I'll read you the information. John Lennon, Stand By Me, a 1988 USOG promo 12-inch single, EX Plus condition with a John Lennon stamp that someone has taped to the cover, but also the original hop sticker. And we're going to put this up for just a $20 start. That would be a $15 price reduction from the original minimum bid. Okay? ABBA has a bid now for 7, 8, and now 10. Lewis Kulick gets Peter Frampton for $6.99. The box sets of Theater Pain won't be here until Monday or Tuesday. Okay. Now we're ready for the leftovers of another vintage flip crate. Hope y'all are ready. If you haven't got ready, then you need to. There's the leftover metal stuff from the flip crate. Here is Thursday morning's video. Here's the leftovers from Thursday's morning's video. Make sure you're in our private group. I post these every single morning, okay? Now, what's not left here, whatever's left over here in a second, it's about to be bundled, and we're going to get these to a new home, even though there's some pretty dang good titles in here. So here's what's left from Thursday morning. For $19.99, hold on a second, 19.49, these are 14. $14.99 for a new music on vinyl pressing. Velvet Fog, self-titled. Green and white vinyl, $14.99 on that. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, VG condition, $14.99. Those are $14.99. Okay? And then for $9.99, the Hillbilly Moon Explosion, red vinyl sealed, $9.99. Hillbilly Moon Explosion, sealed, purple splatter, $9.99. Those are $9.99 titles that are still left over, okay? I'm going to put them right back here. Also $9.99 was Bob Seger Mongrel. VG Plus, $9.99 for Bob Seger. Same price for Uriah Heep. VG Plus, $9.99. That was half off. The Crusaders is EX, $9.99. That's almost half off. Isaac Hayes was sealed. Don't Let Go, a sealed original pressing for $9.99. Okay? Those are still available for the price reduction of $9.99. ABBA's at $12. Lennon, $15. Lennon was a minimum starting bid of $20. It was supposed to be a $35 starting bid and then get bids up over $50, maybe even to $100. I don't think this thing's cheap whatsoever. But right now, the minimum bid is $20, and that's the reduced minimum bid. And then it's supposed to get bids for $20, $22, $25, $27, $30, $35, $37, $40, $48, $50, $52, $57, $60, $63, $67, $70, $73. But right now, it's at $20, and ABBA's at $12. Also $9.99 is Neil Young Trans, Shrink Hype, Near Mint. Neil Young is $9.99. How much? $9.99. That's pretty crazy. Another Neil Young for $9.99, a VG copy. And the last $9.99 was Kansas Mask. $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99 on all those. Seeger, Neil Young, Kansas. Let's put them back here with the others. And then the $6.99 stuff that was left. The $6.99 stuff was Niels Lofgren. That's just EX $6.99. Lone Justice was $6.99, and then Share. Share is $6.99. Okay, that was all that's left there from the $6.99. There's a couple of unsold auctions. Yes, there is. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll show them to you. Give me 1 second over here though. First, let me open this up. 1 second. All right, and it's about time. I got one more well, actually, I'm about to offer this as a bundle. Let me make sure there wasn't another one over here. Okay. One second. All right, so John Lennon has a bid for 21 with Lewis. Richie Lander, it's up to you. Abba's up to Chris Knapp. Mark Chesler has it for 12. Jerry Rock wants both Neil Young. So Neil Young, $9.99, $9.99. Okay, a lot still left in here. Almost a whole discount crate. And these are, let me make sure there's not one more, because that's where I compiled last week's. And then that's leftover metal. Okay, good. All right, so leftover metal. And then here's all of last week's, and then here's most of the leftovers from this week. So here we go. $6.99. Jerry Rock wants to pay for the Neil Youngs, okay? He wants to pay for the Neil Youngs, but send him the guy Shard. We can take care of that, no problem. We can take care of that, no problem. All right, so these are $6.99. Cher, Lone Justice, Nils Lofgren, Three Dog Night, Diodato, Nancy and Lee, Climax Blues Band, Procol Harum, Jay Giles, Crack the Sky, Three Dog Night, Greg Kihn, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Sugarloaf, Todd Rundgren, Piper, Spirit, Blood, Sweat and Tears 3, Van Morrison, and that's where they stop. Okay? And then for $9.99 was Van Morrison, Traffic, John Lennon, Olivia Newton-John, Sealed Isaac Hayes, Crusaders, Kansas, Bob Seger, Uriah Heep, Hillbilly Moon Explosion. Those were $9.99 records. And then the $14.99ers were Derek and the Dominoes, the Cars, the Doors, and the Velvet Fog. Not Mel Torme, not that Velvet Fog, a different Velvet Fog, a 60s group. And Jerry Rock wants the Uriah Heep for $9.99. This would be the time to make your claims out of here before I count these up and offer them as a bundle to somebody. Okay? The Greg Kihn was Rock and Roll. Should be right in here. Rock and Roll. No condition note, $6.99. All right, John Lennon is sold to Lewis Kulick for $21. Great price on that. And then, what else do I have over here? I'm cleaning out my miscellaneous random auction stuff over here. Those are all autographs we've never put up. And then that's about it. Rest of the stuff I really don't know what to do with it yet. Michael Rudolph on Velvet Fog. Adam Minardi was second. Okay? $14.99. Now, I'm going to offer this as a bundle because the other stuff from last week and we never did show, I'm going to show it one more time. And then, I'm going to show it here for the first time as a recap. And then I'm going to try to sell all that as a bundle. Make sure nobody's thinking or gets any last seconds in. ABBA's up to Chris Knapp. Mark Chesler has it for $16. Do I have any more Japanese that hadn't sold yet over here? I'm about to find out. Darkness is not done. All right. What a night. Y'all have about exhausted me. Holy moly. Wow. Incredible almost. Jerry Rock wants to Greg Kihn. And we got to keep this show rolling. It's about time for 45s, right? Biddlecombe and Boxall and who else? It's about time to do 45s. But we got more albums to do. We're about to start mixing them in, though. What the heck did I do with that? There we go. That's sold to Jerry Rock. Thank you. Sold to Jerry Rock. I still got this Loretta Lynn single over here that's pretty rare. Surprised someone hadn't grabbed it yet. I'm about to show it again. Where's my monster? Here we go. Nice. Okay, we got an ABBA War. All right, so here's the bundle price. I usually take these and cut them in half, which is more nonsense. I make the $9 stuff 5, and I make the $15 stuff 10. Should be a great price at those price numbers, at that price point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So let's say 18 of those. Let's do those for about $3.75. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those will be $55. And then 10, 15, or excuse me, 10, 20, 30. So I'm at $152.50, $150 for everything that's left. So a lot of these $9.99 were already half off. Now we've cut them again. And then the $15 stuff, some of that was about half off or it was $10 off. And now they're only $10 each. So about $3.50 a piece, 5 a piece. And I pulled the wrong record for Greg Kent. I did. I pulled $3.9. My bad. There we go. There's that. So $150. John Barry's offered $140. Sold to John Barry for $140. I was hoping you were watching. Sold to John Barry, the king of bundling. Okay, the king of bundling. There we go. Sold to John Barry, $140. Done. Now let's recap the other one right quick. All right, and then ABBA's at $20. Mark Chesler, you've been outbid. Come on, John Barry. Here we go, folks. Oh, wow. You're about to start seeing a lot of vinyl getting sold. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh, my goodness. Still got to do those lower crates up there. I might have to tag those tomorrow. I might try to do it tonight because I'm sure people are curious what they're getting. All right. Chad, what is this ABBA the Visitor graded at? It couldn't get any better. It couldn't get any better. It is near mint minus and pristine. It looks like the day it was pressed in Japan. Okay. Oh, these are kind of all mixed. So here we go. $20. A Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies Japanese pressing, $20. $20 on that. Neil Young, only $14.99. That is a crazy price reduction. Beautiful 2LP live rust, $14.99. $20 on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That was a Japanese no bid for $35. Then I put it in here for $20. Neil Young, $14.99. Balaam and the Angel, just $9.99. Balaam and the Angels, just $9.99 on that in shrink wrap. And the Bus Stops, the Hollies, half off VG, $9.99 for the Hollies. Allies is an original studio album. No, this is not a comp. That's an original studio album from Crosby, Stills, and Nash, okay? ABBA's at $20, ABBA's at $22. So $9.99, $9.99, $14.99. Now for $6.99, Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp, VG $6.99. Allies sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Thank you on that. Also, we have Sugarloaf, another copy of Spaceship Earth. Nothing wrong with this one, just $6.99 for Sugarloaf. Robin Glenn gets the Hollies for $9.99. Also, Elvis, $6.99. You'll Never Walk Alone. Elvis. Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees. Lido Shuffle, $6.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. So the other night, we put up the Rotary Connection songs. The Rotary Connection was a '69 U.S. Indianapolis OG. Laura said start it for $30. We're putting the Rotary Connection up for a $1 starting bid at 12:12 a.m. Central Time on Saturday morning, November 15th, 2025. Mark this down, a $1 starting bid on Rotary Connection. Good luck to all those involved. Mark Chesler, you get ABBA for $22. So to Mark Chesler for $22. Also $6.99. Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes. Nothing wrong with it. $6.99. Elton John, A Single Man. EX, just $6.99. And that is the leftovers of a crate right there. That was the end of one crate from sometime last week. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $9.99, and $14.99. Okay, moving on. These were $9.99. Hold on a second. Yeah, these were $9.99. Good Night Vienna, Ringo Starr, VG Plus, $9.99 for Ringo. And then King Crimson, VG Plus. It does have some spine damage, but just $9.99 on those. Just $9.99. Chris Waller getting up to Clapton for $6.99. Chris Waller getting the Clapton for $6.99. Rotary Connections, a $1 start. As of right now, it has 0 bids. Rotary Connection, a $1 start. Okay, and now for $6.99, J.J. Kell, Naturally, VG, $6.99. Alan Parsons Project, Eve, no condition notes, $6.99. Do what? Eric Clapton, August. That is... Let's do it for $6.99. Okay. Eric Clapton, $6.99. Rotary Connect, or excuse me, Honky Chateau, Elton John, $6.99. And Wes Bruce and Lang. I'm more shocked that some of these didn't get sold. I'm having to hesitate on the price. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. Somebody didn't buy that for $6.99. Rotary Connection, $1. Rotary Connection, $1. Rotary Connection, $1. Rotary Connection, $5. Rotary Connection, $5. Adam Bernardi on E for $6.99. Eric Squindo on J.J. Kell for $6.99. Sold Eric Squindo. Okay, and now here's where another crate began. And these were $9. Yeah, these are $9.99. Waylon and Willie, nice copy. No condition notes. $9.99 for Waylon and Willie, nice copy. Ella Fitzgerald at the Opera House, no condition notes. $9.99. Allies was pulled for you, yes. Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, Uni, VG, $9.99. Those were all $9.99. Adam Bernardi gets Ella Fitzgerald for $9.99. Right now, the high bid on the Rotary Connection is $5 with Jamie K. Jamie K has it for $5. Everybody else is out. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Gang of 4. So the other night, we tagged Gang of 4. It's called Hard. It is an original 83 U.S. Carrollton in shrink. It's supposed to be a $15 start. Guess what? We're putting Gang of 4 up for a $1 starting bid. Right now, $1 starting bid of Gang of 4. For $6.99, you heard me correctly, Badfinger VG Plus condition, $6.99. Stanley Jordan Magic Touch, just $6.99. Billy Squire, just $6.99. The Guess Who American Woman VGOG, $6.99. And Elton John Blue Moves, $6.99. These are the leftovers from a vintage flip crate. Crazy prices, and some stuff still available. I'm as confused as a guy that got blindfolded and woke up in a, I don't know, $6.99. Okay, first Carla Brecky on BS, Billy Squire for $6.99. Jackie gets Badfinger for $6.99. My crate is full, and we're gonna, now that I've got all those sorted, we're gonna read through those one more time. But folks, my crate is full. I'm talking full. Okay, there's that. I mean, this thing is full. Okay, so the $6.99ers stop right here, and there's one $14.99er. Okay, so let's read through these again. Boom, boom. Insane, already discounted prices, okay? And let's go ahead and put up, I need another empty crate, please. I got it. Right here. Right here. Boom, shakalaka, boom, boom, boom. Down, down, down. Anybody like Sly and the Family Stone? Okay, $14.99. We have Neil Young, Live Rust, Epic Live Double Album, No Condition Notes, Gatefold Jacket, OG, $14.99. Hopefully somebody's typing in NY right now and buying it. Balaam and the Angel. This is called The Greatest Story Ever Told. In shrink wrap, big band from the 80s, $9.99 for Balaam and the Angel. Elton John's Tumbleweed Connection, Gatefold Jacket, textured cover, original uni label, $9.99. Adam Bernardi on Neil Young. So these are already reduced prices from the 9 a.m. vintage flip crates. So $9.99. All the $14.99 stuff's gone now. So what's left? For $9.99, Balaam, Elton John, Waylon and Willie, embossed cover, no condition notes, more than half off at $9.99. Ringo Starr, this was originally VG Plus, $14.99, $9.99 for Ringo, and King Crimson, VG Plus, $9.99 for King Crimson Islands. That's $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99. Rest of the crate is $6.99, including Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp, VG $6.99, Sugarloaf Spaceship Earth, $6.99, Elvis You'll Never Walk Alone, you know the price, Boz Scaggs Silk Degrees, you got it, $6.99, Elton John is $6.99, Michael Rudolph on Waylon and Willie, that's sold to him for $6.99, August, Eric Clapton, $6.99 for Eric Clapton, Elton John Honky Chateau, VG $6.99, Wes Bruce and Lang, VG Plus $16.99, Stanley Jordan $6.99, American Woman $6.99, Elton John Blue Move $6.99. Rotary Connections at $15, and Gang of Four is at $6 with Brent Robley. So Chris Knapp, you're out on Gang of Four. It's at $6 with Brent, but you do have the high bid on Rotary Connection for $15. Okay, and then our next auction. So this was Tom Verlaine, as in television Tom Verlaine. The album's called Cover. The other night, Laura had this as an 84 US OG Allied pressing. And she said, start this for $15. It should go up from there. Well, no one bought it. So we're going to put Tom Verlaine up right now, a gold stamp promo for a $1 start. That's right. Tom Verlaine is a $1 start. Christina Curtis on Charlie Daniels for $6.99. That's so to Christina. And Jackie Reynolds on American Woman for $6.99. Anybody else, because these are about to be counted up and bundled, and somebody, probably John Barry, is about to buy everything that's left in here. So I hope y'all are ready. Hey, I saw these laying over here earlier, and I was like, you know what? This would be a good time to show these since they're literally in the news right now. This is literally in the news right now. So I have Lincoln Head pennies. So I've got Lincoln Head pennies from 1941 through, they've manually added them all through the 70s, and then a couple extras. They added a few, even an extra steel penny. There's the really cool steel pennies they made during World War II, steel. So almost a complete set there. And then all these here, some early ones here, 1909, 1910. So both penny books are $20. Both penny books are $20. Partial set, of course. Complete set's expensive because there's some rare ones. And then we got Liberty Head nickels for $35. So this is V nickels from 1883, 1897, 1898, 1900, 1901, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, 1910, 1911, and 1912. The V nickels are $35 or Liberty Heads, whichever you prefer. Michael Rudolph wants the pennies for $20 and the nickels for $35. There we go. I got coins, maybe just not silver, Michael, but I do have coins, and Michael has been chomping at the bits. Those are sold to him, $20 and $35. I probably got some other stuff tucked away over here on my shelf I'll try to get through tonight for sure. Okay, so let's count these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's do those 9. And come on, John Barry. Let's see here. So there's that. And then 5, 10, 15, 20. So my price on these are $55. Bundle price. Everything left, $55. Where are we? Rotary Connection. What are the details? Rotary Connections, a 1969 U.S. Indianapolis OG pressing. It is an Indianapolis OG pressing in EX condition with the original inner sleeve. And the most recent high bid on this was $18 with Phil Freeman. Gang of Four has a high bid of $8 with Chris Knapp. Brent Robley, you've been outbid. Brent Robley bid $1 on Tom Verlaine. And then Eric Van Leuven bid $3 on Tom Verlaine. So Brent, you're out on Gang. Brent, you're out on Tom Verlaine. And John Barry says $50 on the bundle. Come on, John Barry. That's sold to him for $50. And thou, for the last 2 weeks, from the last 2 weeks, all those flip videos, there is nothing left. It's all gone. That's pretty incredible, honestly. That's a lot of time it took me to make all those too. Hours of sorting, filming, uploading, making sure it's uploaded and scheduled, and then finally being able to leave the store at night. All right, Rotary Connection 19, Gang of 4 9, and Tom Verlaine 4. He put GF, but I think he meant TV, right, Brent? I bet he meant TV. Okay. All righty. Da 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 from me, da 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 to you. Just call my name. For love from me to you. Da 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 to me. To you. Just call my name and I'll send you my love from me. Well, I still got to get these on Discogs. Holy crap. The Mystiques, $1,500 or best offer. Dean Carter, $500 or best offer. And the Marjays, $1,000 or best offer. The Mystiques is some really rare funk, I think. So good to have you home again. The Mystiques, $1,500. Dean Carter, $500. And the Marjays, $1,000. Okay, got those if anybody wants them. Let's see here. This is signed by George Harrison and Ringo Starr. Beckett and Frank Cazzo authenticated. Signed by George Harrison and Ringo Starr. How cool is that? I need to clear off my shelf so I can lay this stuff better over here. I'm treating it like it's a stepchild and it's like some of our most valuable items in inventory. Random cassette, Michael Jackson Thriller, $6.99 for Thriller. Okay. Arnold Palmer is $400. Signed Augusta National scorecard, signed by the King himself, Arnold Palmer. Signed Masters scorecard, $400. And I'm going to pause there because I have got to the bottom of this pile. And I'm going to move this stuff back over here more safely now. So Arnold Palmer, $400. I got to get a price on the Beatles. I think the Beatles is, give me 1 second. I think the Harrison Star is $3,500. Let me go check on this right quick. I got it wrote down right here. 1 second. Where's that guy I've been talking to? There he is. Yeah, I would do that for, I think 30. Yeah, wait a minute. Hold the phone. Yeah, $3,500 on the Beatles. So that's Harrison and Ringo Starr. It's Beckett slabbed, beautiful, and Frank Cazzo actually narrowed it down. It was signed. The purpose of this letter is to serve as authentication of signatures of George Harrison and Ringo Starr. These signatures are found on an off-white colored autographed album page measuring 4.5 by 3 3/4, on which both have signed very nicely in blue ballpoint pen. George has written Beatles at the top of the page above his signature, and both have added XX after signing. The signatures are from mid-1963, and these are both good representative examples from the period. It is my professional opinion that the aforementioned album page is signed by George Harrison and Ringo Starr is authentic as described. I base this opinion on over 38 years of study of experience with the Beatles signed and handwritten material. This item reproduced below is reduced in size. So Frank Cazzo is the leader of Beatles autograph, the world expert. If you got Cazzo, you really don't even need Beckett, JSA, or anything else. So that's available, and that's $3,500. And then we got Palmer for $400. I got some really, really rare 45s here. All this is about to be put like in our safe. I got to put it on Discogs and eBay first, but Michael Jackson sold to Mark V's for $6.99, and I think we can sell some of these auctions. Let me clear it up right quick. Let me set this stuff off to the side. I'm going to put it in this bubble wrap bag. I got to get those 45s on Discogs. The problem with those, I got to clean them and test play them. Everything else, we just got to photograph. Rotary Connection, Joe Castillo, 21. Phil Freeman out, right? Joe Castillo gets that for $21. Joe Castillo gets that for $21. And then what about Gang of Four? Were we done on that? Gang of Four. Gang of Four. Chris Knapp went out. Brent Robley gets that for $9. Now, what about Tom Verlaine? Tom Verlaine, Brent Robley has it for $6. Eric Van Leuven went out. Tom Verlaine for $6. Wow. I've sold some auctions tonight for like $1, $6, $4. Stuff that I thought was going to bring $20 or $30. What are the rare 45s? The Mystiques. The Mystiques. So good to have you home again. $1,500 our best offer. The Mystiques. So good to have you home again. Dean Carter, Fever on Milky Way. $500 our best offer. The Marjays, Forever. Spell M-A-R-J. The Marjays Forever, $1,000. The Mystiques, $1,500. And Dean Carter, $500 or best offer. Okay. Speaking of 45s, we're about to go through a bunch. Okay. It's about time to go through at least one half-off nonsense bin. And while we're doing that, I'm going to start showing 45s, okay? We sold that. Trying to get my shelf over here cleaned off. It's kind of turned into a mess. One Funko here, Ozzy Osbourne. He's $34.99. Bark at the Moon. He's flocked. He actually is legitimately hairy. Ozzy Osbourne is $34.99. That's Bark at the Moon. And let's see. Calculator, CDs that didn't sell. I need to take those and start a new pile over here for a new picture at some point. I don't know where to put these. Let me put them right there. That's a bad spot, but that's where I'm going to put them. Okay, and then I try to show these at least once a week. This is Elvis stamps, $5 a piece. Their first day of issue, Elvis stamps, $5 a piece on those. That stack used to be about twice as thick. I got some old slides over here, but I don't know what movie they are. They're kind of promotional items. I got to figure that out at some point. And that's some kind of Paul McCartney insert. I got to figure out what album that goes in. There's Darth Vader, sticky notes. And, okay, here's that other Loretta Lynn single. Whispering Sea and I'm a Honky Tonk Girl. $199.99. Loretta Lynn, Whispering Sea, and I'm a Honky Tonk Girl. That one's $200 her best offer, okay? $200 her best offer. That's her first single. Elvis stamps sold to Michael Rudolph for $5. You got it, $5. And then we're good to go. I feel better about my shelf over here now. So let's pick out a half-off crate. Probably what we call nonsense. Let's knock one out. And while we're doing that, I'm going to start showing Buy It Now 45s. About to do some Buy It Now 45s. Okay? As soon as I take a drink of water. Everybody still with me? Everybody's gotten pretty quiet. It is 12:30, and there is still 144 people watching, so. All right. All right, so I've showed Beatles autographs. I've showed the 3 rare ones. I showed Arnold Palmer. I have shown Elvis stamps, Loretta Lynn, Whispering Sea, and I'm a Honky Tonk Girl. That's her first single from the Zero label. It's got a little bit of label damage. I would put this up. At VG Plus condition. It's $200 or best offer. $200 or best offer on Loretta Lynn. Arnold, $345. Arnold Palmer, $345. Boy, I wish I knew what I had in that. $345 on Arnold Palmer. $345 on Arnold Palmer. $345 on Arnold Palmer. Let's see here, Brent. I'll do it for $375. I'm seeing one sold for $500 November 12th, which was technically 2 days ago, for $500, and it was JSA. Ours is PSA slabbed. $375, and I think that is a deal. Kelly Vladarchuk on a stamp for $5. Kelly Vladarchuk on a stamp for $5. Okay, $375 on Arnold Palmer. I've still got all 4 Beatles cuts. I've still got those for $15,000. And then, honestly think I may have marked this at one point like $4.99, Brent, now that I'm thinking about it. But if you want it, $375. I could have swore at some point maybe I even said $4.99 on that. But that's my fault for not having it wrote down somewhere. That's why I had to double check on the Beatles before I said something stupid. I almost said something stupid on the Beatles and said $2,500. That'd be kind of stupid. I've done some stupid stuff though here live on air. One thing I don't like doing is giving away really highly desirable sports autographs that are authenticated by very reputable companies that are highly desirable. But I have known to slip up. Jim B loves it when I start bringing out basketball cards. He starts rubbing his hands together. He's like, all right, buddy, I know this dude's about to slip up and misprice something, and I'm going to be all over it so I can pay next month's water bill. Okay, here we go. And this is what I would consider a nonsense crate. This is a nonsense crate. This is really dang recent, and it's loaded with full great titles, and we're about to make it a half off, okay? And this is probably going to be one of the last crates of albums of the night, mostly because it's 12:30, and it's getting late, and we've got other stuff. Jordan rookie. No, honestly, I got a guy that wants to trade some stuff, and I have not texted him back, and it's pretty much spoken for. He's got enough stuff. I think we can do a deal. So Jordan's off the table pretty much. Jordan is off the table. Yeah, I've shot myself. I probably this week I've probably shot myself in the foot over $2,000 or $3,000 probably. Okay, so here's the only no bids tonight. The Beatles, Can't Buy Me Love, you can't do that. Target exclusive with T-shirt. That was $35. It's still available. And then the only 2 albums was Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $50. 84 Japanese, $50, and Madlib, Shades of Blue. Madlib is $55. That's our only 2 no bids tonight. That's it. That was our only 2 no bids tonight. And I have sold off all the other stuff that hadn't sold in previous shows. Let's do a crazy, crazy half off crate. and see what happens with this crazy, crazy half-off crate. This is for the late night crowd that sticks around for some deals, and otherwise they'd have already went to bed. So here you go. Here's your chance. Here we go. Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, $13.50. Sister Christian, well, original inner sleeve. Night Ranger, $13.50. Sister Christian, Midnight Madness is what that one's called. Cheap Trick, 1-on-1. Cheap Trick is just $10 now. Also, Magic Christian Music by Badfinger, and this is a nice copy. This is on Apple. It's beautiful, $17.50. Carla Brecky gets Night Ranger for $13.50. We got Neil Young Old Ways. That's now $20. In shrink, nice, near mint, does have a saw mark, $20 for that. And Steely Dan Countdown to Ecstasy, just $17.50. It's got a little bit of like a cover wave right here, but the vinyl's really nice. $17.50 for Steely Dan. And Rush, do what? You heard me correctly. Caress of Steel is just $17.50. Rush in the half-off bin. That's pretty wild. Jason Boxell, you must have ESPN. You just read my mind. I'm literally got my hand in the Elvis crate right now. My hand is in the Elvis crate as we talk. And it's about time for those Elvis auctions to commence. So here we go. First thing we have is EPA. That's right. EPA 993 Volume 2. And this is Elvis Presley, The King, cardboard EP. 1956, a VG sleeve, and the vinyl, oh my gosh, the vinyl's beautiful. A beautiful disc, EX Plus on the disc. 1956 Elvis, $10 start. That's now up for bid, okay? First is Adam Bernardi on Neil Young, sold to Adam Bernardi. Jamie Kay on Steely Dan, that's sold, and John LeBady on Rush. That's why we call this a nonsense half-off crate. Elvis is a $10 start. Okay, Burt Jordan's in. And then I also have, let me make sure I've sold off all the well, if there's anything left. So the other night, and I hope he's watching, Chuck Haley, he was wanting this cracked Beatles 45. He offered me $30 for it. And I was like, let's just hold up a second. And I had found earlier tonight another one. Do you want to know a secret? So Please Please Me, cracked. And Do You Want to Know a Secret and Thank You Girl, VJ singles here. $10 start for both of these. The Beatles and the Beatles, $10 start for both of those. Elvis Presley has a bid for 10, okay? These need to go over here. Okay, that's it. All right, good. Actually, I need that. Okay. Oh, my gosh. Jim B is bidding. Good gracious. Okay, here we go. First thing is Point Blank the hard way. $6.50 on Point Blank. The Eurythmics Touch. Here Comes the Rain Again. $10 on the Eurythmics. Really clean copy on that. Pete Townsend, White City. You can pick up Pete Townsend for $7.50. So the Beatles are a $10 start. That's for both of them. Maybe I should have took Chuck Haley's offer the other night. And now Elvis is at $12. Is my mic not on? Test 1, 2. I'm here. Also, we have The Doors. Now $22.50. This is $44.99. Half off is $22.50. The Beatles has a bid for 10. And Adam Bernardi on the Eurythmics. Adam Bernardi on the Eurythmics. My mic is working, Wolverine. And Weasel next on the Eurythmics. David Bowie Tonight. David Bowie is $12.50. Leonard Skinner, Legend. Crazy half off crate. Great titles in here. Leonard Skinner to $17.50. Leonard Skinner Legend. We also have HSAS Through the Fire. $12.50 for Hagar, Sean, Harrison, and Shreve. I got to text Paul right quick and ask him, where are the picks? Where are the CDs you sent me pics of. Right, and then there's that. Okay. So right now we had Beatles at 10, Elvis at 15, Beatles at 15. Adam Bernardi first on David Bowie. Leslie was next on David Bowie. Arnold Palmer, 360. Legend Condition, near mint minus. We have Rabbit, $7.50 for Rabbit. CCR, that's a double pack. You get Green River and Willie and the Poor Boys, 2 albums in one for $17.50. So Chuck, what I was saying is this is the cracked Beatles record you offered $30 for the other night, and I've added another one that's nice. And now Brent has the high bid at $18. And Elvis is at $14 with Chuck Haley. Everybody else is out. And then we have, wow, Pink Floyd for $32.50. Pink Floyd for $32.50. I'm going to simplify this crate. Everything in this crate so far is EX Plus or better. So up until about right here, they'll change the check condition. All these are EX Plus or better. Danny Thomason does get Leonard Skinner. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Keeping this one simple. We've got the Rolling Stones Dirty Work for $17.50. Arnold 360. Brent, you're getting closer. It's a $500 item for $375. I'm surprised you've said no. We have Elvis at $15. Next is Grand Funk Hits with the booklet, $12.50. Also, Tom Waits, Foreign Affairs. Tom Waits is $20. It is a 1977 OG PRC Compton press. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, $15 retrospective. Stop, Hey, What's That Sound? $15 on that. And then Sieg Sputnik, Flaunt It. That's now $22.50. I told y'all this was a nonsense half-off crate. If you stayed up late, a quarter till 1, half-off nonsense. Half-off nonsense. And then over here, Eric Van Leuven on Tom Waits, Paul Oakley second on Tom Waits, and then over here, Chuck Haley got Grand Funk Railroad. This is a half-off nonsense crate. Adam Bauman on CCR, 2 albums in 1. Quick update, Elvis 18, Beatles 20. Another one sold recently for $359. You're at $360, right? If the doors in that crate is A condition, I will take that album. Mark Chesler, this album couldn't get any better. This couldn't get any better. No, it's in nice condition. It's EX Plus or better. I was saying that because that's what I told you earlier on the ABBA. It has been graded EX Plus or better. EX Plus or better. $22.50 on that, okay? And now the Beatles at $25. Birds out on Elvis. Chuck has it for $18. What should I do? Should I sell Brent this Arnold Palmer autograph for $360, everybody? Should I? Should I sell Brent Robley that Arnold Palmer autograph PSA, beautifully slabbed, near mint minus and pristine, Augusta National Masters scorecard for $360? Should I? Could I? Could I? Should I? Could I? Should I? Next is Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. VG Plus, $12.50. $12.50. Jim B is buying a, oh my gosh. We just let a $1,000 record slip through our hands for $22.50. My gracious, Jim B just bought that for $22.50. Unbelievable. That was I might as well go over here and just kick my foot into the wall. Another side of Bob Dylan, VG Plus, $25. Holy crap. A Columbia 2i, 1964 mono. Good gracious. VG Plus, $25. Oh my gosh. Mark V's got Steely Dan. There's that. And the Rascals, Once Upon a Dream. The Rascals is $6.50. The Beatles is at $28. And then Elvis Presley over here is sold to Chuck Haley for $18. Okay, we have Billy Joe 52nd Street, VG Plus 5. These two Beatles over here is at 28. Grand Funk Survival, VG $5, VG $5. Grand Funk, VG. Now we're in check condition stuff, okay? So now the grading will be easy because I'm going to tell you the grade of the vinyl for every single disc from this point on. I have Fog Hat, VG $5. Fog Hat, VG $5. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You, Why Don't You Start Me Up? Original Bob Lugwood Mastering, VG Plus 1250, and ZZ Top de Guelo, VG Plus 1250 in shrink wrap, $12. Look, there's my favorite price tag, $6.99, but this copy right now is $12.50, $12.50, $12.50, $12.50. The next Elvis single that's going to go up right now is I Can't Help Falling in Love. And this is Elvis from Blue Hawaii, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. The disc is VG Plus, the sleeves VG Plus, $10. I'm going to make sure Brent's done on the Beatles, and then over here we're going to make sure I'm going to make sure Brent's watching before I say sold or pass on Arnold Palmer. But I'm going to make sure he's done on the Beatles first. And then over here, Pop Man got ZZ Top, Danny on FH for Fog Hat, and Chuck Haley on Grand Funk Railroad. And tonight we're about to get into an incredible collection of 45s for $6.99. I know our $6.99 45 buyers are watching. And John dug up how many more boxes? Like 3,000. No, legitimately 8 more boxes, okay? He brought up 8 more boxes of 45s that have never been shown before. So those are coming up pretty soon. There's going to be stuff for buy nows. There's going to be stuff for auctions. Some auctions tonight, some auctions a different night. I think this one here is a pretty dang good one. I'm going to go ahead and run it for an auction. We're going to go 3 wide with the 45 auctions. A green label RCA Victor Dolly Parton promo, Just Because I'm a Woman and I Wish I Felt This Way at Home. That's going to go up for a $7 start. That's Miss Dolly. $7 start on that. Okay, so first thing we have is the Beatles is at 28. The Beatles was already at 28 with Chuck Haley. So Chuck already had them for 28, Brent. Elvis got a bid for 12. Elvis got a bid for 10. Elvis got a bid for 15. And a green label Dolly promo. All right, back to the half-off crate. Queen, Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $12.50. Do what? That's right. Queen's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $12.50. Do what? Night Ranger, 7 Wishes. Night Ranger's VG Plus, 10. Incredible. Over here, we got REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. That's VG for $5. And we got Susie Quattro. Susie, another 4-letter words, VG Plus, $5. All right. Brent, Arnold Palmer's yours for $360. Thank you, sir. I've had that for a while. And you've bought a lot of golf autographs from me. So that's sold to Brent for $360. Thank you on that, Brent. That is sold to you. Let's get that over here on the table. Arnold Palmer, the Kings going to a new house. That's sold to him for $360. Appreciate that. I got so many other awesome. Surely somebody needs Mike Tyson. I mean, come on. $155 for one of the greatest boxers ever. Some say the greatest. We're talking Mike Tyson. $155. Come on. Just $155 for Mike, Iron Mike. $155. Are you kidding? $155. $155. And then over here, first thing, next thing, we had the Beatles at $30, Elvis at $16, Elvis at $18, Burt Jordan's in on Dolly at $7, Carla Breckie on Night Ranger. Over here, Carla Breckie on Night Ranger. Carla Breckie got Night Ranger. Elvis is at $18. Elvis is at $19. Adam Bauman on REO Speedwagon. Okay, and then Mike Tyson, $155. Elvis book. Where are you talking about, Tanner? I'm over here talking to Tanner. Tanner, I've got it. He said there's a bunch of Elvis stuff over here everybody's going to want. I've got it in my hand. What could this magical mystery tour be? Holy, good gosh. Holy mackerel. Oh, boy. Y'all have no idea what's about to happen. That's because I don't know what's about to happen. But we are going to go ahead and show Sparks. Goodness gracious, this is going to be theft. Half off of $49.99. I'm no mathematician, but that's $25 off. That is a Woofer and Tweeters clothing. VG, $25. Whoa, what is going on right now? Let me retract the rest of this crate. Leonard Skinner for $12.50 on the original label. VG Plus, $12.50. Good gosh. And then Bob Dylan and the band, VG Plus, $20. Good gosh. Dolly has a new bid for $10. So Bert, you're out on Dolly. Bert, you're out on Elvis. Chuck has it for $22. And the Beatles are at $32. The Beatles is at $32. The Beatles is at $32. Okay? And that means Brent Robley, you've been outbid. The Mike Tyson, who asked first? Danny asked first, and Oso asked first. This is Mike Tyson. It's a card from Pro Set, 2022 Leaf Pro Set. It's certified on card, okay? Card autographs like this, you don't have to get certified. They're certified on card. It is a Mike Tyson signed sticker that's been put on the card from Pro Set. $155. You really don't have to get, I mean, you can have these slabbed and graded, but on-card autographs are good as gold. This is from Leaf Pro Set, Mike Tyson, $155. I've got it in a magnetic. It's $155. Okay, so first on Sparks was Eric Van Leuven. Jackie Reynolds got Leonard Skinner. Mark Weiss was second. Chris Knapp was third, or second on Sparks. Chris next on Leonard Skinner. And that means Chuck Haley's about to get Elvis for $22. Eric Van Leuven's about to get the Dolly promo for $10. Green label just because I'm a woman, okay? What happened to Queen's Greatest Hits? It is a single LP OG pressing. So Mark Chesler, to answer your question, the OG pressings were a single LP. It's VG Plus, $12.50. Eric Clapton Slowhand, VG, $7.50. Slowhand, folks, we're talking about cocaine. Da-da-da-da. $7.50 on that. Leonard Skinner, one more from the road. That's a live Leonard Skinner album. VG Plus, $12.50. And the best of the Doobie Brothers, Jesus is just all right with me. Jesus is just all right. Oh, yeah. $5. And Leonard Skinner, Undercover of the Night. Excuse me. This is not Leonard Skinner. This is the Rolling Stones. Okay? Oso Adventure is going to buy Mike Tyson for $155. Oso will buy Mike Tyson for $155. Oso will buy Mike Tyson for $155. The Beatles is at $37. Brent Robley, you've been outbid. Greg Beddinger on the Doobie Brothers. And that was Jesus is Just All Right with Me. And then Leonard Skinner Live is sold to John LeBeatty. Eric Van Leuven, you get Dolly for $10. And Elvis Presley is sold to Chuck Haley for $22. These two Beatles singles are sold to Chuck Haley for $37. Okay? Awesome. Sweet Ola. What other kind of opportunities you got in here, Chad? Bringing out some big dogs. Anybody ever heard of Nolan Ryan? I think he's got a few records that are deemed impossible to break. 1968 Mets rookie stars, Jerry Koosman and Nolan Ryan. A VG4 miscut. What does the miscut mean? It's miscut up here. You can see the border literally of another card. $895. $895. Nolan Ryan rookie card. $895. VG4 miscut. Okay. Christina Curtis gets the Rolling Stones. Oso Adventure said he will buy Mike Tyson for $125. Let me think on that. I hadn't looked that up in like, I don't know how long. I just bought a Mike Tyson myself. It's an autographed video game cartridge. No. Yeah. Is that what I bought? I just bought something myself. I know I paid more than $125 for it, though. Okay, back to the half off. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. VG $5. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. Wow, $5. Baby, We Were Born to Run. And Van Morrison, VG 750. Here comes the next thing. So this is the Elvis Presley International Stamp Collection. Now, Tanner's left me a few notes here. The Elvis Presley International Stamp Collection. PCS stamps and coins. Well, first of all, you know it's important. It comes with a white glove. Okay? They're saying do not touch this unless you put on white gloves. And then you get an empty baggie. You can do whatever you want to with that. And this is stamps from all over the world. These are real usable stamps from all over the world. See? Stamps, 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 stamps. All kinds of stamps, more stamps. These are stamps. Stamps. It just keeps going. Stamps. More stamps. Stamps here. These are real stamps too. These are real. This isn't some kind of hologram. This is real stamps. We've got 2 comps that we found on eBay. We're going to kind of split the difference. It's in a big binder. It's going to be kind of expensive to ship, but $75 start. Now, I know if Regina Tabor's watching, she's going to bid so fast her head's going to spin. We'll see if anybody else wants to bid too. Christina Curtis gets Bruce Springsteen for $5. And we'll have to hold off on one Elvis single till we get that one done because I don't want to put 2 Elvis items up. $75 starting bid. The Moody Blues is a German press. This is a UK edition for On the Threshold of a Dream. VG Plus 650 for Moody Blues. Fog Hat Full for the City with Slow Ride, Take It Easy. VG $5. $75 start is the starting bid on those. Oso says I'm in at $75. Going once, going twice. I'm still thinking about Mike Tyson. I hadn't had a chance to even look it up yet. Grand Funk, Closer to Home. I'm Your Captain. VG Plus, $7.50. Grand Funk, Closer to Home. VG Plus, this is a nonsense half-off bid. Nonsense half-off bid. Nonsense half-off bid. Allman Brothers, Enlightened Rogues, VG $5. The Queen Greatest Hits, how many tracks are on it? Queen's Greatest Hits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. VG Plus, $12.50. Queen's Greatest Hits. Richie Lander on Foghat. Sold. Danny Thomas the next. Final Call on the Stamps for $75. James Gang Bang. VG Plus 9. Richie Lander got Grand Funk. Stamps has a new bid for $76. Oso, you've been outbid. Carl Perkins, a 58 mono. VG 1750. VG 1750. 1958 mono. Steely Dan Asia. VG 750. This is Steely Dan Asia, VG 750. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, VG $5. And Rumors, EX 1650. Do what? That's right, EX 1650. We're talking about secondhand news. Dreams, never going back. Don't stop. Go your own way. Songbird. The Chain keeps us together. You make love and fun. I don't want to know the reasons why you love me. Oh, Daddy, Go Dust Woman. Holy crap, what an album. Carl Perkins is sold to Brent Robley. Jamie K on Steely Dan. Also, you've been outbid on the stamps. Lisa Marachi has it for $76. Mark Chesler, Great Decision on Queen's Greatest Hits. What else do I possibly can come up with over here? More 45 auctions? Oh my gosh. A Seinfeld Dream. Anybody ever heard of Bozo? B-O-Z-O. Bozo. Bozo the Clown. Dream Along with Bozo. Golden Records, 45 RPM. $6.99. $6.99 for Bozo. I'm about to start doing 45 bot nows. Lisa Marachi, you get the stamps. Sold to Lisa for $76. I got to start a new pile of miscellaneous sold items somewhere in this building. Let me move John's cart out of the way. John, I'm going to push your cart And then I'm going to start a new pile right here. Oh my gosh, look at all these wait lists from last night. No FX, Dangerous Toys, Paul Diano, Black Sabbath, Slayer, Promise, Nirvana, Promise, 1919, Howlin' Wolf, Korn, Order More This, Order More That, Metal Christmas, Slayer, Blankets, Mayhem. Golly, we got a lot of stuff to order. I'm going to be up all night again. Y'all should see the bags underneath my eyes. Bozo, Soda Michael Rudolph for $6.99. BOZO. Okay. Let's see here. Don't come around here no more. What did Oso offer? Oso, what was your offer on Tyson? 125. $86 Pro set, Tyson. I'm trying to check right quick. You're close, I think. Okay, then we definitely need to read through these again because there's still some great stuff. I mean, there's a Pink Floyd record still left in here. Jesus. Okay, let's go over here and grab a handful of 45s. We got to start getting these in. All right, here we go. Let the craziness of 45s begin. Holy moly. Okay, here we go. Christmas metal pre-order. Yes, add Carla Brecky to metal Christmas pre-order list. I can do that. Nice. Thin Lizzy, Bad Reputation, $6.99. Sheila E., I Love Bizarre, Prince related. The Rascals, Glory, Glory. Spinners, Melody, Working My Way Back to You, Forgive Me Girl, and Disco Ride. Dueling Banjos from Deliverance. Flat and Scruggs, Like a Rolling Stone, a white label promo. And Brontosaurus by The Move. That's a promo. The Move as in Jeff Lynne of ELO. All right, last call on this half-off crate. First thing we have is Cheap Trick 1-on-1. No condition notes, Cheap Trick, $10. Badfinger, $17.50. Magic Christian Music. Point Blank, The Hard Way, $6.50. Pete Townsend, $7.50. White City. HSAS, $12.50. And Rabbit, $7.50 for Rabbit. Pink Floyd, $32.50. And early 80s press, but no condition notes. $32.50 on that. And the Rolling Stones Dirty Work, $17.50. First, for $6.99. Wolverine gets the Spinners for $6.99. He gets Deliverance for $6.99. Eric Van Leuven on the Move for $6.99. Wolverine second on the Move. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry, $6.99. Wham! Freedom. Queen, Another One Bites the Dust. And You're My Best Friend. No, Keep Yourself Alive. The Escape Club, Wild Wild West. And the Kingston Trio, MTA and All My Sorrow. Those are all $6.99. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, $15. Another side of Bob Dylan, VG Plus, $25. A 64 mono, $25 VG Plus condition. The Rascals is EX, $6.50. Billie Joe 52nd Street, VG Plus, $5. The Rolling Stones is VG Plus, $12.50. Susie Quattro's VG Plus, $5. And Bob Dylan and the Band Basement Tapes, VG Plus, $20 on that. So that last stack over here is Kingston Trio, Escape Club, Queen, Freedom by Wham! Until Tuesday. Did you order NoFX? Yeah, it's actually not called Eating Lamb. That's what he's doing on the cover. That's not actually the name of the album, but I know what you're talking about. All right, this is sold back here to Chuck Haley for $30. Oso Adventure, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Mike Tyson for $125. That's sold to you. I was going to counter, but we got to keep moving. And let's go ahead and lay down some more singles, okay? And these are all $6.99. I've got John Waite, Missing You. John Waite is $6.99. We have the Marquise, Last Night. Nice. We have Maurice Williams, Stay. The Fireflies, You Were Mine. We have Don Gardner and D.D. Ford. And Red Foley, Playing Dominoes and Shooting Dice. I'm in the jailhouse now. No, that's not the same song, but that's what that reminds me of. And then over here, we have Eric Clapton, Slow Hand. Folks, we're talking about cocaine. VG, $7.50. April Wine is VG Condition, $5. Van Morrison's VG, $7.50. Moody Blues is VG Plus, $6.50. Allman Brothers was VG, $5. James Gang is VG Plus, $9. Paul Simon, VG, $5. And Fleetwood Mac, $16.50. How much are all these? These are all $6.99 here. Anybody else on that half-off crate? Okay? Anything else on that half off crate? So first thing is Wolverine on ME, and ME was for Maurice Williams. That was MW, and he got DG, which was Don Gardner. Okay, and so that left Red Foley, the Fireflies, the Marquis, and John Waite. Those are all $6.99. Please, Mr. Custer. That's a fun one by Larry Verne, $6.99. We have Brother Dave Gardner highlights. That's pretty interesting. RCA Compact. Whoa. Hold on, let me wait on those. Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, and You're My Best Friend. I have 2 of them. The Kinks, Jukebox Music. Knock, Knock, Knocking on Heaven's Door, Bob Dylan. And Chuck Berry, Sweet Little 16. And Chuck Berry, Johnny Be Good. And Chuck Berry, My Ding-a-Ling. Goodness gracious. Okay. All righty. So over here we have the following. RF Pass, RF Title. RF Pass, RF Title. RF Pass, RF Title. What was RF? Is that a 45, Danny? RF? Red Foley? Red Foley is playing dominoes and shooting dice in Hot Toddy. That's $6.99. These are all $6.99. Wolverine gets all 3 Chuck Berries, $6.99 each. So do Wolverine. We still got Bob Dylan, Knock, Knock, Knocking on Heaven's Door. The Kinks, Jukebox Music. Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, and You're My Best Friend. Brother Dave Gardner, and Larry Verne, Mr. Custer. Okay? All right. So I want to let everybody know right now, we've got about an hour left in this stream before Facebook ends. We might even go even longer if we need to. So right now, it's about to be 45 party. That was definitely the last crate of albums of the night. If you love 45s, I would hang around, and I'm going to try to throw up other random stuff here and there, Okay, so I might even throw up some more sports cards and autographs if they're handy and I can find them, okay? But the first thing we're going to do is sell Chuck Haley, Brother Dave, and we're going to sell this early deck of Red Foley to Danny Thomason. We're about to have a $6.99 45 party, and I've got some that I'm willing to auction. And here's one I'm willing to auction. This is Losing My Religion by REM. Every once in a while, I'm going to find one. I'm going to be like, well, let's set that aside and see what happens, okay? $7 start for Losing My Religion. That's a $7 start. I have some other picture sleeves over here I've already set aside for auction, okay? Carla Breckie on John Waite for $6.99. So there's that. I still got the I'm trying to move this Loretta Lynn single. I bought a collection of Clint Eastwood autographs, really rare country albums. I've sold everything. That's my last item. It's clear to the black, as we call it here in the business world. It's clear. I've got technically some money tied up in it because I itemized everything, but I've sold everything I bought from this guy except that. I'm trying to move it. So don't be afraid to make an offer. Nolan Ryan's about to go on eBay. I don't know what it's going to sell for, but it's an expensive card. REM's a $7 start. Probably won't have too many 45 auctions. Some I'll set aside. We'll run tomorrow, okay? Here we go. Wow, this is interesting. On a yellow monument label, Roy Orbison, Pretty Woman, Walking Down the Street. We have the Belmonts, Come On Little Angel. We got Dell and Grace, I'm Leaving It Up to You. The Drifters, Up on the Roof. Big hit here, the Hombres, Let It Out, Let It All Hang Out. And Charlie Rich, Who Will the Next Fool Be? Those are all $6.99. Okay? 125 for the remainder of the green crate. Let's see here. I was going to use this for tomorrow morning flip crate material because there's some pretty dang good titles still left in here, John Barry. Let me see what I can come up with, okay? This is a pretty good crate. Let me just kind of do some stuff in my head. I came up with 210. I'll do them for $195. I mean, a lot of those I put in for 5, some for like 15, and then some in my head I put in for like 20. I came up with 210. I'll do $195. I'd love to go ahead and clear it out to you since you've already bought some other bundles. Wolverine got Roy Orbison for $6.99. Wolverine got DR for $6.99, and DR was for the Drifters, and then that left Charlie Rich, the Hombres, Dell and Grace, and the Belmonts. Chris Knapp got Fleetwood Mac. Okay, that's so to Chris Knapp. So Chris Knapp on Fleetwood Mac. There we go. So 210. Now that makes 195 better for me. That's so to Chris Knapp for $16.50. Okay. Loretta Lynn is her very first record. This is not autographed. Loretta Lynn is called Whispering Sea and I'm a Honky Tonk Girl. It's her very first single on the Zero label. VG Plus, the label has a little bit of damage on one side. I'm a Honky Tonk Girl. It's her very first record. It's not signed. It's just her very first record. $200 or best offer. $200 or best offer. REM is $6.99. Losing My Religion. REM $6.99. There you go. But John, I'd love to clear out this crate because I'm about to take it off the table, flip it over, and use it for a table so we can go through some 45s. We got Carole King, I've Been to Canaan. I like that song. Janet Jackson, Runaway. We got Janet Jackson, another copy of Runaway. Come On, Feel the Noise, Quiet Right. Irene Cara, Flashdance, What a Feeling. The Temptations, Ball of Confusion. Rockin' Robin, Michael Jackson. The Hollies, I love that one. Look Through Any Window, yeah. What Do You See? 175. John Barry does it. He does it again, folks. John Barry cleaning the crate out. Bundle. Sold John Barry $175. We have cleared out a crate. He got those for a great price. Now I'm going to have to scramble to figure out what to do next for another one, okay? And then coins. I have the log for the night. Save the coins. Okay. Sorry about that, Michael. Yeah. This little thing over here is Chibis. Is this copper? Hold on a second. Is this copper or silver? Are you still interested in copper? I've got copper. I've got silver Chibis. And I got those little 1 grain bar things. That's what's right here next to me. I don't have much more other than that, unfortunately. Well, over here next to me. I got more proof sets and stuff that I need to dig out. Okay, thank you, John Barry. And I really need to swap out this crate now, but Nolan Ryan don't want to stand up. Crazy deal there, but he's our king bundler. Quiet Ride is so to Carla Brecky. He holds the torch right now for sure. Temptation, so to Wolverine. Wolverine also got Michael Jackson. He also got the Hollies. And then Danny next on Quiet Ride. So I still got Irene Cara, Janet, and Carole King, okay? Those are all available for $6.99. Let me lay them right here. Let's start our no-claim pile here. And I'm going to put Nolan Ryan somewhere so that case don't get scratched. Oh, man, I love this song from the Grassroots. Let's Live for Today, the Grassroots. The Impressions, Amen. Ray Charles, A Tear Fell. The Impressions, It's All Right. Jimmy Soul, If You Want to Be Happy. Roy Orbison, It's Over. Larry Williams, Boney Maroney. And this is Louise Goffin. Louise Goffin, right? Yeah, Louise Goffin, $6.99. I love these and these ABC sleeves. Really cool stuff there for sure. Really cool stuff there. All right, now I have enough space. And by the way, so earlier we sold Chuck Haley a sealed Beatles box that had a 45 and a T-shirt. Well, this one also has a T-shirt. It's red. It says John, Paul, George, and Ringo, but it also still has the 45 down in there. And I had this marked for $35. He bought the sealed one for $30, I think. I'll do this one for $25 if anybody wants it. It's got a red shirt that says John, Paul, George, and Ringo, and the 45 is in there. $20 on the Beatles. $20 on the Beatles. Okay. First thing is Wolverine on the Imperials or the Impressions. No, it's the Impressions. Yeah. He gets the Impressions, and then he gets Ray Charles, and then he got Roy Orbison, and then he got Larry Williams. And I have Louise Goffin, Jimmy Soul. Now, Wolverine, there was another Impressions if you want both. I still got the Grassroots, Jimmy Soul, and Louise Goffin. No, I haven't forgot about Elvis. It's time. I'm glad you reminded me. It's time for our next Elvis single. Here we go. Let's do one that has not been in a picture sleeve, okay? I have Elvis Blue Suede Shoes, VG Plus in the original RCA company sleeve, $7 start on Elvis. The last T-shirt was a small. The last t-shirt was a small. It said it on the hop sticker. Maybe I can peek without having to. Oh, wait a minute. It's a large, extra large. It says large, extra large. Somebody kept the hop sticker. Large, extra large on that one. $25. And you get that replication single. He gets the other impressions and he gets Jimmy's Soul. Both of those are sold to Wolverine. Okay? There's that and there's that. Elvis Presley, blue suede shoes, and Tutti Frutti. $7 start on that. Okay, next handful of singles going up right now. All right. Let's grab this. I'm going to get this box closer to me. All right. And we got to pull out some more picture sleeves. Let me grab a handful right here in the middle. I wonder what this, I want to kind of peek ahead to some of these boxes because John's got some crazy stuff tucked away. All right, Elvis has a bid for 7 blue suede shoes. We got Nervous Norvis Transfusion, Lonnie Mack Memphis. I'm keeping that one. Mickey and Sylvia Love is Strange, Charlie Grace Butterfly, Adamant Room at the Top. Time is on My Side, promo copy from Still Life, and I'm keeping that one. And we got Bamboos, Virginia, and Snuff, the Bamboos. Nice, $6.99 on that one, okay? Elvis is about to sell for 7. How much are all these? These are $6.99. We had the Bamboos, we had the Rolling Stones, we had Adamant, we had Charlie Grace, Mickey and Sylvia sold to Wolverine, Lonnie Mack sold to Wolverine, and that left Nervous Novus on that one. 10-second timer on Elvis Presley. 5, 4, 3, and here comes some more singles. These are all $6.99. We have Ricky Nelson, Yours Ricky, Burton Cummings, Stand Tall, Bad English, When I See You Smile, Bruce Springsteen, Pink Cadillac, Meatloaf, Paradise by the Dashboard Light, The Cascade, Second Chance, We Got the Beat, The Go-Go's, and the band, Rag Mama Rag, the band, and that has radio station promo copies, markings on it. Elvis has a new bid for 7. Elvis has a new bid for 8. Ricky Nelson sold to Wolverine, and then Carla Brecky on BE for Bad English. That's sold to Carla Brecky. And that left the band, the Go-Go's, the Cascades, Meatloaf, Bruce Springsteen, and Burton Cummings on that one. Elvis has a new bid for 10 with Wolverine. I was going to start it at 10 anyways. I don't know why I said 7 on that one, but I already said it, and it already had a bid. Meatloaf sold to Danny Thomason for $6.99. Same thing, minus a penny. Christina Curtis was next. I'm going to look ahead to this other box over here. What do I see? Look through any window, yeah. What do I see? All right, we got Heavy D and the Boys. The Overweight Losers in the House. Patsy Cline, I Fall to Pieces. Seals and Croft, Get Closer. Diamond Girl by Seals and Croft. John Denver's Annie Song, Just the Way You Are, Billy Joe. Sweet, Sweet City Woman, the Stampeders. Skylark Wildflower. Question, that's a good one from the Moody Blues. And The Streak, Ray Stevens. Those are all $6.99. How much, Chad? They're $6.99. Dang. Son, you're handing out some deals tonight. This has been a crazy night to be watching. These are all $6.99. Oso said he did claim the Beatles box. Also, Michael Manning said, show me the Elvis pile. Maybe in your dreams. Maybe in your dreams, Michael Manning. So the Beatles are sold for $25 to Oso Adventure. Thank you, Oso, on that. Elvis 7, Elvis 8, Elvis 10. Kevin Chapman, you're out. We sold Meatloaf. Christina next on Ricky Nelson. And Elvis has a bid for 11. And Danny wants HD. So we still got Ray Stevens, the Moody Blues, Skylark, the Stampeders, Billy Joel, John Denver, Seals and Croft, Patsy Cline, and Heavy D is sold to Danny Thomason for $6.99, okay? We'll thumb through the Elvis stuff in just a second. But if I did that, it would take 20 minutes. And John's added to it. He says there's hundreds more back there he's unearthed. So we got a bunch of them. But we do have Hotel California by the Eagles and New Kid in Town. Dwight Yoakam and Buck Owens, Streets of Bakersfield. Dwight Yoakam, Turn It On, Turn It Up, Turn Me Loose from 1990. Willie Nelson, Georgia on My Mind, and Willie Nelson, Blue Skies. Hey Jude, The Beatles. B-side should be Revolution. It is. Nice. Sam and Dave, I Thank You, and Hold On, I'm Coming. Baby, We Were Born to Run, and we have Pat Benatar, All Fired Up. And let's pause right there. Those are all $6.99. Michael, man, is getting sleepy on a Friday night. I figured you'd be wired on Diet Mountain Dew. We have Elvis 13, Elvis 15, and then, Danny, you got picked on 2 different Dwight Yoakams. You can have Turn It On, Turn Me Loose, Turn It On, or Since I Started Drinking Again, or the one with Buck Owens in the picture sleeve. The picture sleeve has a little bit of discoloration, but all the discs are nice. Elvis is at 15 with Kevin Chapman, and that means Wolverine, you are outbid. And now he's at $20, okay? So Elvis is at 20. We still got Pat Benatar, Bruce Springsteen, Sam and Dave. I'm putting Hey Jude over here if nobody claims it. And then Willie Nelson and the Eagles. Okay, and Danny's got dibs on the 2 Dwights. We'll put that right back there in pending. Next thing over here is this. These are all $6.99. Don't come around here no more. All right, what is $6.99? You're about to see them. The Andrews Sisters, Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree. Barry McGuire, Upon a Painted Ocean, picture sleeve. Juice Newton, Queen of Hearts, picture sleeve. Alabama, Tennessee River. Question Mark and the Mysterians, 18. American Pie, Don McLean. Paul Peterson, My Dad. The Dimensions, Over the Rainbow on Mohawk. And Dickie Lee, Lori. These are all $6.99. $6.99. Danny gets both Dwight, so to Danny, so to Danny. Kevin Chapman's out. The Elvis single is so to Wolverine for 20. Danny's going to get Hey Jude. You say you want a revolution. Well, you know. Da-down. We all want to change the world. Da-down. What a guitar on that sound. Didn't they like drive a screwdriver through the speaker or something to get that sound? Carla Brecky on JN, that was for Juice Newton. That's so to Carla Brecky. Wolverine on Question Mark and the Mysterians. That's so to Wolverine. And then he also got PP, and that was Paul Peterson. He also got the Dimensions. And Danny wants AP, and that was for American Pie. Danny's going to drive a Chevy to the levee. Dickie Lee, Alabama, Barry McGuire, and the Andrews Sisters is still available. Moving on. These are all going to be $6.99. And then we got to do another Elvis auction. I'm going to lay these down first. Get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Casey and the Sunshine Band. Dave Brubeck, Take 5. Smith, Take a Look Around. Chicago, Along Comes a Woman. Time by the Alan Parsons Project. The Cars, Tonight She Comes. And it's gonna be a long, long time. Turn down brings me round. I get to Rocket Man. Rocket Man. Elton John. Wow. I'll stop singing. I know it sounds horrendous. Everybody's ears are bleeding. Ah, Chad, for the love of all things, please stop singing. How about Are You Lonesome Tonight? Elvis Presley, Are You Lonesome Tonight? And I Gotta Know. We'll say a very nice VG Plus. That's more like EX. The sleeve, not bad at all. A little bit of writing there, but not bad for Elvis. $10 start on Elvis, okay? Next thing is this. We got Wolverine on Smith. Sold. Carla Brecky on C for Cars, right? And Wolverine on Elton John, sold. That left Alan Parsons, Chicago, Dave Brubeck, and KC and the Sunshine Band. Get down tonight. Okay? Moving along. We got back-to-back Christmas coming. The Christmas song, Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire. Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Smokey Robinson, Just to See Her. Bill Medley, I've Always Got the Heart to Sing the Blues. And then Ink Spots, Whispering Grass. Climax Blues Band, Couldn't Get It Right. Reflections, that's a good one. Dinah Ross and Supremes. Timmy Euro, Hurt. The Everly Brothers, Gone, Gone, Gone. Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid. And Mr. Paul, Take It Away. Paul McCartney, $6.99. Okay, Chicago from the last stack is sold to Carla Brecky. Maybe she didn't want something C. She didn't want Cars, right, Carla? You wanted Chicago earlier. I bet she wanted Chicago instead of the Cars. And then Carla, I've got you down for both Christmas. If that's right, let me know. If you want to pick one, let me know. Elvis is a $10 start. And then Wolverine on Ref. So we had Paul, Sun City, Everly Brothers, Timmy Euro, Dinah Ross, Climax Blues Band, and then Ink Spots, Bill Medley, and Smokey Robinson. Okay, so the first thing was DR was Dinah Ross. That's right here, so to Wolverine. He also got Timmy Euro. He also got BE, and he meant EB for Everly Brothers. So Wolverine, the only one I didn't catch was REF. So I still got the Ink Spots, Climax Blues Band, Bill Medley, Smokey Robinson, Sun City, and Paul McCartney. And so she wanted Chicago, not Cars, and both yes. Okay, good. We worked that out good. Elvis has a bid for 10. Final call for Chuck Haley. Next is going to go up for right now, $6.99. We got Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. Mama, You Been on My Mind promo. Lee Greenwood. Oh my gosh. God bless the USA. Holy moly. Mountain Music by Alabama. Mitch Miller and the Gang, Season Greetings promo. Steam, Nah Nah, Hey Hey, Kiss Him Goodbye. Princess and Star Breeze, Baby It's Over. Jump in the Saddle, that's the Curly Shuffle. Al Jarreau, Since I Fell for You from Moonlighting. Those are all $6.99. Reflections, okay, Reflections. That's a funny, cool song. Not a funny, but that's that for a Motown song to have that buzzing or whatever that sound is in that song. Reflections in my mind. Dun 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 dun. Re-bop bom bom bom. Reflections of things used to be. Okay, so we had Chuck Haley on Paul McCartney, $6.99. Carla Breckie on Lee Greenwood for $6.99. Wolverine on MM, and MM was for Mitch Miller promo. And then Carla Breckie got Alabama. Chuck Haley got Paul McCartney. I've already put that in the stack. The B-side of Mitch Miller was You Tell Me Your Dream, I'll Tell You Mine, but it's already been sold. And Elvis has a new bid for 12. And that left the Curly Shuffle, Al Jarreau, Steen, Princess, and Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs. Reflections of things used to be. I don't know the lyrics, but that's kind of what it sounds like. Paul Young, Why Does a Man Have to Be So Strong? Colin James Hay, you may know him from a band called Men at Work. Bruce Springsteen, Hungry Heart. The Spinners, we had that one earlier. Cupid, I've loved you so, loved you for a long time. Here's the different Spinners. I'm Coming Home. Double-sided promo. The Dales, Oh What a Night. Wild Cherry, Play That Funky Music, White Boy. Ray Charles, Look What They've Done to My Song, Ma. Stevie Nicks, Leather and Lace with Don Henley from the Eagles. And Alabama, Love in the First Degree, and Ride That Train, or Ride the Train. Those are all $6.99. Reflections of... Dun, 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 dun. Elvis is at 12. Chuck Haley, you're out. Wolverine on the Spinners. Now, you've already got that one, I'm pretty sure, tonight, so I'm going to give you the promo. Wolverine also on Dale. And DEL was for the Dales. And then WC was for Wild Cherry, Play That Funky Music, White Boy. And Wolverine on Ray Charles for RC. That's also so to Wolverine. That left Alabama, Stevie Nicks, Spinners, Bruce Springsteen, Colin James Hay, and Paul Young. Elvis has a new bid for 14. Let's go through another box. I'm in another handful. We got Lisa and Colt Jam, Everything Will Be Fine. We have Audrey Williams, They're Begging You to Stay. Red Skeleton from Burger King doing the Pledge of Allegiance. Tiffany, Could Have Been. Tiffany, I Think We're Alone Now. 38 Special, So Caught Up in You. Keith Ralph, isn't he from the Yardbirds? Together Now, All the Falling Angels. And the Fabulous Poodles, Work Shy. Those are all $6.99. Okay? Elvis is at 14. Regina, you're out. And John LeBady wants Bruce. Was that in this handful, or was that in another handful? Bruce, Hungry Heart, maybe? John LeBady, is that right? From the River? If that's not right, let me know. Carla Breckie on 38 Special. Not much 60s in there. We had a blank slate from Wolverine. looking for those 60 singles. Audrey sold to Chuck Haley, and that left the following: the Fabulous Poodles, Keith Ralph, Tiffany, Red Skeleton, and Lisa. The Keith label is right here. It is All the Falling Angels, Ultra High Fidelity, MCCM Records, Peoria, Illinois. All right. Moving right along. Another Ray Stevens, The Streak. The Castaways, Liar Liar. The Teddy Bears, To Know Him Is to Love Him. Roscoe Gordon, Just a Little Bit. Jody Reynolds, Endless Sleep. Mungo Jerry, In the Summertime. Mariah Carey, Music Box. Kiss, Rock and Roll All Night. Whitney Houston, So Emotional. And Buddy Holly, Peggy Sue. $6.99. Regina, it's up to you on the Elvis. It's up to Chuck Haley on the Elvis. Regina has it for $15. So we have Buddy Holly. We had Whitney Houston. We had Kiss. We had Mariah Carey. We had Mungo Jerry. We had Jody Reynolds, Roscoe Gordon. And then the Teddy Bears is To Know Him Is to Love Him, and Don't You Worry Little Pet, if that was a question mark. The Castaways sold to Wolverine. Chris Frazier on Kiss. Wanna rock and roll with Chris Frazier. And then what is the Teddy Bears? I just did that one because I figured that's what you're asking. And then Danny on ST. And ST for Danny was the... What was ST, Danny? ST. I got Buddy Holly, Mungo Jerry, Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Joni Reynolds, Roscoe Gordon, and Ray Stevens, okay? Wolverine is taking the Teddy Bears. Elvis is out. This one is sold to Regina. And I'm going to go ahead and take this wickedly tall stack of sold 45s. We have already managed to sell right over here, okay? And let's do about 10 more stacks that tall. Tanner came in yesterday. He's like, dude, do you know how many 45s you've sold this week? And I was like, yeah, and it's only Thursday. Wait till Friday night and then wait till Saturday night. We're going to set a world record. World record for the most individual singles sold on a live stream on Facebook or YouTube in 7 days. Here we go. Rick Springfield, Celebrate Youth. Billy Joe, You Picked a Real Bad Time. Charlie Daniels Band, It's My Life. Taylor Dane, In the Darkness. Cher, Will You Love Me Tomorrow? This is Downtown, Funk Me Baby. Lou Rawls, Are You With Me? Ink Spots, Java Jive. Marie Osmond, and then John Anderson, Hold On to Love. That is prog rock, John Anderson. That's actually pretty cool. If no one buys that, that might go in my pile. Spyro Gyra, Shaker Song. Boy, that's a lot of information there. Let me pause right there and see what we got going on. I need to put this in my pocket. It's a reminder note from later. And we are going to read through those one more time. It's about time for a new box. We've got like 2 more handfuls left. And that was In the Summertime. I had a feeling. Summertime, ST for Mungo Jerry. That's what he wanted, okay? That's what I think. Danny, I got you for Mungo Jerry. Time for another Elvis. Don't Let Me Ever Forget, okay? Next is She's Not You, Just Tell Her Jim Said Hello. That's going to go up for a $10 start. VG Plus or better, and a VG Plus sleeve. Somewhere right in there. Elvis is a $10 start, okay? So we had Spyro Gyra, John Anderson, Marie Osmond, Ink Spots, Lou Rawls, Downtown Funk Me Baby, Cher, Taylor Dane, Charlie Daniels, Billy Joe, and Rick Springfield. No claims out of that stack. That's rare. Let's grab another one. And this is the last stack out of this box. We got Three Dog Night, Till the World Ends, Billy Thorpe, Dreammaker, Free, Steeler, Free as in Paul Rogers, and Broad Daylight. Gladys Knight and the Pips, Lovin' on Next to Nothing. Another USA for Africa. Duran Duran, Is There Something I Should Know? Touchin', Lovin', Touchin', Squeezin', Journey, and Any Way You Want It. That's the way you need it. Rock Therapy, a tribute to Gene Vincent. Dwight Yoakam, Guitars Cadillacs, Merle Haggard, My Favorite Memory, and Eagles, Take It Easy, and Ooh, Which A Woman. Oh, Which A Woman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. Okay, good. We did 8 crates tonight. Wow, that's a lot of vinyl sold. Okay, so first thing we had was Wolverine on Free. That should be right here. And then Elvis has a bid for 10, final call. Carla Breckie on Duran Duran. Danny next on free, and Vicky got Dwight Yoakam. That's Guitars Cadillacs, and that is actually a double-sided promo copy. Double-sided promo copy. Danny Thomason was next. So I still got the Eagles, Merle Haggard, tribute to Gene Vincent, Journey, USA for Africa, Gladys Knight, Billy Thorpe, and Three Dog Night. Awesome. All right, let's start a new box then. That box has been gone through. So I told y'all John brought me 8. That was the first one. There's no way we're going to be able to go through all 8. But I tell you what, we're going through them pretty fast. We're going through them pretty dang fast. So, let's see here. All right, I think I like this. I'm seeing a lot of older labels. I'm seeing a lot of variety. Okay, so we got Billy Preston, Everything's All Right. John Lennon, Whatever Gets You Through the Night. This looks interesting here. Is this George Jones? George Jones, Yabba Yabba Do, So Are You, with like a Flintstones looking black and white sleeve. That's unusual. REM, The One I Love. Wow. Apollonia 6, Sex Shooter. Whoa. Jimmy Gilmer and the Fireball, Sugar Shack. The Dixie Bells down at Papa Joe's. Papa John's Pizza. Johnny Crawford, Your Nose Is Gonna Grow. And Ernie Mascara, Shout, Shout. Wow, a lot of different stuff right in there. Lot of different stuff right in there. What was the Billy Joe you last showed? The Billy Joe I last showed. The Billy Joe I last showed was You Picked a Real Bad Time and All About Soul from 1993. Looks like something Jim B should have been paying attention to. Was that worth about $200 or $300? Okay. Danny got George Jones for $6.99 and Wolverine on EM for Ernie Mascara. Danny also gets REM. A lot of this stuff I should set aside an auction, but I'm not. I'm selling it right now to y'all. I will set aside some stuff maybe. Christina Curtis on Apollonia. And we still got Johnny Crawford, the Dixie Bells down at Papa Joe's, and Johnny Crawford was Your Nose Is Gonna Grow, Jimmy Gilmer Sugar Shack, and then 2 Beatles related. Billy Preston, and then John Lennon, a great song, Whatever Gets You Through the Night. So those are $6.99 and $6.99, okay? There's that, and let's start that right there, okay? Here we go, here we go. Let me get this box. I'm pulling right from the middle. Pulling right from the middle. Bo Donaldson, the Haywoods, What Do You Think You Are? December 63, Oh What a Night. Late September, down in Thinking, oh, that's a good one. Let It Ride, BTO. Gordon Lightfoot, The House You Live In, double-sided. And then Dan Fogelberg, Part of the Plan. The Night Chicago Died, Paper Lace. Robbie Dupree, Still Away. The Electric Indian, Kim Osabi. Garfunkel, I Shall Sing. And one more, Queen. He's a killer. Queen. Dun, 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 dun. Guaranteed to blow your mind. All right, so we got Queen, we got Garfunkel, the Electric Indian, So to Wolverine, we had Robbie Dupree, we had Paper Lace, we had Dan Fogelberg, Gordon Lightfoot, BTO, and the Four Seasons, So to Wolverine, and Bo Donaldson Haywood still available, and Wolverine's also going to get Queen, Killer Queen, and Flick of the Wrist. All right, so all those still available. Oh yeah, Regina gets Elvis for $10. We almost forgot that. Y'all almost let me forget. And let's pick another one out the auction. Here we go, here we go. I've got Loving You and Teddy Bear. Nice. Loving You and Teddy Bear. Let Me Be Your Teddy Bear. Not bad at all. $10 start for this picture sleeve. 47,700 is the catalog number. 47,700. $10 start on that. Okay, next for $6.99. Dragging the Line, Tommy James and the Shondells. Janice Ian at 17. Joni Mitchell. Oh, that's a good one. Help me, I think I'm falling in love again. Chicago. I've been searching so long. Sweet, Fox on the Run. Born to Run, Bruce Springsteen. Wham, Bam, Shang-a-Lang. Silver. I Am Love, the Jackson 5. Cornelius Brothers, Sister Rose. Too Late to Turn Back Now. What is this, a hit party? Summer Breeze, Seals and Croft. What is this, a hit party? And Lou Rawls, You'll Never Find Another Love Like Me. What is this, a hit party? Those are all $6.99. John Lennon was Whatever Gets You Through the Night, and Beef Jerky's the flip. Oh, Beef Jerky. The big song is Whatever Gets You Through the Night, It's All Right. Wolverine on Lou Rawls. We still got Summer Breeze, Cornelis Brother, The Jackson 5, Silver, Bruce Springsteen, Sweet, Chicago, Joni Mitchell's Going in My Pile If Nobody Buys It, Janice Ian and Tommy James, Dragging the Line. That's such an amazing Joni Mitchell song. It's like you're being transported to a different dimension when she starts singing. Final call to get a bid on Elvis for $10. The Carpenters, Hurting Each Other. Bellamy Brothers, Let Your Love Flow. Tubular Bells from The Exorcist, Mike Oldfield. The Who, Mama's Got a Squeeze Box. Photograph, that is Ringo Starr. We also have, oh my gosh, Live and Let Die. You've got to be kidding me. Another Ringo, It Don't Come Easy. And Paul Simon, Mother and Child Reunion. Holy goodness gracious. These are all $6.99. So Chuck Haley gets the John Lennon single, Whatever Gets You Through the Night, that is so to him. And then over here, we got, picking up over here, Wolverine got the Carpenters for $6.99. He got the Bellamy Brothers for $6.99. Carla next on the Bellamy Brothers. Wolverine on Wings, Live and Let Die. And I Lie Around is the flip on that one. And then Chuck Haley, do you want Ringo, It Don't Come Easy, one of his best? Or do you want Photograph, one of his best in the picture sleeve? Or you can have both. Also, Paul Simon, Mother and Child Reunion. And then The Who, Squeeze Box. Wow. And Tubular Bells, those are still available. Yes, those are still available. Elvis has a bid for 10. Now Elvis has a bid for 11. These two are pending. It's all right. It's all right. Whatever gets you through the night. All right, let's keep this show going. 45 hit party. I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy. Goodness. Well, Glenn Campbell. Indian Reservation. It took the whole Cherokee Nation. Rock Me Gently, Andy Kim. The Spinners. They Just Can't Stop It. Holy moly. It's Philadelphia Freedom by Elton John. That's one of my favorites ever. Dinah Ross sings Things from Mahogany. Hamilton Joe Franken Reynolds, Don't Pull Your Love. Oh my gosh. Show Me the Way, Peter Frampton. Come On Baby, Light My Fire. She's Gone, Hall & Oates. What kind of craziness is going on right now? This is like Hit Party 101. I should be charging to show I should just be charging to show these records. People tune in on PBS to send donations just to get those hit compilation CDs. They'd be tuning in just to see all these amazing hits rolling after each other, just one after another after another. Chuck Haley gets Ringo and Ringo. So did Chuck Haley, so did Chuck Haley. Wolverine on Glenn Campbell for $6.99. Next is Wolverine on AK for Andy Kim. Eric Van Leuven is going to Live and Breathe That Philadelphia Freedom. That's so to Eric Van Leuven. Next is Wolverine is going to get DR for Dinah Ross. And then Chuck Haley gets the Raiders. And now Elvis is at 14. And then we got She's Gone by Hall & Oates. Come On Baby, Light My Fire. The Doors, Show Me the Way. And that's from Comes Alive. So that is from Frampton Comes Alive, that well-known. Don't Pull Your Love. A classic by Hamilton Joe Franken Reynolds. And the Spinners, They Just Can't Stop It. The games people play, and I Don't Want to Lose You. That's what's left there for $6.99. Goodness, a hit party's going on. Let's see if we can keep that going. Oh, you've got to be joking me. Band on the Run. Psh, psh. We have Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Edward Bear, Last Song. That's unusual. Carly Simon, Anticipation. Huge song. Carpenter Sing in the picture sleeve. Partridge Family, One Night Stand. The Fantastics, Love Me, Love the Life I Lead. And Bungle in the Jungle by Jethro Tull. Wow. $6.99. The hit party continues. We have Danny Thomason on the Doors, but right now Danny also has Elvis at 14. Let's go ahead and pull Light My Fire for Danny Thomason. Wolverine on Wings. Goodness gracious. Band on the Run. You've got to be kidding me. Next thing, that's like my top 5 favorite songs of all time. I'm not joking. Top 5 favorite songs of all time. If I had to make a list, if I left that out, somebody would punch me in the face. Jim Croce, So to Wolverine. Wolverine also getting the Carpenters, and Chuck Haley on Sing. That was the Carpenters. You were second, and you were second to Paul McCartney. I still got Jethro Tull, Bungle in the Jungle, the Fantastics, the Partridge Family, Carly Simon, and Edward Bear, Last Song. It's up to Regina on the Elvis. Danny has it for $14. Moving along, these are $6.99. Dance With Me, that's Orleans. Lighthouse, One Fine Morning. All in all, you're just another brick in the wall, Pink Floyd. Chevy Van by Sammy Johns. Holy crap. School's Out in the picture sleeve. Alice Cooper. Venus, The Shocking Blue. Diesel, Sausalito Summer Night. What's in the Tank. Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva. Grand Funk Bad Time. And My Love Is Alive by Gary Wright. That's a good one. Love Is Alive by Gary Wright, $6.99. I Really Want to Know You. That's another great one from Gary Wright. Go check that one out. Vicky on PF, that's got to be for Pink Floyd. Eric Van Leuven got Alice Cooper, and Wolverine was second on Alice Cooper. Elvis has a new bid for $15. Danny Thomason, you're outbid. Chuck Haley third on Alice. I still got Gary Wright, Love Is Alive, Grand Funk Bad Time, Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva, Diesel, Sausalito Summer Night, Venus, Shocking Blue, and Chevy Van, Sammy Johns, Lighthouse, One Fine Morning, and Orleans, Dance With Me. Nice. Moving on. These are all $6.99. We got Ricky Van Shelton, After the Lights Go Out. Wow. Alan Jackson, Just Plain Possum, 1991. And Dallas is the flip side. Shenandoah, When You Were Mine, 1990. Amy Grant, This Is What Love Is For. Bryan Adams, Can't Stop the Thing We Started. We have, Richard Marx, Keep Coming Back. Richard Marx. Bonnie Raitt, I Can't Make You Love Me. Van Halen, Top of the World from Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. And Cher, Save Up All Your Tears. Those are all $6.99. Some 90s stuff mixed in here all of a sudden. Danny, the high bid right now on Elvis is $15 with Regina. Got a little bit of a war going back and forth on these Elvis singles, as always. We still got Cher, Save All Your Tears. Van Halen, Top of the World. Bonnie Raitt, Richard Marx, Bryan Adams, Amy Grant, Shenandoah, Alan Jackson, and Ricky Van Shelton. No claims out of that stack. Moving on. We have Shenandoah, When You Were Mine, 1990. Another Alan Jackson, same record, Dallas and Just Plain Possum. Travis Tritt with Marty Stewart, The Whiskey Ain't Working, 1991. That's not available on LP. Cher, a little bit earlier one here, The Way of Love. KT Oslin, Two Hearts. The Scorpions, Send Me an Angel. Firehouse, All She Wrote. Gloria Estefan, Live for Loving You. And George Michael, Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me with Elton John. $6.99 on all those. Don't let the sun go down on me. Don't let the sun. Let me reset my chat over here. 1 second. I wanted to make sure everybody was still alive. Okay, we've been live for 7 hours and 32 minutes. And we do have a live one over here, okay? Danny, if you're out there, I'm about to sell Regina Elvis for $15. I'm going to give plenty of time, though, because I gave her plenty of time. We'll give Danny plenty of time. Scorpion, so did Carla Brecki, and Carla Brecki also got Firehouse. I still got Gloria Estefan, George Michael, Elton John, KT Oslin, Cher, Travis Tritt, Marty Stewart, Alan Jackson, and Shenandoah. Moving on. $6.99. Looks like the labels are changing a little bit. We're going back a couple of decades to the 60s. Bend Me, Shape Me. And then 1969 with Let It Be, or 1970, I guess. You Know My Name. Look up the number. The Beatles. Wow. Judas Priest, Diamonds and Rust with a promo stamp. Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On. That is a banger. Black Magic Woman, Are You Kidding Me? Santana. Jimmy Wakely, The Solid South, yeah. Sweet Home Alabama. Cat Stevens, Where Do the Children Play, in the picture sleeve. And Mark Chestnut. You don't see that too often on vinyl. Broken Promised Land, Mark Chestnut. I don't think he has any original LPs available. If he does, I've never seen them. Seth would have bought one by now, I know. Wolverine got Bend Me, Shape Me. Wolverine also got Vanilla Fudge. Whoops, almost gave you Judas Priest. Vanilla Fudge sold to Wolverine. Carla Brecky got Judas Priest right here. And Chuck Haley got the Beatles. All right, well, I think I've gave Danny enough time. Regina gets Elvis for $15, okay? And then I still got Mark Chestnut, Cat Stevens, Sweet Home Alabama, Leonard Skinner, Jimmy Wakely, and Santana, Black Magic Woman. That's on the original label, too, so that will be around 1969, 1970, Santana. Moving along, these are $6.99. The Electric Indian on Marmaduke label, the Kemosabe. Grand Slam. This is an EP sampler with Southside Johnny, Charlie Daniels, Jeff Beck, and Johnny and Edgar Winter. 4-track white label promo. I Got You, Babe, Sonny and Cher. Bye, Bye Love, Bye Bye Happiness. The Everly Brothers. Nice. The Everly Brothers again, Empty Boxes. Jonathan King, Round Round. Charlie Rich on Groove, Big Boss Man. The Outsiders, Help Me Girl. Getting into some 60s here. The board's lighting up with claims. Got some people hot on the 60s trail. Let's get back hot on the Elvis trail. Here's a little bit later one. I've passed over it a couple times. It's The Wonder of You and Mama Like the Roses. So this one is pretty damaged. It looks like at one point it's got wet at the bottom. And the disc, though, is actually really clean. So The Wonder of You, we'll put that one up for just a $7 start very quickly, okay? And the first thing here is Wolverine on ALBT. ALBT, and that was for, is that some stuff from the last claim? The last stack? Was that for Santana Wolverine? And then SC and EB. So SC was Sonny and Cher. And then there's two Everly Brothers. There's Bye Bye Love on Cadence. And then there's Empty Boxes on 7 Artists. And It's My Time. So I got you down for, and Alabama. Okay, Alabama. Sweet Home Alabama. That was Leonard Skinner. Okay. So Sweet Home Alabama, Santana Wolverine. I got you down for Son Share. And then let me know on the Everly Brothers. And then I've got Outsiders, Charlie Rich, Jonathan King, Grand Slam, and the Electric Indian. He wants Bye Bye Love, Bye Bye Happiness. I think that's one of the first songs Paul McCartney learned how to play. Elvis is a $7 start. Or one of the first songs they performed, maybe. Maybe one of the first songs they performed. Whitney Houston, Where You Are, no. Hall & Oates, Maneater. Dion and the Belmonts, A Teenager in Love. Joel Akins, The Birds and the Bees. KT Oslin, Two Hearts. The White Yoakum, It Only Hurts When I Cry. The Flip is Let's Work Together, 1990. Ricky Van Shelton, After the Lights Go Out. Randy Travis, Better Class of Losers. I'm Gonna Have a Little Talk, 1991. Jay and the Americans, This Magic Moment. And Since I Don't Have You. Regina's in on Elvis at 10. Going twice, going 3 times. And Chad is touching his toes. Oh. Oh my gosh. Timeout. Oh. Sorry, I had to take a quick 5-second stretch. I'm back. Dion. Jay and the American Soda Wolverine, and Dion is Soda Wolverine, okay? So we still got Randy Travis, Ricky Van Shelton, Dwight Yoakam, KT Austin, Joel Akins, Hall & Oates, Whitney Houston. Elvis is sold for $10 to Regina. And let's do one not in a picture sleeve. Is this a promo? It is a promo. Hold on a second. It's a little bit later, though. It's the Elvis medley. I think we can find something even better than that. Let's pull a random one. All right, let me grab a handful and go through these, okay? This might be the moment Michael Manning's like, finally. All right. These are so slippery, too. I can't hardly even get a hold of them. I've got to put them in something. Luckily, I got a canister right here. All right, so let me start loading up this Elvis batch. Okay. And then we'll start reading them off. We'll do a small sample, see what's requested, and then we'll get to them, okay? Because some of y'all probably know more about what you want than I do. Here's about a fifth of them. Let's go right here. And let me start trying to figure out what's in here, okay? So we got, I Need Your Love Tonight is Full Such As I. A Big Hunk of Love, My Wish Came True. Are You Lonesome Tonight? I Gotta Know. Unchained Melody. Fame and Fortune and Stuck on You. Blue Moon and you gotta watch some of these picture sleeves. Some of these picture sleeves I've seen signed before. That kind of spooked me, but it looks like his, but it's not. Blue Moon of Kentucky, That's All Right. My Pledging Love, Way Down. Good Luck Charm, Anything That's Part of You. Marie, The Name, His Latest Flame, Little Sister. I Believe the Man in the Sky, Crying in the Chapel. Blue Suede Shoes, Tutti Frutti. Bossa Nova Baby. Are You Lonesome Tonight? Love Me and Flaming Star on Collectibles. Way Down and Pledging My Love. One Night, Are You Lonesome Tonight? And Lonely Man Surrender. That's one handful. Let me go ahead and pull out all the 40 picture sleeves for sure. Go ahead and definitely do all those. And I gotta keep all these separate anyway. Okay. Bossa Nova. Okay. Elvis sings Bossa Nova. Bossa Nova Baby. VG Plus or better. There's the front. Witchcraft is on the back. We had Witchcraft at some point, I think. But there's that, okay? Maybe that's why I didn't think we've already had that one, because Witchcraft is on the other side. $10 start, of course. Okay? $10 start. And Chad, how about Elvis Melody Auction? Okay? We'll do that one next. Let's keep rolling. We'll do that one next. Let's keep rolling here. First thing I've got is this right here for $6.99. I've got Back on the Chain Gang, The Pretenders, Toto, Pamela, You Don't Mess Around with Jim, Blue-Blooded Woman, Alan Jackson, Devo, Working in the Coal Mine, Walk the Dinosaur, Was Not Was, Howard Jones, No One Is to Blame, Cheech and Chong, Sister Mary Elephant, Wild, Wild Horses, The Rolling Stones, Cher, Take Me Home, Elmore James, Dust My Broom, Elmore James. Those are all $6.99. Elvis 10, Elvis 13. All right, and then all these are $6.99, okay? We got Elmore James, we got Cher, we got the Rolling Stones, Cheech and Chong, Howard Jones sold to Carla Breckie, and then JC was Jim Croce sold to Wolverine. Now Elvis is at 12. So left in that stack is Toto, The Pretenders, Alan Jackson, Devo, Was Not Was, Cheech and Chong, the Rolling Stones, Cher, and Elmore James, Dust My Broom. Okay, Elvis is at 15. Babe, Styx, See Me, Feel Me, The Who, James Taylor and the Original Flying Machine, Brighten Your Night with My Day, Tequila, The Champs, Brian Holland, Itsy Bitsy, Teeny Weeny, Yellow Polka Dot Bikini, Soapstone Mountain, It's a Beautiful Day, Chic, Good Times, A Warm Summer Night, Rock and Hide, Dirty Water. Interesting. Let's pause right there. See me, feel me, touch me. That's The Who. All right, Elvis 12, Elvis 15, Elvis 17. We had Rock and Hide. We had Chic. It's a Beautiful Day. Brian Holland sold to Wolverine. The Champs sold to Wolverine. James Taylor, The Who sold to Wolverine, and Styx. So left out there is Styx, James Taylor, It's a Beautiful Day, Chic, and Rock and Hide. High bid on Elvis right now is 17 with Wolverine. Now 20 with Vicky. All right. And we have the cookies. Don't say nothing bad. Freddie and the Dreamers, I'm telling you now. The Dovelles, the new Continental. 5 American Stoplight. The Ripcords, Here I Stand. Tom Jones, I Who Have Nothing. Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart. Waylon, Amanda. Michael Jackson, Just Beat It. Beat It. Eddie Van Halen on guitar. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so that stack left the following. We got Wolverine on Cook. We got Michael Jackson, Beat It. Waylon, Amanda. And the flip was Lonesome, Ornery, and Mean. Bonnie Tyler, Tom Jones, I Who Have Nothing. The Ripcords. The 5 Americans, the Dovelle, Freddie and the Dreamers, and the Cookies is so to Wolverine. Carla gets MJ. That's so to Carla Brecky. And so that leaves Freddie and the Dreamers, the Dovelles, the 5 Americans, the Ripcords, Tom Jones, Bonnie Tyler, and Waylon. High bid on Elvis right now is $23 with Wolverine. $23 with Wolverine at this moment. All right, last handful, and we've gone through a whole nother box. We have Irene Cara, Fame, The Fortunes, You've Got Your Troubles. We've got Climax Blues Band, Children of the Night Time, Marvin Gaye, Sexual Healing, Steely Dan, Are You Reeling in the Years, Bonanza, Al K. Leola, Convoy, C.W. McCall, The Beach Boys, I Get Around, The Trashmen, Surfing Bird, Bird is the Word, J.J. Cale, Cajun Moon Promo, and La Bamba, Richie Valens, that's cool, on Delphi. And Cookies is on Dimension label. Cookies is on Dimension, yes. Danny Thomason on Waylon. I was about to say, if Danny's alive and breathing, he's going to buy Waylon unless he's fell asleep, and he bought it. Okay, now Elvis is at 25, and we got Richie Valens, so to Wolverine. Still got J.J. Cale. Still got the Trashmen. Now that's so to Eric Van Leuven. Hold on, I better do this in order. I've been doing kind of out of order tonight. But first, let me go down the line. So Wolverine got Steely Dan. Wolverine got Richie Valens. Danny on C. And Danny's C was for Convoy. Eric Van Leuven got Trashmen. And Danny Thomason on LB. And LB was possibly already sold. Here's what's left. J.J. Cale, The Beach Boys, Bonanza, Marvin Gaye, Sexual Healing, Climax Blues Band, The Fortunes, and Irene Cara. Wolverine got Steely Dan. Wolverine got Richie Valens. Danny Thomason got C for Convoy. Eric Van Leuven got Trashman. And then Danny, I'm not for sure on LB. Okay, and Elvis is at $25 with Vicky. And that means Wolverine is out. Final call to Vicky Allison for $25. I'm going to put it on about a 30-second timer. I think Vicky had been asking for that one. I didn't even know I had it because I thought it was witchcraft. All right, and that was La Bamba. Okay, sorry. Sometimes my brain goes blank because some of y'all put the artist and some of y'all put the song. And I have to figure out, I'm thinking some of y'all artists, some of y'all song, then some of y'all rotate. Like, I think, Danny, you put a lot of the titles for the tracks, and Wolverine puts the artist, I think. And I have to, like, I go, okay, I was like, oh, da, 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 oh, da, da, da. That's what my brain's doing. It's like, wait a minute, does he claim the titles or does he claim? And then some of y'all alternate. But we got it. All right, I'm getting into a new box. Literally, I just picked up a whole brand new box because that one has been gone through. I'm about to take those 2 stacks off the table. Actually, let me do that right now. Let's sell this to her for $25. Vicky Allison, $25. Very nice there. Bossa Nova Baby. Okay, and then let me go ahead and box this stuff up. Now, earlier tonight, somebody wanted a deal on a whole box. Thomas Baumhart, I doubt he's still watching. About 8 hours ago, he said, what would you sell all the leftovers for per record? And I was like, well, that's the only way I would really ever discount these. So I'm going to leave those right there. I'm going to leave that first stack over there, okay? And let's get started right here. Man, these just keep coming. All right, so we got Jim Croce, I'll Have to Say I Love You in a Song. The Shirelles, 20th Century Rock and Roll. Webb Pierce, full. Jesse Belvin, Something Happens to Me. Little Caesar and the Romans, These Oldies But Goodies. Neil Diamond, Forever in Blue Jeans. Robin Lee, Black Velvet. Nina, 99 Luff Balloons. And I Can't Help It, Andy Gibb and Olivia Newton-John. Those are all $6.99. Danny, your bid on Elvis came in extremely late. Okay, and we have Wolverine on JC for Jim Croce, and then Wolverine on SH for the Shirelles. Okay, so we still got Andy Gibb and Olivia Newton-John, Nina 99 Luff Balloons, Robin Lee, Black Velvet, Neil Diamond, Forever in Blue Jeans, Little Caesar and the Romans, Jesse Belvin, and Webb Pierce, full. All right, and now we had a request for that Elvis Melody promo, which is right here. This is the Elvis Melody. It's a promo from RCA VG Plus in the RCA sleeve. Elvis promo, the Elvis medley. That is a $10 start, okay? Moving on. More singles to read off. These are $6.99. Let me grab a handful right out of the middle here. We got Sutherland Brothers and Quiver, We Get Along, UK edition. Rock You Baby, Rock Your Baby, George McCrae, that's a good one. Stephen Stills, Thoroughfare Gap, Life is a Carnival by the band. Joe Jackson, Is She Really Going Out with Him? Nancy and Frank Sinatra, Feeling Kinda Sunday. No Matter What Shape, the T-Bones. Ricky Van Shelton, Baby I'm Ready. And Bridge Over Troubled Water, and Cecilia, a Columbia Hall of Fame from Simon and Garfunkel. Boy, I can go ahead and tell y'all right now, this is technically Saturday morning. For the show's sakes, we call this Friday night. Tomorrow night, we're going to have a lot of 45s to go through again. So we've went through 2 boxes. I bet by the time we're done tonight, we're going to go through 2.5. I'll try to get through these. But just so everybody knows, Facebook is about to end. And we can do one or two things. I can start up a new feed and finish this third and final box, which I would like to do. I can start up a second feed and finish up this box and finish up these Elvis auctions for tonight. Or we can just stop in 9 minutes. I'll let y'all decide. If y'all want to go another half hour and finish up a box, I don't mind at all. But if y'all want to just say, that's enough for tonight, Chad, let's resume tomorrow at 11 p.m. Central, I can do that too. And I'm okay with keep going. So we got Simon and Garfunkel, Ricky Van Shelton, the T-Bones, Nancy Sinatra, Joe Jackson, the band, Stephen Stills and George McRae, so do Wolverine and Southern Brothers and Quiver. Elvis has a bid for $10 and another bid for $10. Chuck Haley, you've been outbid. Wolverine's bid came in first. These are all $6.99. First thing is this. Merle Haggard, From Graceland to the Promised Land. Boney M., Rivers of Babylon. Joe Cocker, Civilized Man promo. Little Richard, Where Will I Find a Place to Sleep This Evening? Dave Clark 5, Reelin' and Rockin'. Porter and Dolly, It's Forever Longer Than Always. Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, Juju Hand. Michael Jackson, She's Out of My Life. Michael Jackson, I Just Can't Stop Loving You. Sawyer Brown, Step That Step. These are all $6.99. How much? $6.99. Yeah, I think we're going to need another half hour just to finish this new box I just got into for sure. So, Chuck, you're out on Elvis. And, yeah, the Facebook feed, y'all will let me know when Facebook's ended. That's when I'll officially start a new feed, which is in my timer showing 7 minutes. And then I'll have to start a new sleeve, a new feed, okay? 99 Luff Balloons is still available. Leslie, it's still available, okay? We got Sawyer Brown, Michael Jackson, Sam the Sham, Porter and Dolly, Dave Clark 5, Little Richard, Joe Cocker, Boney M., and Merle Haggard was sold to Regina Tabor. Let's find 99 Luff Balloons. Elvis is at 15. Elvis is at 20. 99 Nina was sold right there to Leslie Holt. Okay, there's that. Let me grab another handful of records in here. These are all $6.99. Shake, Rattle and Roll, Elvis Presley. We have Canned Heat, Let's Work Together, My Girl, nice, The Temptations, Jackson's Body promo, Dolly, I Will Always Love You, Hello, I Love You, Touch Me, The Doors, double-sided. We have Elton John, Beanie and the Jets, wow. And then Connie D, She's a Fool. And that flip is Leroy Jones, and that's on Hit Records. That's pretty cool. It's in the Hit Records sleeve. Those are $6.99. My girl, talking about my girl. So, MJ, what were the MJs, Danny wants to know? I would buy them now for $6.99, or they're going to be put up for auction for $7 starts, and I usually sell MJs for about 20 bucks on auction. What happened to them? Somehow they ended up on the bottom of the pile. We had... Okay, so I have She's Out of My Life, Just Can't Stop Loving You, Baby Be Mine, and Get on the Floor. That's the two MJs that are $6.99. Next was Wolverine on CH, and CH for Wolverine was Canned Heat. And then the next thing was Wolverine on the Temptations, and then Wolverine on Jack, and that was for Jackson's. And then we have Danny on Elvis Presley, Wolverine on CD, and that was for Connie D on Hit Records. And then Danny Thomason put T. That's something that's already sold, I'm assuming. If not, let me know. And then he put D. Okay, I'm assuming that's for the Doors. And now Elvis 25, now Elvis 30. So I still got Beanie and the Jets, and I got Dolly, I Will Always Love You. Those did not sell, okay? That's the only two that didn't sell. Wow, Beanie and the Jets? You got to be kidding me. All right, here comes some more for $6.99. First thing I have is Bill Haley, Blue Comet Blues, Sawyer Brown, Old Pair of Shoes, Sawyer Brown, Old Photographs, Firefall, Dreamers, DeBarge, Who's Holding Donna Now, Buddy Holly, Peggy Sue, The Tube, She's a Beauty, Sawyer Brown, It Wasn't His Child, and Sawyer Brown, My Baby's Gone. Those are all $6.99. Had a lot of 90s country earlier. I can't believe it didn't sell. I was shocked. Danny on the T for Temptations. Okay, you were second then. You were second on Temptations, but I got you for Doors. Elvis is the 30. Chuck Haley's out. Sawyer Brown, The Tubes, Buddy Holly. And we have the Tubes, T. So to Carla Brecky. That's one I just passed. And then Buddy Holly, I bet you want the first Buddy Holly, right? I bet you want the one on Decca. That was sold to Wolverine, all right? And let's start a new stack. Chuck Haley, it's up to you on the Elvis single. All right, and the next thing we're going to do is this right here. We got New Edition Earth Angel from Karate Kid Part 2, Billy Joe Piano Man, and The Entertainer, Humble Pie Black Coffee, Say No More promo, The Kingsmen, Louie, Alabama, Loving You Is Killing Me, Winona Judd, What It Takes, Blues Power, Eric Clapton promo, nice. Early Dolly on Monument. Ping Pong and I'm Not Worth the Tears. That's early Dolly there. Early Dolly there on Monument. That's her first label. Well, she actually did a record when she was literally like a kid. It's called Puppy Love. That's like a $1,000 record. Very, very rare. But that's her first mainstream release there. Okay, first thing we have is T for Tubes, Elvis out. Elvis is officially sold to Wolverine for $30. And then Wolverine on the Kingsmen. And then Eric Van Leuven got Dolly, and Wolverine was next. So we still got Clapton, Winona Judd, Alabama, Humble Pie, Billy Joe, and New Edition out of that stack. Those are all $6.99. And then our next handful is going to go up right now. And I'm not going to put up another Elvis auction till we start a new feed, because this feed is about to end in about 2 minutes. But we still got time. Dolly, Love Is Like a Butterfly. Dolly, Helen Wheels, Wings. Dolly, I Will Always Love You. It Doesn't Matter Anymore, Linda. Dolly, Jolene, Whoever's First Can Pick. Dolly, Here You Come Again. Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life. Hit the Road, Jack. Don't Come Back No More, No More. Ray Charles, Michael Jackson, She's Out of My Life, and Get Out of the Floor. Those are $6.99. So it looks like Wolverine was first that time on Dolly. And we're about to start a new feed. Yeah, we're going to start a new feed and come back for more action for about another hour, half hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We might be here until 3. We might be here till 5. First thing we're about to do, I'm about to start a new feed. We're about going to come right back into it. I'm about to chug a couple more energy drinks. So First thing is Michael Jackson. We got Ray Charles, Moody Blues, Dolly, Linda, Dolly, Paul, Dolly. All 4 Dollys are sold to Wolverine. Those are gone. And then Wolverine got Ray Charles. He was first on that. Leslie next on Dolly. Wolverine next on Dolly. Danny next on Ray Charles. That's still these Wings. Helen Wheels. Also Linda Ronstadt, the Moody Blues. And Michael Jackson again. All right, one more handful, and then the feed's going to end, so we better start a new one. So last handful. These are $6.99. What an interesting one here. Paper Lace. Billy, Don't Be a Hero. Rodney Crowell, She's Crazy for Leaving. Stevie Wonder, Master Blaster, Jamma, Promo. Ohio Players, Funky Worm, whoa. Dave Clark 5, Over and Over. Bruce Hornsby, Mandolin Rain. Jolene, another one, Dolly. Ray Charles, I Can't Stop Loving You. And The Sounds of Silence, Simon and Garfunkel. First thing is Chuck Haley does get Paul, which is Wings, Helen Wheels. Helen Wheels, and then what's left here? PL, SW, OP, OPRC. We got Simon and Garfunkel. We got Ray Charles, Dolly, Bruce Hornsby, Dave Clark, Ohio Players, Stevie Wonder, Rodney Crowell, and Paper Lace. Wolverine first on Paper Lace. Wolverine first on Stevie Wonder. Ohio Players sold to Eric Van Leuven. Wolverine was second. Wolverine was first on Ray Charles. Carla Brecky first on Bruce Hornsby, Mandolin Rain. And then Leslie gets another chance at a Jolene, and she takes it. So that leaves Rodney Crowell, Dave Clark 5, and Simon and Garfunkel, The Sounds of Silence. All right, I'll see y'all in about 2 minutes. So I usually pause. I got to retitle the video, and I'll start a new one like immediately, okay?